question. I'm answering your question. If you're saying that you're trying to create an environment, if you're saying that they're trying to create an environment that diverges from that, I don't know how an environment that includes clean needles diverges people from using the needles.
Okay, so the needles themselves, though, Thunder, are not something that is put in the community to prevent people from further using drugs. It is actually it's a risk element. You do cybersecurity, you know about risk. They're managing the risk. They're saying, okay, we know for a fact these people are hooked on drugs, right? And they are using dirty needles, and they're sharing needles, and they're spreading diseases amongst themselves. They're not even arguing about the fact these people are going to do drugs. They're trying to give them a better way, a cleaner way to do what they're already hooked on while they actually implement these programs. And that's called risk mitigation. Yeah. They're trying to help these people by giving them the resource so that when they do get off drugs, if they ever do, now at least they'll have their fucking health. They won't be dying of AIDS from sharing needles. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why that's so difficult. Like, why that's even an argument? Like, if they were passing out heroin, I'll be on your side. But they here saying, hey, man, if y'all gonna be out here using fucking drugs, my nigga, just get a fucking clean needle until we get you cleaned up. The same way they did for us. Because they couldn't stop us from fucking, they start passing out condoms. They pass them out. Man, look at the Olympics. They know the motherfuckers at the Olympics gonna be fucking.
Right. They're gonna give you condoms and say, you know what I mean? Right.
At least you're fucking responsible about the shit. Because if all y'all, and they look at it like this, if all y'all do y'all fucking right now, nigga, next in the 4 years, it won't be no more fucking Olympics because all y'all will be fucking no more women's Olympics because all y'all fucking be raising y'all kids. That's a risk. That's risk assessment.
Yeah, I, you know what? That's probably the best argument I've ever heard made on that, Kyle. You make some good points right there because I mean, I don't know what you would do if you were addicted to drugs and you didn't have the means to get a needle, but I'm pretty sure it'd be pretty nasty, you know. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, and that's my whole thing too when it comes to the whole thing going back to my whole problem with what you're saying is you keep referring to them as consumers, right? I just don't see them. I don't see it the same way. You know, once you're addicted, I get what you're saying when you talk about, you know, maybe the choice to pick it up, this, that, and the other. But after that, bro, you're an addict. You know, like you're sick. I mean, the whole term "dope sick" that exists for a reason. Like they're not. It's not the same, you know. And Brother Malcolm, when you were making the iPhone analogy, it's not the same. It's to me as you know, as wanting the product in that way. You know, these people they gotta have, like, you know, you're not gonna go sell your body for an iPhone or you know, rob somebody. You get what I'm saying? Like, these people are fucking sick. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my only thing. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I don't see them as consumers. You know, not in that way, Thunder.
What you mean?
Like, in other words, they can't help it. Like, you know, I get what you're saying, like, but that goes back.
Okay.
Say that again.
You said they can't help it?
Yeah, I mean, like like we're talking about crack addicts and heroin addicts. These. I mean, we're not talking about, like, you know, weed smokers. These are people on hard drugs. This isn't something that you can just, you know, pick up and put down. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's kind of hard for me to get into the blaming the user. See what I'm saying? Like, they have to actually go through treatment programs and good.
I think maybe we should pull up a definition of what substance abuse addiction is, and then, you know, maybe we'll have a better understanding of why I would find it kind of problematic to call them a consumer, because when you think about a consumer, you're thinking about someone who is willing and able to make a choice, right, to go purchase something. these drug addicts.
But in the drug market, they would be considered consumers. Am I tripping?
Miss Cecile,
Well,
you
yeah,
have children?
you
You got
are
children, Miss Cecile?
yes. Can I
Okay.
just finish? 'Cause this is my field right here, substance use and psych. So what I'm saying is, if you want to think about it strictly in black and white, I guess you could label them consumers. But when you're talking about in the health setting, in the health field, an addict and a consumer is two different things. So they are an addict. And so if you're asking the question, which one is worse, the drug dealer or the addict? I think that's the name of this. That was the question posed here. I would say personally, it's the drug dealer, because once you are hooked on certain type of drugs, you are almost like you're like a zombie, and you're kind of like sometimes there's no coming back. So you don't really have a fighting chance. And I'm going to give you guys the stats later on about how many people actually are successful in getting off some of these type of drugs.
So, Miss
Somebody
Cecile,
was asking me a question. Yes.
so we have a generation now. I wasn't trying to get you personal business about the kids, so I apologize for that. But
That's okay.
so let's take that off the table. So we have a new generation now. You said I'm 47. I think you're in whatever. So let's do it like this. We have a generation now that are, in my opinion, hooked, if you want to use that word, hooked on social media, right? Hooked on an iPhone. If you took an iPhone away from a child for more than 2 hours today, they would go bananas. It would be the worst thing, where we went 30 years without a phone or any sort of phone, 20 years. So, and we were just fine. So are we going to blame the actual Apple store for?
Yeah.
That's a good point. No, that's a good point, because hella motherfuckers addicted.
But there's some
Kanye,
different.
Do you not?
That's different.
Hold on.
Hold on. Last 3-4 years.
Kanye.
That's a whole. That's not a.
Let me finish up. So we have, let me start. We have a generation that's addicted to the iPhone at this point. We know it. They're addicted to, hold on. We're addicted to, hold on, Kyle. Hold on. So because you've been cooking, you did a real good job. So let me come back and let me try to get a little bit back now. That's all. Let me get a little bit back. So we got addicted children to phone use. They literally have apps on the phone that monitor how much screen time your child has this week, etc. Right? So we have it to the point where TikTok is trying to, quote unquote, make it a safe environment for your children to be on TikTok, and giving them time restriction limits, etc. and etc. Do we now, since I laid out the argument, do we now blame TikTok for being in existence? Do we now blame iPhone or the App Store for distributing?
They are blaming tech. They are.
They're literally in court right now. Meta is in court right now.
They're having hearings and shit regarding that.
They're literally having lawsuits right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I would still argue that that's not the same thing. When you're talking about addiction, you're talking about addiction to a chemical. It's not the same thing.
It kind of is the same, because it's dealing with the brain.
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish this. So when I would make the case that most people are probably loosely, I would use this term, addicted to something, right? So I'll use myself as an example. I love something sweet. There's not a day that can go by that I got to have a cookie or a piece of chocolate or something. And if I don't have it, I really feel like I'm tripping a little bit, right? Some people are addicted to sex. Some people are addicted to whatever you want to say, video games, different things like that, of all ages, right? Some people, but hold on a second. some people are addicted to social media. And me as an adult educator, I tell my students all the time, if you're in the classroom and you can't put your phone down, you got to look at it every 5 minutes. You are an addict. They be laughing at me, but I'd be serious. But it's not the same thing as being an addict to a drug. So let me explain to you, hold on. Let me explain to you some of the differences. If you're addicted to sex, or if you're addicted to social media, I'm addicted to chocolate. I'm not going to possibly die if I'm going through withdrawals and I can't get it. It's not going to kill me if I can't get it. I'm not going to knock somebody over the head and take their purse if I can't get a piece of chocolate. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a difference. So I think maybe what we should do, like I said, is look up some definitions of what addiction means in the mental health setting, and then also maybe get some peer-reviewed literature to see what is the difference if you're comparing social media addiction to a crackhead. That it's not the same thing.
No, but okay, so like you want peer-reviewed sources. There's thousands upon thousands of them. So if you look at Stanford University, they actually did a study. They have a class about manipulative AI, manipulative IT, because what they do is they actually are the tech companies are responsible because they're doing things to increase the dopamine levels that are supplied from the brain by doing certain gestures with the phone, like creating lights or notifications, things of that sort, that release higher levels of dopamine. Now, as far as self-harm and robbing people, stuff like that, you do also see how people are being so addicted to the dopamine releases that they're getting. They've been doing like things like body dysmorphia. They've been doing ridiculous amounts of plastic surgery. They've been doing self-harm videos because of the dopamine that they get in response to it. This is the same situation where the rats got the chemical in their system from eating the shit, and then the rats turned crazy and went and they got ate by the fucking the predators. They by the cats. It's the same exact thing. It's turning into a self-defeating prophecy. All of these things have been living over the last
Kyle, are you saying that being addicted to social media and the feelings and stuff that you get from that, you feel the feelings that you get from the amount of likes that you have and the attention that you have and all of this sort of stuff, the social engagement that you have, are you saying that is similar to being a meth head or addicted to fentanyl or addicted to crack or addicted to alcohol? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm definitely saying that. And so, all I'm asking you to do, sis, is just look into what I'm saying, because like there's thousands of peer-reviewed papers that say the exact same thing. Even when I was in school, we took a class about the warnings of social media. Everybody that graduates out of this school, you gotta take the class if you even go into IT, because it teaches you how dangerous this shit is. It's very, very dangerous.
That shit dealing with reward systems of the brain and social, that shit chemically, when you talk about the brain and all of that, it is as detrimental. I'm not saying that.
Wait. I'm somewhere in the middle on this.
I understand the whole part about addiction. Like
but that
I
still
said,
makes them a consumer, though. Even though
you guys are everything you're speaking to is the psychological connection the two have. You can say they're comparable psychologically, but when we're talking about the physical damage, especially certain drugs do to the body that lead to swifter and quicker and more painful deaths, right?
And what social media does to the brain, that's genetic.
Yeah, but the brain.
I would like for someone to provide me a source, not saying that social media is addictive, but saying that you could place it. It would be suitable to place it along the same lines as
I'm saying chemically,
on a psychological level.
When you take drugs, you look for dopamine reward systems when you take drugs. It's the same.
Yeah, that's true, but that's the same thing with sex.
Let me finish.
That's the same thing. It's a lot of things that do that. Like I said,
I'm talking about social media and dopamine reward systems in the brain.
Yes.
And what drugs do.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm not. How come I can't finish though? How come I go?
You gotta chill out, Shawty. Go ahead, Fetty. Okay, Miss Cecilia, this is from University, right? You want a source. Michigan State University, 2019, excessive social media use is compared. Matter of fact, let me show you the screen. Hold on a second, so y'all know I ain't capping. And this is straight off of Michigan State University's website. Hold on. All right, Michigan State University, as you see, that's the website. It makes you today, January 10th, 2019. Excessive social media use is comparable to drug addiction by Carolyn Brooks, right? So everybody can look. This is just only one, and you wanted sources. Thank you, Kaya, for kind of steering us toward.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? So now, if you want me to read this aloud, I can. It ain't about a couple of paragraphs, but if you want to read this,
before you read what you read, I just have you is what you're going to read going to point out how they're comparable physically and psychologically, or just psychologically?
Truest. The fact that you have to move the goalposts.
No, I'm asking my question. I'm asking my question. This is my question. This isn't her question. This is my question.
Got it. But were we talking about anything physical before 2 minutes ago?
Well, when you use the generalized term saying they're comparable, you're not specifying how they're comparable. You're just saying they're comparable. So I needed to be very clear that the way they're comparable is on a psychological level. But for us to act like they're comparable completely, when there's clear physical detriments to being on fentanyl, heroin, alcohol, etc., that don't exist with social media psychological addiction, I need that to be very clear to everyone listening.
If you're on your opinion that people haven't committed suicide, listen. What you're doing, Truist, is making you're messing up. So what I'm asking you to do is, if you
read your source, I'm gonna go get my source. Since you don't want to answer, read your source. I'll go get my source.
Hey! Just drop the link in the chat. I just dropped the link in the chat. I'm gonna come from y'all. When you Truist come back with that source, bring it to StreamYard. I'm gonna set up, play some music for a little bit. Then bring it to. I'm gonna move this to StreamYard. So I want to see sources on these conversations, because some of the stuff y'all saying, I don't know where we're going, but let's do it the correct way on this topic, because we're talking about people affected by drugs. Let's bring sources on this.
What you want us to do?
If you got sources, just bring them so I can actually show them on StreamYard. I can't really show them in the Discord, so we're live. This show is live. And I just dropped the link. So it's no different than being in Discord. Just click the link in StreamYard in the general chat.
I got you. It's on Carnivorous. You on Carnivorous podcast, Brass? Oh, he gone. Okay, I get his.
The link for StreamYard is in the general in here, though, Thunder.
Well, yeah.
You see it?
I know I can't share. I won't be able to share from StreamYard on my phone. Can I? I don't think so. I can't share it. I can share my screen on here, but as far as sharing to StreamYard, I'm not sure that's a thing.
Oh, okay. I'm not. You see, I'm not familiar with how that works either, though.
I just want to point this out. So if we're talking about physical, like the human body, right? There's multiple that make up the human body. So if you go to a hospital, they have different departments in each and every hospital. You got cardiology, you got pediatrics, you got whatever the foot people call orthopedics. You got all these different areas, but you also have people who deal with mental health in those exact same hospitals. I've never seen a hospital that doesn't have a mental specialist on hand. That's like these are the things that we're talking about. So just because you go to a hospital and you don't have an injury to your foot and you don't see a podiatrist, it does not mean that you're not physically injured. Like, I'm not sure why y'all are arguing this point. Like, it seems very simple to me. Maybe just because I'm understanding this shit differently. But like, that's part of the human experience. That's part of one's self. Your brain is part of you. You know what I'm saying? The key point, the key part of you. And y'all are saying because it only affects your brain. It only affects your brain. Like, that's a fucking argument. That's the key part of your body. I would much rather to be addicted to fucking dopamine and have to amputate my toe than get my fucking mind right and the fucking Never mind, man. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just looking at this shit weird, man.
I told Truth he messing up. I hope he don't go to. He need to veer away from this.
No. Just keep doing what you're doing. When you're done, let me know.
I can tell you this, Kyle. I'm not negating y'all's arguments, Thunder and Kyle. I just find it. I would have to look a little deeper when it comes to chemical dependency than just the dopamine releases and the situations like that, because again, there's a lot of physical things that go along with chemical dependency that as Ms. Sincere said, that I mean, maybe you could explain it to me better, Kyle, that I'm just not familiar with. Whereas I know them when it comes to
what y'all are doing is moving the goalposts, and this is reprehensible what y'all doing. I want y'all to know that.
It ain't that.
We had no talks about the physical aspects of drugs. We didn't even think about talking about it till
okay,
5
so wait,
minutes
so
ago.
we're talking about it now, though. So I need to be very clear. Wait, we're talking about it now. So I want to be clear on your position. Is your position that it is physical, or is your position it's not equal physical?
I'm talking about
dopamine
and the reward systems of the brain. Yes, it's similar.
Hold on.
Now you saying equal?
I'm not saying psychological.
Are you saying
what Kyle said and what Fetty just said? Obviously, psychological.
Are you moving the goalpost to being equal?
Hold on. I'm going to answer your question.
What was the original question?
What Kyle said, right? I obviously know psychological damage, right, can lead to you harming yourself physically. The body follows the mind. I get that. But what I'm saying is the damage that's done physically is not equivalent. So when I hear you guys say that social media addiction is equal to drug addiction.
Y'all tripping. Yeah, y'all tripping.
You see what I'm saying?
That's crazy, bro.
So what are you?
Bro?
Stop doing this shit, man. You messing the argument up, bro.
What you mean by psychologically the body follows the mind? What does that mean?
You messing this shit up, Truist, and you doing this shit on purpose. Nobody said that. Nobody said that those two things were equal. Ain't nobody on here said it. You messing the argument up, man. You fucking it up.
Oh, okay.
What is your argument with this sincere? I feel like I'm being gaslit.
I tried to give Miss Sincere the answer regarding rewarding pathways in the brain. Y'all keep saying psychological. Like,
what'd you say, Brad? What'd you say, Brad?
Hit the link. Y'all wait. I'm about to close the Discord. Hit the link.
Where's it at?
The link's in the.
I thought we was live right now.
No, we are, but I'm doing it from StreamYard so y'all can show sources.
Where's the link at?
I'm do it the proper way. We talking about drug addicts, bro. Let's do it the right way. Hit the link. Everybody leave the chat. Hit the link.
Oh, I cannot hit the link.
I ate syrup sandwiches, bitch. I ate noodles with no packet. Cereal with the canned milk. The powder milk.
What?
No milk. waffles, no syrup, jelly. No jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar.
What in the world is going on up in here?
I ate noodles with no packet. Cereal with the canned milk, the powder milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar, nothing. I ate noodles, no packet. Cereal with the canned milk, the powder milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar, nothing. I ate cereal with the canned milk, the powder milk, no milk. I ate cereal with the canned milk, the powder milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar, nothing. With the canned milk, with the powder milk, with the canned milk, with the powder milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar, nothing.
Peace to the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I'm gonna do this a little different. Peace to the chat. Put a 1 in the chat.
If you can hear me.
Yeah. Put a 1 in the chat. I just need to know if y'all hear me before we move forward. So I had an idea for a show. Okay, y'all can hear me. All right, so I had an idea for a show this morning. Shouts to y'all. I got a lot of topics I want to cover, but I don't want to end this particular conversation that they're having in our Discord. So I'm of the thinking, let's stop sharing the screen for a second. I'm of the thinking that we have a situation where, how can I word this? That we have a situation where we got a lot of intelligent people, we just don't got good topics. We got a lot of intelligent people, we just don't have good topics. So I want to add better topics. So my topic is this. Who's worse, the user or the dealer? Now, I don't know who the fuck this person is. Chef X Netter PK Ali. That's the wildest fucking name I've ever heard. Shouts to Truist. I know McClinton and company. That charger is fire. Shouts to you. We'll advertise a little bit of it. Thunder is still in the Discord. Thunder, hit the link. Sister Safa, hit the link. Hitting the link is no different than hitting the
Damn, Thunder was in here. He was just
the Discord. So I just want to say, I think that we could do this a little better because we are talking about drug addicts, right? We're talking about people on drugs. So what's up, Chef X Netter PK Ali? Hopefully I got that correct.
Shalom.
That's the only thing you could say after a name like that. This is the only thing you can say. Small's in the building. I want to move the Discord chat to this. Pure Black, as usual. I'm gonna stay safe in the chat. I'm sure. But we're talking about drug addicts, right? So I was listening to a little bit in the Discord. I wanted to I don't think we should do that. I think we should move it to, something else. Move it to something else. So, all right. Where did y'all get? Did y'all get anywhere in the conversation? It sounded like y'all was ready to kill each other. Did y'all get anywhere in the conversation? Did y'all get what was the sister Safa said that she not said, Chef told me that Sister Safa was doing well. And then that y'all was basically trying to jump Sister Safa and get her out of here, which could never happen. I'm looking in the chat. I am gonna be able to pull up some of the stuff y'all posted in the Discord though. So DQ, I got up here with me. I got DQ, Thunder, Kyle, Smalls in the building. Ain't that something? And Truist. How far did y'all get in this conversation? That's all I want to know.
Man, the goalpost kept moving, and Truist was the main guy doing it, right? But you know, we started with a simple thing. What's worse, the drug dealer, the drug user? Then it just went.
I don't know if
bananas.
anyone's talking. I can't hear anyone.
We're all talking. You got to go back out and come in.
Yeah, so that's where we started.
Go back out and come in, Truist, because Thunder's talking.
That's where we started, and now we are on. I brought up social media and how our children of today are hooked on it, and now it's being moved to. Is social media the same? Is social media addiction the same thing as heroin addiction? You know what I'm saying? Something.
So who said that?
You know what should be okay. Yeah, my bad.
We got the same Discord rules. We're gonna allow everybody to get their thought off. It ain't gonna be 3 minutes, but everybody gonna get their thought off. If you start talking while somebody else talking, I'm gonna mute you, but I'll go to you next. Who brought up social media?
I brought up social media.
Okay, so let's start it off with set parameters. I'm gonna go around the panel. I'm gonna ask y'all who is worse, the drug dealer or the user. The link is in the chat. You're able to join this show. We're not in the Discord. I'm gonna ask who's worse, the drug dealer or the user. You don't have to answer either one. If you have a better answer, you have to qualify it. And if you got sources, you don't have to show me.
Can y'all take me off and put me back on stage?
Yeah.
Because I see 2 stages. Yeah, that's fine.
What is this? Hold on. Sunday's in here twice. All right, I'll take you off and bring you back. Okay. So I'm gonna go forward. Then I'm gonna come back. Truist, I don't know if Truist still can't hear us.
He's not in here.
I'm here. I'm back. I hear y'all now. I hear you.
Good. Okay, good. So I'm gonna start with Chef X, Netter, PK, Ali. Just a simple question. Just come back, Kyle. Just come back. Just hit the link and come back. I'll drop another link. Chef X, Netter, I no, I don't want to get it right. I want to get it right. Chef X, Netter, PK, Ali. Who's worse, drug dealer or the user? With a short explanation. Okay, he's not there. Smalls. Who's worse, the drug dealer or the user? And if it's something outside of it, qualify it. Take 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say the dealer. I look at users as addicts. I don't think that they chemical dependency is a thing, you know. So once it gets to that point, you know, I think that the people supplying them, you know, would be worse in that situation, and I'll end there.
Okay. Thunder. Who's worse? The dealer, the user, or if it's something else, quantify your answer.
The users is worse. If you would eliminate my original premise was eliminating the user would eliminate the need for a dealer, especially in deprived areas, and usually with the deletion of those 2 elements, you will relatively have a safer, better quality of life. So you could have 100 drug dealers, but if you had 1 user or 0 users, those drug dealers would be nothing without. They're nothing. The dealer's nothing without the user. Period. So that's mine.
Okay, next question. Truist, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Truist, state your case, gangster. Who's worse, the dealer, the user?
Yeah, I definitely say the dealer's worse. I definitely understand that the user has a level of responsibility in the situation as well. And when I'm saying the dealer's worse, that doesn't mean the user isn't bad either. But the dealer is the person that puts something poisonous in front of the user's face. And whether the user decided to pick up the poison and consume the poison or not, the dealer did something wrong. And I think that's what everyone leaves out of this conversation. The dealer doesn't only become unethical when the person decides to pick the drug up. The dealer is unethical for simply putting put it in front of the person in the first place, whether the person uses it or not. So that's my position.
Okay, what was the contention in the conversation then? It sounds like y'all just got different points of view. So what's the contention in the conversation? Where did y'all reach a point of contention?
At some point in the conversation, Miss Sincere and Kyle and Fetty and Thunder, they got into talking about social media addiction and drug addiction. And I may have misheard. But I thought I heard there being a comparison between social media addiction and drug addiction to the point where people were saying that they are the same. And that's what Miss Sincere was pushing back against because she's a psychologist herself, she says. And I was saying, I agree it's comparable on a psychological level, but it's not comparable on a physical level. And that's kind of where you walked in, us arguing about that.
Okay, all right. Then let's get it. What source was you going to go get? You went to go get a source. What was you going to go get?
Yeah, so there's a number of them. Hold on, let me get one.
And I'll let you go first. And
StreamYard
then,
acting
so
stupid on my
Thunder,
phone.
what's your point? I can just if you drop it in the Discord, I can share from there too.
What's that?
What was your thought? How did the point of contention come about?
Oh, so I was talking to sister. I can't think of her last name.
Sister Safa. Her name's
Safa. Okay, I was talking to Sister Safa. I asked her, did she have children? That was close. That was inappropriate to ask, so I switched it up to my overall point was how we were talking about addiction, and she brought up how people are addicted to sugar and people are addicted to sweets, and that's a lot of stuff, sex, etc. And of course, so when she brought up sweets, I asked her, okay, well, if you're addicted to sweets, do you hold Walmart responsible for you? Who's worse, you or Walmart? You see what I'm saying? Do you hold Walmart responsible for you going in there paying $5 for a box of chocolate chip cookies and eating them in a day? Or do you blame yourself for whatever you got going on, right? Well, you need to do that. And like I said, that led to just addiction overall. Then we start talking about, I brought up how kids of today, we were never addicted to drugs. We may have been addicted to social media, but we may have been addicted to the Nintendo or whatever, right? But today, the children of today, and I know this personally, I have a 21-year-old, and I know personally that the kids of today are more addicted to a phone than what that we ever was addicted to anything. We've never been addicted to anything in our childhood, especially anybody in my age bracket. We weren't really addicted to anything. Rightfully, we just wasn't. We were all over the place. We play football, play basketball, play whatever, right? But you look at the kids of today, they are, if they do not have a phone in their hand at all times, they are absolutely miserable. They go through withdrawals. They have the same symptoms that a drug dealer has. A drug user has. Same ones. So I brought up the social media aspect and saying, do we blame Apple? Do we blame Android? Do we go to the Apple store and hold Apple accountable for our kids being addicted to Instagram? Do we hold Meta responsible for our children being hooked to Instagram? And I was using that as a comparison to what we're talking about as far as the dealer and the user. So we got at a certain point, the user, we hold in my opinion, I hold the user more accountable than the drug dealers, the same way I hold kids of today responsible for them being addicted to that phone over the actual phone producers and the phone sellers. I don't hold Verizon responsible for what our kids ingest on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, on a minute by minute. They can't even go to school for 8 hours without having to pick up their phone. They need their phone in the bathroom. They need the phone in the gym. They need the phone everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, do we hold Apple responsible for our kids being addicted? That's why I use social media.
Okay. All right, so Truist, what is this? And Sister Safa, hit the link. You know it's crazy? We can get 1,000 people, we can get 30 people to sit and listen to a Discord conversation. Click the same link to go on StreamYard, and we can't get people to come in. It's like a fear. I've learned over time there's a fear of actual YouTube lives versus just sitting in the Discord. I think that's why we get so much participation in the Discord. I'm gonna test that out. But right now it's weird because it was when I joined y'all, it was 12, 13 people in the Discord. Nobody can go live. It's the same damn button. But I get it. Shouts to you, Chef Corey. You know y'all can go. Let me text y'all the link.
I wanted to say the second link I posted speaks more to the subject matter earlier in it. But the first one you pulled up here, I put the pull quote from it. It's
Which
towards
one
the
you
middle.
want me to go to?
You could go to the second link from psychiatry.org.
Can I read this first one though? Because I was reading what you put in the back chat. So from this,
from that,
use abuse or disorder. All right, so hold on, let's do this the right way. Because and another thing is, like I said, we're talking about people on drugs. I want to have some level of we can laugh, joke this and the other, but we also could be talking to some of these people's moms.
and I want to be fair. I want to be fair to the people I was talking to. I don't really want to go this route if you guys aren't saying that the physical consequences are comparable, right? Like if you guys
on the planet Earth said that, but you. So please don't. I asked you not to do it, but you kept going. So go ahead, man.
All right. So if that's not what we're saying, right? Then can we then say social media addiction and drug addiction is not comparable outside of the the psychological aspects of it? Can we make that statement after that first one you concede
on? No, we
on?
can't say that. No.
All right. So
then I want you to operate Truist as if even if it wasn't said, we standing on that.
Okay.
But if you're saying that them saying it means what you're saying now, and they're kind of agreeing on that, just operate as if that's what was said, knowing that wasn't said, but prove your point to that. See if it makes sense. All right, so hold on. Let me read this source a little bit. So this was last updated September 9th, 2024. Substance use disorder is a problematic pattern of substance use that affects your health and well-being. Some of the most common substances include alcohol, opioids, and marijuana. It can range from mild to severe. SUD is a treatable mental health condition. Help is available when you're ready. So this seems to be Cleveland Clinic.
Yes, this one is
Ohio. Is that Ohio?
This one is mainly focusing on substance use, and it's laying out because there was an argument about whether a drug addict is a consumer or someone with a mental health crisis, right? I'm not saying everyone that was speaking was making that point, but there was at least one person. And this article is making it very clear it is SUD is a mental health crisis.
All right,
Okay.
so I'm gonna pull out pause. That's wild. You can't
Yeah,
really
that's
do a
crazy.
pause after saying that.
That's
But
crazy.
I'm gonna read what you said right here. So in the back chat, this what the statement that you pulled from this, I'm assuming, right? Is social media can be habit forming and psychologically harmful, but drugs are more physically dangerous because they directly act on the body. They can intoxicate, cause medically significant withdrawal, damage organs, and kill by overdose. Social media's harms are generally indirect and behavioral, not toxic in the same bodily sense.
Right. So even
Okay.
if we're talking, I'll give a more direct comparison. So we don't even have to be vague like that. We can see when it comes to fentanyl related deaths a year, fentanyl alone is related to 50,000 deaths alone in a year, right? I do not believe that social media related suicide comes even close to that number.
Okay.
Man, this goalpost, man. We got to
All right,
stop.
well that's what I'm
Let
saying.
him read. Let him read. Let
I
him
didn't
read
want
the
to go down.
second
I didn't want
source.
to go down this road
Let him read the
if you
second
guys aren't
source.
arguing this. But if it's on the
Now
table,
we
we can
talking about
talk
how many
about the
people
number.
that kill themselves. I mean, this is wild what you're doing, Truett. You're being so irresponsible.
Well, you would argue that a fentanyl user killed himself because you believe they had a choice to take the fentanyl.
Now we about to say,
Hold on.
all right,
He
can
got a
we
second.
get
He has a
back?
second
Come on,
source. He
Brad.
has a second source. I know we here. But he got a second source. I'm not gonna stop. Pull up your
You
source.
wait,
And then
Thunder. You're blaming the user. You said the user is the person that's most responsible and in the wrong here.
Yeah,
That's your stance.
that
So
is my
if that's your stance, what happens to the user is their fault.
It is. That is
I
true.
am
All
gonna
right. So
say
you think the
something.
50,000 people that died of fentanyl died of their own action?
They did.
All
Okay.
right. So
Stay
I didn't
right
say
there,
anything
Thunder.
wong.
Stay right
I'm
there,
saying that's
Thunder.
not the argument, Brad.
No.
Truist,
Listen,
you
Thunder.
moving
I
the
understand.
goalpost, man.
I understand that, but he got the right to print. You got sources? Print them. Pull them up. I'm gonna pull your
I've been
sources
sharing
up
my
too. Hold
source
on.
since I first got here. It's you
I know.
should.
I seen it down there, but give me 1 second because we are on Carnivorous Podcast. For some reason, we got a nigga in here named Nubian Shia. Now I don't know exactly what the hell that means. It's probably ignorant, but go ahead, Chef. I'm assuming that's Chef. I'm gonna assume that. I hate to put this on Chef, Paul, but if Shia is the Shia, I think you talk about, you are one of the most ignorant people I've ever met in my life. Hey, shout out to
Diabolical.
Kyle. I think Kyle's connection. What's up, Chef?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. What's up, Chef?
What's up? So
What up?
they Thunder, you and Kyle is the one that introduced the when y'all was on the Discord,
Yeah.
y'all introduced the mental aspect into play when y'all start talking about social media and all of that, right?
Yeah.
If y'all was talking about addiction, substance abuse, right? Y'all shouldn't have brought that other wild shit up. You dig what I'm saying? So when y'all brought that up, now y'all can't fight Truist when he debunks y'all asses on that, right? If drug addiction, right, is classified, as a health issue, right? Then it ain't their fault. There is a substance abuse. They're addicted. They don't have control of all of their faculties. But in the black community, we have a problem with what you call, we blame drug addicts, right? We got a real bad issue with drug addicts. We don't like them, right? We put all of the blame on them, and we take the blame away from the goddamn the drug pushers, right? we kind of praise the drug pushers and we demonize the drug addicts, right? When the drug addicts is actually the victim. They sick. They wouldn't, if they don't, and Miss Sincere brought this up, if they don't get that drug in their system, they get physically sick. They can fuck around and die. And y'all not even acknowledging that. You ever seen an addict go through withdrawals? Those pains and shit they be in? You ever give somebody money to go get drugs because you don't want to see them sick? You know they ain't in their right fucking state of mind. So us as black people and people in general need to stop demonizing the motherfucking victims of the drug epidemic. And I think we do that a little bit too much.
Hey, Chef, this is Kyle, bro. How you doing, man?
What's up, Kyle?
Yo, so I don't think you was privy to the entire conversation, and I think you may have unfortunately built the complete red herring and straw man. You did a combo on us because we actually addressed that. We were talking about the pain, and like nobody said that. What we were talking about. We were talking about drug use originally, right? And then we were saying what are some of the reasons for drug use, and then we were talking about how there's a lot of pain in the black community for being systematically oppressed and held down, and then how drugs were used as a coping mechanism to escape that pain. This is why the equation, like the comparison that we made, was completely valid, because we were talking about mental health. That's the conversation that we were having. And
exactly.
So when Truist then brings up drug use and then says, hey, let's remove the mental health that we have been talking about for 35 fucking minutes.
No. That's not what I did, Kyle. That's not what
Let him finish.
Yo, Kyle, you have brought up that you took classes and all. When Brass hit the live button and y'all was in the Discord, I was here for that part of the conversation. When Miss Sincere was presenting, I was here. Y'all brought up the motherfucking social media and all that other old wild shit. You dig what I'm saying? So I was here for that. Now, I'm not talking about what can lead a person to using drugs, right? The different issues in the black community that can lead people to depression, that make them want to use drugs. I'm saying once a person is addicted to the drug, that's the part we at. We're talking about the addict. So when they at the point of being an addict, that is a sickness. Do y'all agree?
Yeah. And Kyle, hold on. So you're telling me before we got to even talking to Miss Sincere, when we was trying to convince Thunder of how unethical a drug dealer selling crack and heroin is, you were saying you were only talking about the mental damage crack does. You weren't speaking to the physical damage it does. You weren't speaking to the physical damage heroin does. Your whole conversation to Thunder before we spoke to Mrs. Here, it was completely mental. Because if that's what you were doing, that's not what I was doing. I was talking about the physical and mental damage that drugs cause in the community.
Did you hear Kyle bring up pain? Hold on, Kyle. Did you hear Truist bring up pain and pain being a reason? There's no way you ain't fucking hear this shit, Truist. Why are you doing this, bro?
When Kyle just said that the whole conversation was strictly mental. That's what he said. I'm saying
we were talking about the pain. He was saying that
pain is physical and mental.
Stop, Truist. He was talking about how black people in the hood resort to drug use because of the pain that they are going through and they're experiencing at that time. Whether it's
but the physical withdrawals you go through once you're on the drugs. Wait.
This is how you keep moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not. And anybody that was listening to the fucking conversation.
All you gotta do is be quiet and listen. I just said the man was talking about pain and how pain was the origins of the drug use in the 80s as far as crack being introduced into our community. People was using that stuff because of they were downtrodden. They were quote unquote oppressed. So they resorted to drug use, and the drug dealer supplied the demand for drugs by way of pain. That was the whole.
But I was
ain't no
speaking
way
to
you ain't
how,
heard this.
along with this dark psychology the drug dealer is using, he is physically harming the community. I stated that he's giving a person poison, physical poison, that's killing them and killing the community. And the fact that you guys are acting like the conversation was completely about the mental effects of drugs, that is so dishonest. If that's what Kyle was doing, that's not what I was doing. Because I understand that drug use has a physical effect with the mental effect.
Hey, True, listen to me for a second, fam. Like, look, for real, I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing that. I would be foolish to say that taking a physical drug that's addictive and it can't break down your body, cause physical pain. I'm not saying that. I agree with you. You know, like, no one even never argued that. What you did, though, you jumped into a conversation that was about the psychological effects or something, and then you introduced the physical effects. We were never talking about that. And that's why Thunder kept saying, why are you moving the goalposts? Because you kept talking about the physical. You was arguing the physical. And we was talking about the emotional and the psychological effects or something. Like that,
The reason, Kyle, the reason I did that, and you could go back and listen, I did it for clarity. Because as you guys were speaking to Miss Sincere, you guys were simply saying that social media addiction and drug addiction are similar or comparable, right? And wait a second. And because you guys never made clear that you were only talking about the mental aspects being comparable, that's when I hopped in like, wait a second. Can we please let it be clear to everyone listening that when you guys say these two things are comparable, that we're speaking solely to the psychological damage they cause. Let's be clear that when you guys are making this comparison, it's not about the physical ramifications of the two. That's why I did that.
Whose responsibility is it? Because like when you jump into a pre-existing conversation and everything was already established. Like we were going back and forth, conversing about it. We was there in agreement. We were going back and forth. It's not the people's responsibility that's having the conversation to explain unless asked upon. It's the person that's jumping into that conversation to say, hey guys, what are we talking about exactly?
That's what I did. When I hopped in, I asked, hey, I just want to be clear. When you guys are saying they're comparing, and this is what I'm saying, we can just listen to it back. When I hopped in, I said, hey, I want to be clear. When you guys keep saying that social media addiction is comparable to drug addiction, I want to be clear that you guys are speaking solely to the psychological aspects of it.
All right.
That's exactly what I did.
Let's move forward, though.
Okay,
let's move forward. Let's move forward because we're gonna be stuck in that. And I'll watch the playback, and I'll declare a winner. Because even the chat was saying that y'all said that, so now I got to see it for myself. I was setting up the chart and see it.
We said
so, Kaya, that whatever it is that Truist and Chef are saying what y'all said, the chat is also saying that y'all said that.
Yeah, but what the chat is not saying is how the origins. So we was talking before you started streaming
the live, right?
So the origins of the reason why I'm talking about moving the goalpost to the chat and you and whoever else is because it started out, and if Truist don't say this, he is a damn liar. It started out with who's worse, the dealer or the user, right? And then
yes.
It went for, okay, good.
And I was involved in that conversation.
Right. And Kyle cussed me out and say, man, you don't know what you're talking about, man. We supposed to be talking about pain. And he brought up pain. That was the very next thing we were talking about. You were talking about how pain was the result. I'm sorry. Pain was the
catalyst. Issue. It was the catalyst.
Right, the catalyst. Healing. Right? So that's where we was. Now,
yeah, but what is pain? Is pain only mental or physical? Isn't it both? Is it pain both?
Well, if we're talking about a hospital visit,
we were talking specifically about being like depressed and oppressed and oppression.
That's
so mental pain right there.
yeah.
Oh man.
All right, hold on, Truth. Hold on. But I want to do this. Hold on, Kyle. I want to do this a little different. Because you didn't answer the question, Kyle. So Thunder believes that who's worse, the dealer or the user? Thunder believes that it's the user. No demand, no need for supply. Simply put. Smalls believes that the user, it can't be the user because the user, that's a sickness. And then you got to look at it that way. So it's the person supplying that created the sickness with this person. I know where Chef stands. Chef is the dealer, if I'm not mistaken, because he also believes the user, that's the sickness, and that we somehow illuminate the dealers for some reason, and then we try to tear down the people that use the drugs, calling them crackheads and such. Where do you stand on that? And then I want to start having the two people on opposing sides have a conversation. So where do you stand? Who's worse, the user or the dealer, Kyle?
Yeah, and that was my overarching point, because the dealer or the person that's supplying or giving the drugs or the person that's manipulating the pain or the situation that a person is going through. They in most cases they are fully aware of the consequences and physical repercussions of supplying the said drug. And the user is the person that is mentally sick or in a bad place that's taking it. And so like the dealer is the one that's completely responsible. And I'm not saying that not completely, that's more responsible, but the person has a level of accountability to take in that equation. But I will go with the dealer we have the brute force of that effect.
Okay, so then I wanna kind of do it like this then. So Thunder is the one that says that it's the user. Nobody else on the panel agrees that it's the user? Okay. So, and we've had other observations. Dee had a point. I will get to that after we work out some of these kinks. And then Truist had a different observation that we're going to work through also. So, Chef, are you free to talk? I know you doing the tapers and stuff. Are you free to talk? Who put the dealer in the dealership? Okay, Chef's not free. This is what I'm gonna do. Thunder, since you're saying the user, and Truist, I'm assuming you're saying the dealer, correct?
100%.
Okay. Thunder, present your source for the user. Truist, beat his argument.
Well, no, I'm not presenting that. I don't have a source. Okay, I can find one, but
no, go find one. Talk while you talk.
Yeah, I was dealing with social
media. You can make an argument. I'm not going to force you to give a source. You can make an argument.
Okay, what's your argument? Give me your argument for the user, and then Truist only deal with his argument. None of the other stuff.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
Anything he said from this point forward. Go ahead, Thunder. Why is the user worse in the situation?
Yeah, I mean, I basically said it already, but I'll restate it.
Restate.
Is Apple more responsible for your child being addicted to the phone?
You went right back to social media.
Yeah, you're damn right, because it's a form of addiction, bro. It's something that was relatable. I've never used drugs in my life, so I don't know. I can't. I made another argument. I can get.
So at that point, you rely on the professionals, then, right?
The professional who drug users?
No, the professionals in drug addiction and the medical field and mental health. If you never used the drug before, you have no expertise in that area, then you rely on you rely on the people in the field and the experts. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you dead wrong. You said I can't have an opinion. I got to go.
No, I said you rely. Your opinion needs to be informed by something, right? Or you just come up with this shit on your own. However Thunder feel.
Hold on. Are you saying that I need to? Okay, however I feel about something, I got to go to Google about it every time?
Nobody said anything
No,
about
what he's
Google.
saying is in this topic, right? If you're saying it's the user and that's your opinion, you're actually going against what the experts are saying. So you're actually skipping what the people that are paid to, because everybody else is pretty much where the experts is
So
at.
you're
I'm
saying
trying to figure
because
out
the
what.
expert said
Yeah.
I got to agree with them?
No, not
it
that
should
you gotta
it should
agree.
inform your opinion in some way, because you said you don't have no idea about the user because you never used before. So how are you drawing this overwhelming conclusion when you don't have experience or information? Like
what is making you say what he's saying is what is
exactly?
making you say, like, if you've never done drugs, what's making you, what is informing your opinion other than just like pulling it out of the sky? What is informing your opinion that it would be on the user's stance?
All right,
if that
good.
makes sense.
So good. You want my opinion? We back to square one?
Yeah.
Okay,
but
good.
I'd be more curious to know, if you've never used drugs, why are you saying that? Like, it kind of expound on your opinion versus just saying Apple. If you've never known what it's like to be addicted to a drug or use drugs, why would your opinion automatically be the user? When science essentially says it's a sickness, it's something that can be treated, they don't treat it even like a crime. What informs your opinion to you? What inside of you, what experience you had to do that?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So let me restart.
Okay.
You can put a crystal meth lab in my living room, and I got a big one. You could put a crystal meth lab in my living room with 5 different meth dealers trying to sell it to me, and they would get a no. They would be wasting their time. I have no desire to use crystal meth or any other drug.
Copy. I got you, Thunder.
So,
Thunder, you drink? Wait, Thunder, you drink?
Let him get at least. Hold on. Let him get at least.
All right, actually, I'll wait.
Let him get 2 minutes of his thought out before.
All right, Chef got me one time. Now you getting me? I mean, so how we gonna
say? That's all I need, nigga. Go ahead. So what I'm gonna say? y'all are diabolical.
Hey,
I'm gonna say that's all I need, bro.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. So
he drunk now. He drunk now. He drunk now.
Let me ask you a question. Have I drank alcohol before? Yes, I have drank alcohol before.
Have you drunk alcohol today?
I have not drank alcohol. I haven't drank alcohol in years.
Why they talk to you like you Denzel on Flight?
Yo,
listen, it's okay. It's okay. All right. I'm gonna try to finish up. I probably won't be able to. I'm gonna try.
You're gonna be able to finish.
Go ahead. I doubt it, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a go.
Go ahead, brother.
So to answer your question, Truist, yes, I have drank alcohol before. I've drank wine before. Yes, I have, but I've never done any drug of any sort.
Yeah, no problem. I'll let you finish. I'll get to where I was going.
Crush grapes. Niggas say crush grapes, but that's it, nigga.
All right, that's it. So, as far as what's worse, what I was speaking, in my opinion, what I was speaking on was the effect of the community, right? The effect on the surroundings. Everybody on the thing heard me say this. If you have 20 drug dealers in a neighborhood and there are no, what we used to call them junkies or J's, there are no J's around, those drug dealers won't be there probably maybe a day or two because they are wasting their time. They don't have anybody to sell their drugs to. It's not a thing. It makes no sense for them to be there. For a drug dealer to appear, there needs to be drug users or potential drug users, which is why I brought up, if you put a crystal meth lab in my living room, I still wouldn't be using drugs. have that desire. That's when Kyle came up with the reasons why my life doesn't. Well, I don't have that the appropriate amount of pain, or like let's just say I don't have the the social situations, I guess, that would lend for me to be a crystal meth user. Or I don't believe in smoking weed. I don't believe in knowing none of that stuff.
But wouldn't you say you break one of your rules though, Thunder? I've heard you say before, and I understand what you're saying.
Go ahead.
But I've heard you say before, using yourself as an example compared to society, because drug is a societal issue. People that don't use drugs, we see it as an ill of society, right?
Right. That's what I'm leaning on. I'm leaning on Kyle, right? When Kyle brings up the pain aspect of why the crack epidemic exploded, I immediately accepted that. And since okay, good, chef. So I don't have experience, but I didn't go to the Cleveland clinic. I did resort. I did go to Kyle though, right? I did. Kyle made the argument of pain being associated with drug use, or the need to even use drugs in the first place, right? You have some sort of deficiency in whatever case, and people use drugs to I came up, well, I didn't came up with it, but I introduced the word escapism, right? James Brown. I'm from Augusta, James Brown from Augusta, and that was one of my favorite songs by him, Escapism, and what it did. And yeah, when he made that argument, of course, now I'm in a whole different space. I'm in a different space. Now I understand what you're saying. Now we on the same page. Black people using that stuff because of a level of pain or some sort of escapism they was trying to achieve, right? So I don't need a Google article or expert. I think that's a reliable source, and I think he is mainly correct based off of the data I have gathered over my lifespan. People do that sort of stuff because they have some stuff, a lot of stuff going on, man, and they try to escape. So yeah, but that still bring me right back to if the absence of a drug dealer still does not negate one's desire for drugs, if that's where your mental is.
And Thunder, someone's desire.
Let me get Tris. So hold on, Tris. I'm gonna let you get in. So are you? So Thunder, I'm gonna let him respond now. Okay, we got where you at.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tris.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, and I don't mind if you interject, Thunder. You can interject at any point. I don't think somebody's desire of drugs eliminates the unethicalness of supplying people with drugs, right? Whether or not you have a desire for drugs, whether or not you accept the drugs I put in front of you, just like whether or not you accept AK-47 I put in front of you, it doesn't eliminate me from being immoral for trying to supply you with something that is hazardous and deadly. And I just want to ask you, please answer this. So the 50,000 people that die of fentanyl every year, I cited for you. Do you feel like they were to blame for their own deaths?
Yeah, ultimately, yeah. If you ingest fentanyl, you take on a risk of dying, bro. That's just
okay.
What we
Okay,
about.
so wait. So do you think most people that ingest fentanyl know they're ingesting fentanyl?
I don't know. I don't know the chemical makeup of those drugs, my brother.
Nope.
Do you know how fentanyl works?
No.
Okay. Well, all right, no problem. Well, fentanyl can be dipped into litter.
Somebody said no.
Yeah, I mean, fentanyl. Fentanyl can be dipped and dabbed on to almost any and everything. Someone can dip fentanyl in your drink. That's why I asked you if you drunk, right? But most of the time it's put into like street drugs, like even like weed, street weed sometimes. And you could just be a person trying to buy a dime, and your dime could be laced with fentanyl. And it only takes a small amount to be deadly. So no, most people that die of fentanyl don't even know when they bought some weed, they was about to smoke some fentanyl.
You think somebody died of fentanyl use after eating a Big Mac?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking a question. That's a question.
No, no.
All right. So
No.
do you think that people, when they open up a bottle of E&J stuff and they just they may
no,
be
but this is what I am saying.
Wait,
hold on. Let me tell you. Wait. Wait a second.
So when is
Let me tell you what I am saying. Let me tell you what I am saying.
When is fentanyl going to be more likely introduced? How, in what form? How is it going to be most likely introduced?
Did you not hear what I said? It's mostly a street drug. Wait.
Street drugs.
Wait. Hold on. And this is what I'm saying. Like I think you try to lead the witness. Everyone heard me say that it's mostly introduced as street drugs. Everyone heard that. So let me finish where I was going.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the person that went to buy that pack of weed that had a dip of fentanyl in it, yeah, he might have been buying some weed, which you disagree with, but he didn't know he was going to have a heart attack and die from the fentanyl that he didn't know was in that weed. But you know who did know that weed had fentanyl in it? Who you think knew had that weed had fentanyl in it? Who do you think knew that?
The person who laced the weed with fentanyl.
And who is that person? Okay. All right. Well, since you don't want to say it, I'll say it. It's the dealer.
So
the dealer.
So
and he did it. He did it to make it highly more addictable. Wait. So on top of how addictive whatever substance he dipped it on already was, right? He wanted to make it way more addictive.
Okay, true. Let me
so that the person can keep coming back.
True. Let me ask
and every time he comes back, he's gonna have a higher chance of not coming.
That's why let me ask you this question. So the people who whipping up cocaine in the crack, right?
Yeah.
They doing their thing. They introducing whatever they want to introduce into that crack cocaine or into that heroin or into that PCP, blah, 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 right? In their lab. Then they go from that lab to who? The plug, whoever about to make that work, whoever about to sell this work. That's where it's going. So you gonna blame the guy. I'm just a guy who bought some crack.
You missed the step. No, you wrong. Like, let me stop you.
Go ahead.
You confusing some steps, right?
Go
So
ahead.
when you I've heard this. I ain't saying I know, but when you buy cocaine or crack or heroin or whatever, what they would do is cut it. That means you stretch it out, right? And one of those things, a common stretcher is fentanyl, because it's cheaper than buying cocaine, and it gives you temporary same effects, and it's more highly addictive to increase your income. So basically, people will put like fent into like coke and sprinkle it on weed or whatever, you know what I'm saying, to ensure comeback customer they have a glorious experience, stuff like that. But what happens is they may sprinkle too much because they may not be experienced with it, or put too much in when they reroute, whatever. And now all of a sudden you have something that has toxic levels, and that is 100% done by the dealers, because when you buy it, you want to maximize your profits. So if you buy it now, you want to stretch it to a 6, 16, whatever. Then you put fentanyl in it, and now you got 16 ounces of cocaine that you can sell instead of just 9.
Yeah.
And on top of stretching it, like you said, it's more addictive. It's gonna hit harder.
No problem. So if I'm
but as it hits harder, it might hit a little too hard. It might hit a little too hard, and the buyer's heart.
We got the hit, man. That ain't the point. The point is, if I'm the dealer, I'm the guy who just got it from the guy who made it. I'm the guy I'm the plug. I'm the guy who got it from the guy. I bought it from the guy who made.
No, you're not the plug. You the connect.
I'm sorry.
The
You're
plug.
right.
The plug. The plug is the
I'm the
supplier.
dealer. I'm the dealer. I
You're
bought
the
it from
connect.
the plug. My plug gave me this, and I'm distributing it in the hood. I don't even. I would guess that they don't know what's all in that. That's why I said I didn't know. I wouldn't. I don't think the dealer.
Listen, Thunder. The supplier is just gonna give you the base materials. The dealer is gonna do all this extra shit to it to make it stretch, so he can have a little bit more money left over when he has to fucking
My
go
point
back
is,
and buy
a
some more.
drug dealer he may not be aware that this fentanyl is even present. That's my whole point.
Huh? No, the dealer is the person that is gonna intentionally put the fentanyl on it.
No, the dealer is the person. The dealer is the person who make. The dealer is the person who's selling it to the Kyle. But I don't. Let's just say I'm selling the Kyle. I don't bought it from Joe Larry down the street. Joe Larry is the one who making it.
Thunder. Let's say you are my Colombian plug.
Real quick.
Right? You over in Colombia, you growing the shit. I buy it from you. I import the shit over here so I can sell it in fucking New York or whatever, wherever. Right? Me as the person in New York.
Quiet down now. Hold on now. What are you doing?
Go ahead.
When I say be quiet now, hold on now. Quiet down. Keep it down.
My fault. My mic got muted.
Okay, all right.
Me as the person over here that's getting the product.
Can't hear Brad?
Well, damn.
Nah, I can't hear Brad.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Truth. Hold on 1 second.
He said, hold on 1 second, Truth.
So
yeah, I can't hear him though.
Because here's the thing, right? I don't want to be Vlad, and we describing an awful lot of illegal police activity, and y'all niggas is somehow explaining how the fentanyl got in the dope and all this other shit. I'm listening to y'all, and I know y'all ain't some drug dealers. This nigga Corey he didn't leave. But we got 2 new people on the panel. Before we get too far into Grand Theft Auto, I just wanted to give them a chance to talk, just for a little bit, and then let's move the conversation on. Whoever put the fentanyl into whatever. The point is proven with that. We don't gotta sort that. We don't gotta sort that part out.
I just want to say one thing, bro. I do not sell drugs. I'm like, why y'all?
I know, but y'all niggas sound like y'all do. That's all.
Yeah, I don't sell drugs. I sell cables. I sell USB-C cables.
Everybody got the please now.
Everybody go get a cable. I sell them on Amazon.
Yeah, but
hey, Kyle, your explanation of the methodology of the mandibular sounded real good.
Yeah, it sounded real. Hey, I was about to put on Master P, make crack like this. Y'all niggas was over here cooking up. So I hear you. So be careful now, cause y'all motherfuckers taking notes.
I'm allergic. They make me
y'all
hey, Brass, just to let you know, Brass, for some reason, I only hear you. I don't hear nobody else talking. Like to me, you sound crazy as fuck. Like it sounds like you're talking to yourself.
Hold on.
Can you hear me, Corey?
I'm gonna take Corey. I'm gonna put you in the backstage. I'm gonna bring you back.
Okay. Corey can't hear us. That's funny. Yeah, all right, keep it going though. I like the combo.
So Thunder, I'm gonna just forget all that shit. Just understand that a lot of people, most of the people that die of fentanyl did not know they were buying something.
Let me go in. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
And most of the time, the person they bought it from is the person that laced it with fentanyl in the first place.
Can you hear me, Truist?
That's my point.
He is
Truist, can you hear me?
And selling drugs right now.
Can you hear us, Truist?
It is crazy.
Truist, can you hear anybody?
Truist moving keys. That nigga
on dope. What's going on is that nigga is on dope, or what it is the feds is listening and it's fucking up y'all connection. That's what's really going on.
They don't want this truth to get out.
Yeah, the feds don't. Y'all describing some shit that the feds don't want to get out, and they fucking with y'all connection. That's what's going on.
Yeah, my connection keep getting fucked. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good.
There we go. Hey, Brad, you see this chat? You see a nigga comment? The nigga said, y'all scary as hell. Like it ain't 20 people watching. I doubt the feds listening.
You know, I love. You know what's funny? I'm gonna put him on. No, I ain't gonna do that. Let me just be nice. But no,
yeah.
I say this. In our conversations, right? I don't think y'all understand. Y'all get the privilege to hear these conversations. So I think when y'all kind of act like, you know, we supposed to be asking y'all for money or somehow trying to get 1 million views or some shit like that. I mean, shouts to you, but yeah, we just giving y'all the privilege of joining us in conversation. So we appreciate you watching, whether you like it or don't. But I'm pretty sure the feds, I've seen videos of the feds busting in the room on a nigga with 5 people watching his Facebook Live. And I've seen that. Like, I literally have seen 5 motherfuckers watching a motherfucker rolling up on Facebook Live and the entire SWAT team bust in the room. I'm pretty sure if they want information, they go to social media to do it. I would be scared. I don't want to play no fair games. But I think if we are gonna play any fair games, if they listening, you should start with Kyle, go to Truist, because that nigga really know how that shit works. But leave me, Thunder, and Corey alone, because we really ain't got too much
What the
to
fuck?
do
How about
with
me?
what's going. Well,
Say,
Didi,
leave me the
somebody,
fuck
hey,
alone.
listen, hey, Didi,
Stop.
somebody got to hold us down while we in jail. So right, so Didi, leave
I
Didi
don't know
out of
what Didi driving that truck. I don't know what she got behind that
Yeah, man.
in that trailer. I don't know what she carrying in that trailer, y'all.
She got 3 books. She got 3 books.
Oh shit, that's too
3
funny.
books, nigga. Hell no.
But go ahead, Corey and Didi. Not everybody, y'all offer some stuff on the topic, and then we gonna move it to some other topics also, because there was something interesting that happened with somebody in the conscious community yesterday. Thunder, Corey, everybody on the panel. I want to talk about some of the some topics, some other topics too, not just this. But go ahead, Didi.
I'll probably let Corey go because I'm a little bit outside of the box. I'm the weirdo. So you want to go ahead,
No,
Corey?
I want to hear that. I want to hear that point of view too, because some
You
people,
talking about me? You talking about being outside the box now?
Nobody
Come on.
said I'm a little outside the box. Let's give it to Corey, Paul. Normally, a motherfucker would say we outside the box. That's when Corey will start listening. When it's outside the box, because that's more what where he going. I'm curious though, right? Now we've gotten the parameters of who scares the dealer or the user. But on the thumbnail, the government's on that thumbnail, the cartels are on that thumbnail, the societal programs are on that thumbnail. Is it only the drug dealer and the user that we can blame? Now let's go a little bit further. Let's think outside the box. And maybe y'all want to accentuate your answers. Go ahead, Didi.
So this is my personal opinion. I think that the ultimate responsibility is the community. And I'll tell you why. There's a reason that when somebody's on drugs under the influence of any kind of substance, that they say you can't enter a contract, you can't do this, you can't, make decisions, blah, blah, things of that nature. It's because of where you have diminished mental capacity when you're under the influence. And I know people are gonna shoot me for this comparison, but it's kind of like a child. You really don't have what you need mentally to make certain decisions. The reason that I say blame the community is I feel that a lot of times once you take that first dose, you're no longer in control of yourself mentally because you get that addiction and then all you care about is getting that next fix. People wouldn't hurt their mamas under normal circumstances, but when it comes to getting that next fix, they'll steal from their mama. They'll do whatever they have to do. They'll lie to their mama to do whatever. Same thing with their daddy, same thing with their children, same thing with whoever else. But my thing is when it gets to that point, when something happens with a child, the first thing people say is, oh, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a community to raise a child. Well, maybe it takes a community to clean up these kind of problems also. For instance, and there's tools there. No matter what the reason is, if there's somebody using, You have a tool. You can go in, you can say, hey, this person has an issue, get them picked up, get them put in the hospital, get them that 72-hour mandatory hold, because that's going to give them that time to get something that they probably haven't had in forever, which is clarity, and give them a chance to make the decision that they don't want to do it anymore and to get them the help that they need and to get them on the right path. But as long as they're actively using, that's just not going to happen. Then when we talk about the dealer, a lot of times, I would say the dealers that I know, let's just say the ones that I am familiar with. Yeah, the ones that I'm familiar with, most of them, they're not users. They just deal. So I agree with Thunder when he says that they don't necessarily know what's in it. They're there to make their money because, I mean, that's the purpose of usually why they're doing it. But I have seen dealers that have compassion. You know, if they have somebody that maybe they grew up with that got caught up, maybe they had fentanyl laced weed and now they're addicted, but they consider that to be a good person, they're just under the influence. Maybe they sell to that person because they know that that person, once they're on a mission to get some more, they're going to get it no matter what. So maybe they give it to them so that they don't have to become a lady of the night or a man of the night. Not to, I don't want to be a gender person. Or so that they don't put themselves in dangerous situations. So they give it to them. And I guess kind of like when we were talking about the needles, is providing needles a bad thing to do? It's kind of like what did the guy say? Risk. Well, is it risk management, risk, something he said. So I blame the community because I think that the community, number one, can get that user help when that user's not able to help themselves. You said take a community for a child. Maybe it takes a community for child-like people also. Same thing with the dealer. Why is the dealer there? Why does he feel comfortable being there? Has the community spoke up? Have the men in the community got there and said, look, mother, get out of our community? So I do think that it is a community problem, not necessarily always about, is it the dealer or the user? I don't think one is worse than the other. I think it's a community issue and the community has to come together to take care of it.
Okay, before we give any intake on that, I like that concept though. I gotta say I do. I got a little bit of a different concept, but I like it. It's kind of based off of that. Corey, what you got? Where you at with it? Drug dealer?
No, yeah, I do.
Or her or the
I
community?
like what the sister said about the community because it's definitely it definitely is the community's responsibility once you see something like that come in, but that also has to be brought into the community, right, to initially, right. And so what I look at is I look at tobacco companies and beer companies, right, because we all know that the gateway drugs are tobacco and alcohol. Somebody might tell you it's marijuana, but before anybody want to smoke a marijuana cigarette, they'll smoke a regular cigarette, right? Or a tobacco cigarette, or drink, steal one of dad's beers. You know what I mean? And so you see a lot of the advertisement. I think the way we do sports, and you look at a football or basketball game, right? How many damn beer commercials or whiskey commercials come on with the girls and their titties is bopping out at the beach, and all the red, they got the guys with the six pack and they playing sand volleyball and drinking Coronas or whatever it is, whatever the commercial is, or you got this sophisticated man and woman sitting at the bar and they drinking, Jack Daniels, or whatever you have, right? That's one part of it. It's very commercial. Drugs in America are very commercial, and advertisers do a great job advertising. I don't think nobody, as far as advertising goes, Anheuser-Busch has that department on lock. I don't know nobody who doing better commercials than Anheuser-Busch. right? Somebody need to mute out real quick. They playing, California Love in the background. But yeah, nobody does that better than Anheuser Busch. But another thing, too, is we gotta face it, y'all. I don't think we telling the truth here. America loves drugs. Like the demand for drugs in America is insatiable, right? And also the amount of functioning. See, one thing about America, right? We do drugs good. That's why that's why when you're out here on crack and you're all wild out in the street, people look at that like you wow, right? Because in America, you're supposed to be a functioning addict, right? You're supposed to be a functioning alcoholic, right? Because in America, I don't know the America that y'all live in, right? But the America that I live in the middle America, right? The America that I live in, right? It's a badge of honor to come in to work in the morning and say, yeah, man, shit, after dinner, I down to 12 pack and still be functioning. You know what I'm saying? That's the badge of honor. Like, yo, I had man, we went to the bar last night. We got fucked up. We shut that motherfucker down. Then we went in and put 12 hours in and went back to the bar after we got done. See, that's America right there. That's what we ain't saying. That's what we ain't talking about, right? And then another aspect is that it don't start out, you don't start out being a crackhead. Like, I know a lot of people say, like, yo, once you get the first hit and then you're on your way, right? That may be, I don't know. I ain't never did crack, right? I don't know. But most of the time, the stories that I hear is like, yo, it was just a weekend thing. You was doing a line of coke in the club, and you kicked it and had fun, had a ball, and you took the girl back to the room, and you had the best sex of your life. You know what I'm saying? It starts out on the weekend. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, you're doing it one time just to give yourself that boost on Wednesday. You find yourself feeling a little bad or crack. You need a little boost on Wednesday. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then you're doing it through the week after a while. Then you're missing work and losing your job and neglecting your kids, and it snowballs after that. But I don't think it gets to that. And a lot of people, that's again, it's some type of badge of honor in America, to go out and get trashed on the weekend and then do your thing during the week. You know what I'm saying? And college kids, this is where drugs, bro. Listen, at college is where the drugs is at, right? The college kids, they got the kegs. They got they getting fucked up. That's what you do in college. You just get fucked up. They eating ecstasy pills and shit like that. You know what I mean? And this is advertised. Like it's commercialized in America. And so I think America, the commercial industry is profitable to them. And I think a lot of that, I think it's their fault why people be addicted. I think they own 80% of it. Now, the community owns the other 20%, like the sister said, right? But the way they push that on people, especially on kids that already ain't in their right mind, you know what I'm saying? Like you 18, your prefrontal cortex ain't got together yet. You're 21 years old, and and it's advertised that you go out to the bar, at the football games. It's beer at the football. It's beer everywhere. It's beer and alcohol everywhere, and those are the gateway. Once you get a shot of liquor in you, right? Now your decision making is done with, right? So now somebody passed you a joint, and now you smoking marijuana. And then the next weekend, you get more fucked up, and then they doing rails of coke, and you just do one little line, and that's how it goes in America. So I just wanted to bring that to the table, though. But go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, but Corey, the thing that I think that's really being missed though, and the reason that I said it's a community problem is because the question is about drug dealer or user. And I think that automatically when people say drug dealer, they're like, yo, illicit. But the biggest drug dealer on this planet is Big Pharma.
Absolutely. Big Pharma and Anheuser-Busch. See, they marketing it. So people don't realize that Anheuser-Busch is not just doing the marketing for the alcohol, for the beer. They doing it for the whole, for Big Pharma, for the marijuana industry, everybody, because they all go together. It all go together. The tobacco companies, it all go together. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that I agree with you, sister. It definitely, but once they, what I'm saying is, once somebody got to mute out, bro. What is that?
I don't hear anything, Corey.
Something is going.
Everybody else is on mute.
Okay. It went away now. But what the fuck was I gonna say? God damn.
Fucked up your thought, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, it did. Sound like they were going through a damn car wash, right? Oh yeah. What I'm saying is, but Anheuser-Busch does the marketing pretty much for everybody. It all pretty much goes together. But okay, what I was gonna say is, I definitely agree with the sister though. Once it comes into the community, it's up to the men and women in that community to get that out, to push that out, to educate the community on what's going on. Also, to help those people who fall victim, right? Don't demonize them, right? Make sure that they can get some clean needles somewhere. They know where to go get the clean needles if that's what they doing. And you know what I mean? We understand that, they kids may be being neglected. So somebody need to help that out. Some type of situation. We need to get a family member involved or something like that. Like, we do have to be more community oriented, especially when it comes to that kind of thing. That's the only thing that's gonna fix it. Now that we got it in the community, the only thing that's gonna fix it is the community now.
Hold on, my bad. I just want to move the conversation after this, but American Dream joined the panel. I want to hear what he got to say on the subject. I'm trying to get I was about to say something really out of bounds. Yeah, you about to say something and you catch yourself right before you say it, right? And then it's like, I mean well when I'm saying it, but how it's gonna come out is gonna sound crazy. I literally was
do it all
about
the
to
time.
say, I was literally about to say, we need to bring Chief Xhead on this conversation because he used crack. And I know that that's. I just literally, I'm talking to him in the Discord right now, so I was like, I want to hear what you got to think on the subject. First, I want to hear somebody a little bit older that actually, went through the California version of the crack era. But I mean,
but what do you think about what I said?
It's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I fall more along those lines before we get to Dream. I fall along the lines of I have a hard time with somehow saying who's worse, the drug dealer and Thunder and them. I want to know what y'all think about this stuff too. If Truist is still here, Smalls. I have a very difficult time talking about drug dealers and drug users when we live in a world. I'm gonna mute your mic for you, Chief, and then unmute when you're free. When I know for a fact the amount of drugs that the government sells on a daily basis It pales in comparison. It's not even close. And then when I think about all the guys that's still in jail for like marijuana, how do they feel when they see that this shit is legalized now? Because they decided for it to be legalized. I got to mute you. I don't know what you got going on. You got like
That's
some
what I
wind
was
in
hearing, and that's what I was hearing. That noise right there. Y'all just now hearing.
No, he just joined, so somebody else is
Oh.
probably doing it too. But yeah, I have a problem with that because the government, I don't believe in just say no, right? Because I think if they really wanted to stop it, they could just stop it. And I think that they just don't because it's more money. And I agree with what y'all saying. I don't put this on the
I don't
government.
think they can stop it, bro. One thing about America, we want the drugs, bro.
No. I know
We
we want it.
we will. This motherfucker will go up in flames. Believe me, they will burn this whole goddamn continent to the goddamn ground if they don't get that cocaine across that
But
goddamn
what I
border.
mean
I'm gonna
by
tell you that
stopping
right
it,
now.
what I mean by stopping it is, what I mean by stopping it is if you remember Prohibition, that same sentiment was that. That was the same sentiment. And what they did, what did
That's
they
where
do with
Bugsy Siegels
Prohibition?
and them came
Yeah,
from.
but what did they do? They just legalized it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, but we'll move forward. And then I want to read Vyasa's point, but I really want to get to the next thing. Chief, you got like some aliens or some shit in your background? That shit sound crazy.
Can you still hear it?
No, not when you talk.
You can hear it when I don't talk?
Right now, I don't hear it.
Okay,
But when
so
you're
I
not
think
talking, it's something else.
I think
And
I was
you'll be perfect for where I'm about to take this conversation. But Chief, just stay right there, mute your mic. I don't want to skip. I don't want to skip Dream. Dream, go ahead.
Oh my bad. Yeah, we went Dream.
I forgot he was there. Mute your mic. Okay, everybody mute out. Go ahead, Dream.
Hey, peace to y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, blessings to y'all. Which one is worse? I do believe that if a cop like rolls up on a drug deal taking place, he's gonna arrest both of them, the dealer and the person that's buying it. But I think that if they go to jail and then have a trial and all of that, I do believe that the drug dealer would get more time or a harsher punishment. So for just that reason alone, I think our legal system looks at the dealer as being worse. And I would have to. I don't think I would want to change that legal system to where the person buying it would get the same amount of time. I don't think that's I don't think any of us would really want to do that. And for that reason, I think it's a pretty open and shut case that the dealer is worse simply because the legal system looks at him as being worse. And I think the legal system looks at him as being worse because where the user may just be doing damage to himself, to him or herself, the dealer is seen as doing more damage to the community, where the dealer is selling to more than just that one user. So for that reason alone, I think the legal system would agree that the dealer is worse than the user.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I appreciate that. If you could stay, we're gonna cover a couple of different topics before we get out of here. This is kind of like the beginning topic. Thunder and Truist was cooking. I think I'm gonna bring them back on a separate.
I will stay under one condition.
I don't. Okay, go ahead.
Unblock me in the chat.
I don't have you blocked. This is Chef's channel. I don't have you blocked. I'll check.
Okay,
I'm looking.
that's carnivorous that got me blocked.
Yeah, I don't have you blocked. You can't be blocked. We don't have anybody blocked on low key. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Go ahead, Chief.
You're right. I'll stick around.
On that condition, I'll check it now. Stick around. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, tell me, and I'm just running into this. What's the topic y'all been talking about? Like,
we're trying to figure out who is worse. Who's really worse. If we were trying to figure out worse as far as what's worse, who's worse, on a scale, would you consider the drug dealer or the drug user, which one would you consider worse?
I know what it is, Chief X. So you got the sound so loud that it's giving reverb.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you need to turn the volume down in your ears, Chief X.
Or you got the YouTube. Somebody says you might have the another YouTube open.
Something's coming through. Something's bleeding through over there.
Okay, let me get off.
Because it only do it when Brass talk, like, so it's reverb. You know what I'm saying? Now I know you old and you gotta have the microphone. You gotta have the earphones up high,
Actually,
but it's coming through the microphone.
He got them orthopedic. He got orthopedic headphones. That nigga got orthopedic.
Don't take that shit, Chief X.
And Chief X, you actually gonna be perfect for where I'm about to take this conversation. Because something happened yesterday where all y'all in the conscious community got some explaining to do. Specifically you, because you introduced me to this dude. And he got it. He's famous. I don't know what he was before yesterday, but this nigga's famous today. But go ahead, Chief.
I got it. So if I'm echoing, I got to get off my phone. I'm usually on my desktop.
Okay, so do whatever you got to do to fix it, and then when you can come in.
I'm about to get off here and go to my desktop.
Okay, no problem. So yesterday, and wait, I got Thunder in them. Thunder in them. Before I move this to a different conversation that I hope y'all stay for. I got a couple of conversations I want to have. Similar to our Discord conversations. Thunder and Truist, y'all got anything before I introduce something new? Because y'all know this next guy, and I need to know why y'all didn't tell me he likes to make fun of the disabled people. But go ahead. Anybody got anything before I move forward? Okay. So yesterday I was watching Gil's Arena. Now I didn't watch the whole thing, right? I didn't watch the whole thing. I gotta admit, I didn't watch the whole thing. But yesterday on Gil's Arena, Kenyon Martin came on. Are y'all familiar with Kenyon Martin? Y'all can unmute y'all mics if y'all don't have a lot of background.
Yeah, man, I'm from New Jersey. Kenyon Martin.
Yeah, New Jersey Nets and all of that, right? And I'm from Ohio, so he played for the Cincinnati Bearcats. I remember him. He was a National Player of the Year, but he broke his leg his senior year, right? So yesterday, on on Gil's Arena, and Corey, I think you know this guy too. So there's this guy, apparently, I'm gonna set the narrative. So Kenyon Martin was on Gil's Arena, and he was kind of like saying, I got something I want to say. He's making an announcement. So he starts describing a situation and a guy that he had over to his house for multiple Thanksgivings. He's had him around his son. He's had him around his wife. A guy like that works for them, but he's been like closer than just a work person. So somebody sent him a video. For those that don't know, Kenyon Martin is a power forward. He used to play for the Cincinnati Bearcats. He took the Nets with Jason Kidd to the finals a couple of times. He's had a long NBA career, but now he's famous for this podcast with Gil's Arena, right? Well, he has a stuttering problem. So I remember the first time somebody said that Kenyon Martin was doing a podcast with Gil's Arena. Anybody who knows Kenyon Martin, specifically from them Ohio days, it was like, how? Like, you know, like he has a bad speech. Great person, salt of the earth, man's man, pause. But he had a speech impediment. So I watched the show. I've never seen it come out. So apparently he's worked on it. Blessings to him and his family. But this nigga Suge, though, apparently, after Kenyon Martin showing him all of this respect, all of this love, this guy went on a YouTube show or something like that, and somebody was basically giving Kenyon Martin his flowers, like I just did, and then Suge responds with, "This stuttering motherfucker, da 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 da," like goes into this long comedic diatribe or whatever. Somehow that video made it to Kenyon Martin. Now, Corey, I thought of you when I saw this video. Because I could easily see you stopping an entire show. You've done it before. Stopping an entire show to set a nigga straight Get him just like literally say, I gotta sort some shit out, right? So I need to know. Now, here's the connection though. This is the Suge from the conscious community. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. I know. I don't know him. I never really had a
But like you've
discussion
seen
with
his
him, but I've
shows. You've
seen
seen
him.
his shows.
Yeah, I've seen his show. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
when Fetty put it in the Discord, I'm like, that nigga look familiar as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been on like shows with like Chief X or Unc or any like he's like a contributor, I guess. I didn't know this was like his job. So I looked, I'm like, Suge, he looks just like him. So I just did my little research. It's the nigga from the conscious community. It's him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's famous now. You can't look on social media without seeing this shit. So I'd like to have a conversation with him, but I would like to know what y'all think about. Do you think Kenyon Martin was wrong for doing what he did? Right? Do you think that he was incorrect for putting him on blast per se? I'm gonna play the clip. So I just set the clip.
So hey, Suge, come here.
Oh shit.
So
so
hey, Suge, come here.
Oh shit.
So this is what disloyalty and people who don't respect you look like, y'all. People like him. Be careful who you invite into your home, who you have around your loved ones and your friends and family. This is what you get. People like this that talk about something that's near and dear to my heart. I have a speech impediment that everybody knows how I feel about this. Right? People that don't have a voice, they're able to speak up for themselves. This is what this is about. You don't tease something of someone I have no control over and think it's okay. I don't want, no. Yes, you did it in front of, did you not do it in front of people? Did you not do it in front of people?
I apologize.
Did you not do it in front of people is my question, George.
Yes.
So therefore you want me to do it in public? I mean, private? No, I said I was the same energy, brother. Same energy. So, same energy.
That's gentlemen.
Oh, I'm absolutely. You did it in front of people, I'm gonna do it in front of people. Point blank, period.
I apologize.
I don't want your apology once again, brother. Once again, I don't want your apology.
So what you want from me?
Nothing. Don't ever be in my presence ever again.
Get your ass out of here right now.
Right? Not ever be in my presence ever again is what I want.
So he got fired live. Now, I could play a longer clip, but essentially he goes on to explain. Where'd everybody go? Oh, okay.
Man, what happened?
Hold on. Okay, there we go. So he goes on to explain. Okay, y'all can hear me, right?
Are you there, Bryce?
Okay, y'all can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So he goes on to explain.
I didn't hear that though, but that was crazy.
Yeah, it clicked for a second.
That was definitely crazy.
So
I definitely could see me doing that. I don't know if we live still. What's going on with Brass? Can anybody hear me?
Somebody tell Corey to jump off and jump back on.
Hey Corey, jump off and then pause. Go out and goddamn pause. Restart, bro.
Can the chat hear me? Give me a one if y'all can hear me.
Can you hear Brass, Corey? I don't think Corey can hear none of us, Brass.
Okay. Can anybody unmute for a second? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can. We can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you out.
Corey, Thunder, can you hear me? Dream, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear both of y'all. I hear everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Kenyon Martin essentially got him in order because he did a video talking about his speech impediment, right? But now people are kind of giving him backlash. Chief X, are you familiar with what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So people are giving Kenyon Martin backlash for saying, Suge is an internet person. He's got a channel. He can do pretty much whatever he did, what he wanted to do. But this shit is blowing up all over the world right now. And I only know Suge from the conscious community, but this shit's blowing up all over the world because they're saying that Kenyon Martin shouldn't have publicly disrespected him, and essentially fired him live. That he spoke about his speech impediment, he could say what he want, it's basically his opinion, but that he shouldn't have done it live on the show, that was wrong. I want to know where y'all stand with that. Now, I don't know Suge. Y'all can incorporate maybe some of his history, but I do remember seeing him on a show with Chief X. That's the first thing I thought when Fetty sent me that clip. When he said Suge, I'm like, wait a fucking minute. And I'm looking at him like, all right, he light-skinned. And I didn't know he had tats on his arms. So I'm like, maybe that's not him. But yeah, it's been confirmed. That's the conscious community guy. Do y'all think Kenyon Martin was wrong, right, or otherwise?
Man, I loved it.
With that?
I loved every second of that, bro.
Yeah, he deserved every bit of that shit.
I loved every second of that, man.
Yeah.
Like
Corey, do you see what I meant when I said I could see you do some shit like that?
like,
That's
bro, what?
Oh man.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was shocking though, right? Because I don't watch that podcast, but I understand like how many views those kind of podcasts get, and like what type of audiences in the live chat. If that was live, I don't know if they were actually live right there, or was that pre-recorded? They were live. Yeah,
No, they were
yeah.
live.
So you talking? I know podcasts like that. You talking 10,000 people, 7,000 people?
No. There was over 87,000 people watching that live.
Yeah, I was trying to be concerned, man. Like I'm telling you, bro.
I
It's
can't really
shocking.
hear who you're talking to, Brass. Whoever you're talking to, I only hear you now.
Oh, he got to go out and come back.
You gotta, whatever it is, something going on with StreamYard. When y'all have hearing things or whatever, y'all gotta go out and come back and hit the link again. Something's wrong with StreamYard.
You got to experience that, Brad. It's funny when it seems
sounds
like
crazy. The way y'all keep describing it sounds
talking to yourself.
Crazy. It sounds crazy.
I was like, man, what's up with Brad's tripping? But then I realized like it's other people on the this nigga answering his own questions and shit.
Who's worse, Brass or the goddamn dealer?
Right. No, but yeah, 80-something thousand. Yeah,
it was 80-something thousand. But now think about it. It's gone viral. This is global now. They're talking about this on ESPN. They're talking about this on. They were talking about it on First Take. So now you're talking about millions. So that's why they're saying
First Take had it on.
First Take. Stephen A. Smith is talking about it on his show.
What was Steve?
It's Kenyon Martin.
What was Steve and Smith's opinion?
Stephen, hold on, I'm trying to change the title on this.
Was Steve saying that Kenyon Martin was wrong?
No, what they're saying is that actually should be a private conversation. But I understand what Kenyon Martin is saying, that you didn't, when you was telling the whole world I had a fucking speech impediment after I invited you to my house for Thanksgiving 3 times. He said I've had you at my house for Thanksgiving with my wife and kids 2 times in a row. And you get on the internet and say some shit like this. So I feel like what I gotta say to you, I gotta say publicly.
I feel like Kenyon Martin.
What provoked? Go ahead, Chief. My bad.
Hold on. Go ahead, Chief. Because Chief actually knows them, and then I'll get into what you got to say.
So let me clarify the whole thing so people have clarity. Plus, there's been some nuances that came out today.
I hate that word, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Okay, good.
Because I usually think y'all about to start trying to scam me when y'all do that nuance and content.
Right.
Go ahead.
I got you. So even Gil made a video.
Real quick,
We got mute out.
Dream, we
Real
can
quick,
hear you,
Chief.
Dream.
No, he can hear you, Chief. He just want to
Brass, do
throw
you have the
something because
video of
I
what
actually, I'm gonna play
yeah,
the
real,
I'm gonna play the
real
full
quick,
video. Just remember, it's a copyright issue too, because it's somebody else's what's
yeah,
the
I would
name. But
like to
I'll play
see
the
and
whole
hear
video
what
after the
Suge
point.
said.
Okay. Yeah, it's all over the internet.
No, hold on, Chief. Hey, Chief, do me a favor. I need you to humble out for 2 seconds. I actually want you to go last. Everybody else go quickly. If we're gonna get the clarity, I prefer you go last because you know the person.
No. Well, it's clarity that I'm gonna give that whatever they say may be off because they don't know the updates.
Right, and I want them to. That's the point. I want it to be kind of because I'll give you the final say on it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Truist. Go ahead, Truist.
Yeah, I wanted to just say, I agree 1,000,000% with Kenyon Martin's actions. Well, his line of thinking of what his intended effect was. I just think it might end up backfiring from what he wanted because Uncle Suge is the kind of dude that takes any type of publicity as good publicity. Whether it's bad press, it in his eyes, bad press is good press. So this might not have the effect Kenyon Martin want. It might have been better to have it in private so there was no spotlight put on this idiot.
Good point. That's a good point. Anybody else want to go before Chief? Because Chief is the person I actually wanted to have the subject talk about the subject with, because he's the only reason I even know who the dude is. Because I remember him being on Chief's panel before. Chef, you could. Chef said Suge fucked up. Fetty said he got exactly what he deserved. He got sunned. He can't talk shit on the internet no more. Didi said, nah, he returned that energy. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. Go ahead, Chief. I'm gonna give you the floor. Go
So,
ahead, Chief.
I think Truist was just talking, but regarding this spotlight, Truist, you saying a spotlight may be put on him and it may backfire, but not really because you'll notice that nobody's really saying his name. Suge's YouTube channels have been taken down, at least 4 or 5 of them over the years. So he has one YouTube channel now that's called Celebrity Suge, and he did a response to it, and only got this morning it was 1,900 views. It may have now, so nobody's really checking for him as far as a spotlight because nobody's really said his names in all the clips. Now people said the name Suge, but since his YouTube page has been taken down, they can't find him. Or they said his name George, but they didn't say his last name. So nobody's really checking for him per se. They just talking about the incident. Now, for clarity about the whole thing, you have to understand how Suge got the job on Gil Arenas' show. Gil Arenas and Kwame Brown has been beefing the last several years, hardcore, just clowning each other. But Suge, nobody in America clowns Kwame Brown more than Suge or Uncle Suge, or now he's called Celebrity Suge. So Gilbert likes the fact that Suge was clowning Kwame crazily. So Gil hired and sent for Suge to come to California, and he became a producer because he's pretty good at editing and clowning on YouTube, right? So that's how he got the job. Now, they really didn't look into the cat because he has horrible character. If they knew his character, they would have never hired him to be a so-called producer on their show now, right? Suge has horrible character. He's a predator, right? Now, but them NBA players didn't know his history in the conscious community. They didn't know his history about him having 2 different babies by impregnating girls who are 14 and 15 years old, right? When he was 19 years old. He admits this. That's what happened. So they don't know all this drama. But let me get back to how I feel about it. So I feel Kenyon Martin was right in doing that in public. Suge does everybody like that in public on a major level, right? Um, but actually that video of Suge clowning Kenyon Martin and his speech impediment was a few years ago before he met Suge. That has come out today. So we have to take that into account. He never met Kenyon before he made that video. Come a few years later, now this video comes up with him talking crazy a few years ago. Now, everybody on the panel of Gil's Arena, all the NBA panels, even Gil and Kenyon, didn't know it was a few years ago. There's been a change and an update. So people feeling that Suge is going to be fired, which I think eventually he may be, because people are going to start digging into his character now, and they're going to eventually see his character. But Gil today in an interview said, I don't know, because Gil hired him as an employee for his company. So just firing somebody haphazardly may be an issue, but Gil seemed to say nah, well, we're not gonna fire him because that was a couple of years ago. He met Kenyon now, and he sees Kenyon's a nice guy, and this and this and this. But to even clown somebody like that is bad character. They just don't know his character, but they will eventually this week. Okay, but I think Kenyon was right to do that. Suge is a piece of shit. It was an even girl, business partner of mine, a chick I'm dating. She was married. He didn't post this married woman's picture all over the place. I don't know how Suge found out about that. Suge then sent me cease and desist letters when I was calling him a predator some years ago. And I'm going to put that video back up later on today. I just feel like, fucking with Suge today. And I'm going to go in on it. But y'all can go ahead.
Hilarious. Thunder, you got a thought on it? I know Stu Pease is here. Thank you for that clarity, right? Because now, and Thunder, cut me off whenever y'all ready. Then I want to move to something else. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I don't really know the guy. He just looked familiar from what I saw on a video. What I saw in the video before. But Thunder, Stu Pease, anybody? Y'all want to talk about it? Okay, cool. This is the video from Kwame Brown that he put this morning. Check it out.
This video to Kenyon and Swaggy P a long time ago. I added them in the video. So, Junkie, you thought that you was going to be able to run them up, and you actually thought that you could just say and do whatever with a job? You really think you Michael Jackson bad, don't you, boy? See, this is what you got to understand, Junkie. When you take on a job, you represent a company, and you're a part of a team. You have to show loyalty to that team. This guy, Gilbert Arenas, hired this guy from Cleveland because he disrespected my mother, he disrespected me, he disrespected my family. Cito sent this video to me. We sent it to Kenyon. I don't know if Kenyon saw it before. He said he only saw it 2 weeks ago. And so now Kenyon has finally seen the video and got rid of this junkie. I sent this video to Kenyon and Swaggy P a long time ago. I added them in the video. So, Junkie, you thought that you was going to be able to run them up, and you actually thought that you could just say...
Oh, my bad. All right. So, anybody got any thoughts on that before I move on? We live, but I'm gonna do this more along the lines of a Discord kind of thing where we cover a couple of topics, and I want y'all opinions. Trust me, I do want to hear what y'all think.
Notice he keeps calling him Junkie because Suge is an ex-dope fiend also, but he tries to hide it. He also has convictions for drug possession and felonies and stuff for drug possession. So that's why he calls him Junkie all the time. And that's the only reason why Gil hired him, is because he comes for Kwame. So they had that in common. And, Gil sometimes be immature like that. And really didn't check his character before he hired him.
Okay. All right. So on the panel, can everybody hear me? I'm gonna move to a topic. I hope it's not sensitive, but this is what the world is talking about. We should be able to talk about it also. So I want to move to politics. Is this going to be uncomfortable to have as a conversation? Thunder, are you there? Because you ain't said nothing in a while. I just want to make sure your connection is still right. You might not be there. Let me move you off. For a second. Okay. Thunder might not be there. All right. So, Chief, while I set up the next video, so who's worse, the dealer or the user?
So the dealer is way worse than the user. The user, usually in general, is an individual who develop an addiction. They have no intent to harm anyone else or what have you. Um, they don't mean no harm. They're just supporting their addiction. They get their drugs and they go in a house and do their thing, and nobody see them again until they finished all their drugs. Then they go back out to get more. The dope dealer has a combination of things going on with him. He may be a gangbanger. He may be thuggish. He don't give a goddamn. He's just trying to sell and make some money. He don't care if 10 pregnant women came up to him to buy drugs. He gonna sell to all 10 pregnant women. It's a moral issue involved, more so with the dealer than the user. The dealer is way more immoral and will lie, cheat, and steal to make money. He'll rob other dealers. I mean, now the drug user, sometimes he may commit a crime to make some money so he can get some more drugs. But that's just a craving that drives him to do that crime. It's not really in him like that normally if he wasn't on drugs. Right? You know what I mean? So it's but I just think that the drug dealer has way more immoral behavior. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Anybody want to comment on that while I set up the next video? Now, the next conversation is going to be political. I'm telling y'all, because it's actually big news, huge news. Corey, you there? Because I like to have these conversations with Corey too. Are you just, if y'all can unmute yourselves, let me know, because I can't have this conversation by myself. Not this particular one. So, Stu Pease.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to say anything because it irks me to agree with Chief X. Irks me to the soul, but Chief X is 100% right. I consider drug dealers as worse than pedophiles. I consider that. I said that in a conversation on pseudo killers one day, and somebody was saying, no, they don't believe it. Because drug dealers has no remorse. I've never seen a remorseful drug dealer. It, like, even after they lose all the money, I've known multi-millionaire drug dealers who lose all the money and come back home. And they've always speak gloriously at the high times. I've never heard them mention the thousands of people who stole their grandmother TV for the high. It was all about, if I knew what I knew, I would invest in XYZ, but the money was so good at the time. No remorse for what they do to the community. It's some of the most selfish people that exist that will sell out their mother, the best friend ever. There's nothing beneath them that they wouldn't do for that dollar. You know, them worse than pimps. Them only second to pimps to me, right? Because pimps only have a limited amount of girls that him leech off of, but drug dealers leech off the whole community. And we romanticize them. And they come around and they act like they're special. Always known. If you live long enough, the same drug dealer who was special today coming back down to ground. But it is what it is. But I agree with Chief X.
You agree with Chief X. That's gonna let you know I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to that clip, and I'm gonna use it at my discretion.
You know what else I say, Brass?
What?
Damn, I forgot my damn thought.
Must not say it very much.
Wait a minute, what was I gonna say? I done lost.
I don't know. But you said you always say it, but you can't remember what it is. So,
oh, I know what I was gonna say.
Okay, good.
I've on me personally. Y'all may know some, whatever, but me personally, I've only known one successful dope dealer. And I mean successful, meaning he didn't get arrested, go to prison, lose everything, and he done time. Then he get out, sell drugs. That's not successful to me. So one successful dope dealer, I know he bought a home, but he sold powder. He didn't sell crack. He
Mm-hmm.
sold powder to a lot of people, and he bought a home. Never ever been to jail in his life. Still got his home in an apartment building. He stopped now, and he was successful. But everybody else I knew who sold dope, I've never met a successful dope dealer where they didn't
Now,
go to
I'm
prison
gonna
or do
challenge you on
time
that point.
and lose something.
Even though I want to move on to the
Even
next
Ricky
subject,
Ross
I gotta push.
Even
I
Ricky
gotta
Ross made
challenge
money.
you.
Okay, let me just say this though. Even Ricky Ross made $1 million, but he lost it all and did prison time.
But this goes to Chef's point. Only us would even think in terms of a nigga that sold a whole lot of drugs and got away with it and used the word successful.
Right.
He fucked up so many lives.
Right.
And fucked up so many people. We skipped past that, like, but you know what though? That nigga made it out. He got a house. He didn't get caught. Y'all just proved Chef's point.
He
I've
was
never
successful in his
understood it. Yeah,
endeavor.
I get it, bro. I get it. It's the weird thing. It's just a weird. Sometimes the conversation I like to
It's a
go.
weird dichotomy. I get it.
Right. It is very weird. All right, I want to play this. Right, I want to play this. So yesterday, Thunder, go out and come back because I don't think your connection's right. You might want to leave and come back. Corey, can you hear us now? Because I saw Corey and Truist left.
Yeah, I hear
Hopefully they
y'all
can hear
now.
us now.
I hear
Yeah,
y'all.
Okay.
I can hear.
Okay, so yesterday, it's kind of been bleeding out, but it's kind of becoming world news now. I hate the way the political cycle. If y'all pay attention, shit happens the week before now, and political cycles is crazy in news and social media because the shit happens and moves and moves and moves, and then it's like they pick one or two stories and run with them, right? So this shit happened like last week. We had heard the rumblings of what was going on with this last week. So Trump's counterterrorism, the head of his counterterrorism in his administration, resigned. And this was after the guy that stood up. I'm pretty sure everybody saw it. He stood up, said what he had to say. They was trying to pull him out. He broke his arm. This happened right after that. It's not that guy, but this is after that story. So I'm basing around that time. So he just resigned. And in his resignation letter, I'm going to read the letter after I introduce the topic. And this will probably be the last topic because I got a couple other things I want to talk about, but we'll do that later. In his topic, in his letter, he says, because there is no way we should be at war with Iran. They pose no threat to us whatsoever. This is his count. This is the person that Trump put in charge of his counterterrorism. I'm gonna play a little bit of a person's clip. Then I'm
He
gonna read
got
a
a
little bit of
higher
the letter.
security. He got a higher security
He
clearance
has
than
the
Donald
highest.
Trump did.
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
the highest, right? Ain't it the highest or
Yeah, it's
something
in
like that?
America. Nobody has a higher security clearance than he got.
Okay. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this clip. I'm gonna read. Y'all can talk about it, but then I'm gonna read a little bit of the letter. So
just resigned and said that the Iran war is based on a lie. Right? Joe Kent ran the National Counterterrorism Center. He's a Green Beret with 11 combat tours, a Gold Star husband, and a Trump ride or die who got confirmed on a party line vote. And he just said that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and that Israel pressured us into this war using the same playbook that got us into Iran. Saying specifically, it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. And then where it gets spicy is you had Speaker Mike Johnson contradicting that, saying that Kent is wrong and that there was clearly an imminent threat based on classified briefings. So Democrats who were in those same exact briefings say that's just not true. And so the American public once again has to ask, who's lying? And as far as Trump's response, he said,
I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security. It's a good thing that he's out.
A lot of MAGA has chosen really not to address what Ken has said and instead have just called him kind of a crazed egomaniac who is going to get fired anyway. Because Ken's been clashing with other top officials over conspiracy theories, like when he tried to get access to FBI databases to see whether there was foreign involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination. But for now, with 13 American soldiers dead, many more injured, and seemingly no end in sight for Trump's Iran war, follow to stay in the loop. Trump's own counterterrorism director just resigned and said that the Iran war is
What do y'all think about that before I read a little bit of this letter? What do y'all? And I'm sure the viewers will go down, but this is a conversation that I've been wanting to have, but I wanted to be able to pull sources. So all of y'all come off mute. Let's have a good conversation about it. I don't know if Dream is still here or whoever. Y'all can hear all each other. Y'all pretty much take the conversation. Whoever wants to go first while I go look this up.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know, a big part of this conversation, a lot of things are getting mixed together. Like I saw there was a CNN poll by Pew Research where they asked most Americans how they felt about Iran and whether they felt there should be a regime change, right? And it was something around like 75 agree there should be a regime change. But when they were then asked, do you agree with us going to war with Iran for that
Somebody
regime
speaking.
change? Most Americans completely was against us going to war,
Hold on, Truist. If
right?
y'all can't hear who's speaking, you
Yo,
got to
somebody
go out and
speaking.
come back.
Yeah, the
If somebody
regime change could be
somebody's
done
speaking, you
from
got to. If
within,
you can't hear it, y'all got to
right?
go
So
out and
that's
come
what
back.
that's probably what. So a lot of
So,
times it's the way they ask those poll questions. But
right.
my
I
only
was, I
thing with
was,
go ahead, go
I
ahead.
was,
Oh, yeah.
I was just want to say really
American
quick, like
Dream, go out and come back.
I think with a lot of Americans, with a lot of politicians, and with a lot of this conversation, there needs to be a clear line that's drawn between people that agree with Trump's military actions and people that feel Iran's regime needs to change. Like you don't have to agree with both,
No,
right?
no.
And I think anyone with a brain understands why it would be a bad thing for us to continue a war with Iran.
Okay, go ahead, Corey.
And at the way we going, we losing 6 a week. We're losing 6 American soldiers a week if they telling the truth about the body count. But what I see is, man, it's it's pretty disappointing when you see the president kind of talk shit about a two-tour combat veteran for one, and also he's a gold star husband. He lost his wife in the. Am I still there? Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, here you go, brother. We hear you.
God damn it!
Well, he can't hear
Corey,
us.
I
Corey,
gotta
you
go out
good.
and
We
come
hear
back
you. We
in.
hear
I
you.
go out and
Corey,
come
go
back
ahead.
in.
We hear you, Corey. We hear you. Oh, man.
Something's wrong with StreamYard today. I'm gonna assume there's something wrong with StreamYard. Stupi's Thunder.
Yeah, I miss out on this because when I was listening to it online, I don't know how far behind I am. I had to take a call. But I was
Okay.
listening to talking
Yeah,
about
I'll be honest. I haven't really looked too much into this particular
was I
person's
speaking?
statements and his beliefs and stuff. So I can't really speak
Was I
directly to
can you
that.
hear me?
I've been looking more
Yeah,
about
I can hear
stuff.
you. I can hear you, Stu. I can hear you, Stu.
Yeah, but the dude just jumped in and cut me like, whoa, when you come
Well, I
No,
can't
I
hear
don't
I
know if
Stu.
he
can't
can,
believe
but
it.
I don't
He
know if he
probably
can.
can't
But
hear
the
you,
issue
Steve.
I might move this to Discord in a second. I might
Yeah,
move this
yeah,
to
I forgot the
Discord. But
Discord.
matter of
Yep.
fact, y'all move the Discord because I can bring up the Discord. If y'all
Yeah,
can move to the Discord, I'm gonna
yeah,
read the letter because they can still hear us, and then I'll just bring the
yeah,
Discord into the show if y'all don't mind. So y'all leave out
right.
and go to Discord. Y'all leave out and go to Discord. Somebody set up a chat. Truest, if you could set up a chat, and then I'm gonna read this letter live, and then I'll bring the Discord into the conversation. Because I'm assuming that everybody can still hear us, but I don't think Thunder can hear us at all. Smooth Smalls to the chat. Something wrong with StreamYard today. So this letter basically says, let me read this letter. President Trump, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war. Let me make this a little bigger. Okay, I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. And it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 20, and 24, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. And that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This is a lie and is the same tactic that the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran, who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Joseph Kent, Director of the National Counterterrorism Center. So I'm going to open up the Discord. Give me a second. I'm going to open up the Discord. Give me 1 second. Chef, stop critiquing me in the chat. I am not interested in your critiques of what's going on in this show. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open up the Discord in the show. Give me 1 second. But other than that, what's up with y'all? I think we're having a good show, but I'm going to move it back to the Discord because Discord just ain't working. And I'm tired of trying. It's messing up my train of thought and the people that I'm trying to have good conversations with.
I think Trump's the left, and then on the left, I think Trump is they really thought this candidate has my best interest in or is completely aligned with my interests. It just was on both sides. I don't want the other person to win.
Right. You know what, Malcolm?
Hold on real quick. Y'all are live on YouTube. Yeah, and I'm about to leave out the YouTube real quick. Thunder, go to the Discord. Dream, go to the Discord. Go ahead, whoever wants to. I just read the resignation letter. That letter is very damning, bro.
Yeah, I read that the other day. Yeah, and again, he kind of emphasized like, yo, like it ain't no reason for us. Like they don't pose no threat to the United States. Like when you got, the guy, counterintelligence head guy, telling you, yo, these people, you know what I mean? These people ain't posing no threat. Donald Trump does that a lot, though. Like he goes against his own intelligence a lot, and what it is not only the Israeli government and oh boy, what's his name, Netanyahu, right? But it's the people in his cabinet. The people in his cabinet are crazy. Like these people are highly religious people. You know what I'm saying? And this is what you get when you get these end times type biblical, you know what I mean? This literal biblical shit. Like, this is what they doing. You know what I'm saying? Like Pete said, Pete Hegseth is a crazy, drunk, religious fool. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like, you got these people, and it's nuts. We got the goddamn help. We got, what's his name, JFK Jr. You know what I mean? Like, this guy. It's a wild position that we in with this cabinet. You know what I mean? And they got a bunch of crazy people behind them, all these evangelical nut job Christian. It's too much. It's too much, y'all. It's too much for me to bear. Somebody, go ahead. Somebody.
I think it's crazy though, Corey, when we that now for some reason, right? I had said last week, and I thought I was making a stretch of saying I don't agree with the war simply because of, I think it has too much to do with Israel bringing us into it, similar to the Iraq war. Now, none of this was never confirmed. These are just my personal thoughts, just paying attention to reading the tea leaves, how they say. And I never like saying that publicly, that we're moving because Israel said so, that we're making movements in our country because Israel somehow is kind of like puppeting us, right? But here's the crazy part, Corey. When the head of counterterrorism for the Trump administration essentially says to me, because I like to believe, right? I like to live in this world, this fantasy world, that what I'm saying is a damn conspiracy, but what's actually going on ain't that easy to figure out, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to be in my own little bubble and have a little bit of conspiracy, but when the way I'm putting it here in New Jersey is the same way that the person with the highest security clearance in the United States of America, when he's saying exactly what I'm saying, that makes me uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Because now I gotta start thinking, when Cuban is telling me like the shit is simple, or you telling me the shit is simple, and I'm like, well, I'm sure it's above our pay grade, and there's got to be some nuance, right? I'm about to start scamming y'all and shit. There's some context that we don't have, some information we don't have. And the damn head of counterterrorism says that Israel led us into the Iraq war. They leading us into this war. And I refuse to send American citizens behind Israel, basically leading us like puppets. That kind of shit makes me very uncomfortable. I shouldn't be able to figure this shit out from a laptop in New Jersey without no inside information. Just basically same information any other citizen got. And I'm yelling, no, we can't be that silly. That Israel finally convinced the president after what happened in Iraq to go to war in Iran. And it literally happened exactly like that. That's scary.
And then the fool's response was, yeah, he a decent guy, but like, as far as intelligence, man, I don't think he good. It's like, what? Coming from you, bro? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
And the crazy part is, coming from him, it's wild as hell. But shit, if you thought this shit, that you always thought he was fucking weak and this and other, that's the motherfucker that you picked for counterterrorism? That's the person you give the highest security clearance in the United States? See, I don't know. It made me uncomfortable, but even if I end up losing in this particular conversation, this is something that I got to give a win to. I was hoping Thunder was in on this conversation, but I got to give a win to y'all, you, Cuban, and Stu P specifically, that this is where I can say the fact that it's this simple to figure out is very problematic. This is probably the lowest. This is the lowest I've felt about.
Ain't none of us winning. Be very clear, Braz. Ain't none of us winning in
Yeah,
this
I know.
Hey,
But go ahead,
Brad.
Stu. I mean, after Smalls, go ahead, Stu.
No, I was just gonna say before you came in, I literally asked Malcolm the same question. Wasn't he a fucking presidential pick? I was gonna go into all the different shit that people voted for him for. I'm just saying though, like, yeah, I literally just asked that question. Go ahead, Steve.
No, Corey and I would like to laugh at them, but it's not funny. It is not funny. We'd love to laugh at you, but it's not funny. Because the thing about it is that we have been alive long enough to see game played. And this was new. We see Trump coming from a mile away. We see everything that he was saying coming from a mile away. Corey and I saw it coming from before the ship came over the horizon. We saw these clouds and we know that rain was coming. And we couldn't believe that other people couldn't see it either. And that's what frustrates us many times and we come off very aggressive. Trump is not new. But the problem is that I was hoping that the same thing what you would say was true. That there would be good men who would hold him accountable. And when good men can no longer hold you accountable and decide to step away, the rest of the American public believe the lie that you tell them a good man, that this person who you employed as your counterintelligence officer, you basically call him an imbecile in so many words. That's what Trump just did to this man who said, listen, I cannot go along with this. He was totally discredited by Trump as an imbecile, as not being very smart. I don't really know him. And when you look at it, and the American people have no problem with it. And that is why I know that the Republicans is going to win the midterms. I see this coming from a mile away. There has to be something drastically that has to happen to prevent that from happening. And when that happens, remember, I always tell the train car story. You Negroes, including me, prepare because we're going into the train cars. That's my 2 cents.
Well, I think everyone needs to pay attention to the debates that are happening over the SAVE Act in the Senate right now, because that's going to have a big effect on midterms.
Ooh, you talking good. You talking real talk. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's what we see. It's so much its own shit. They doing so much shit that we can't pay attention to one thing, bro. We cannot. I hate to cut you, Truist, but because it was your thought, but I want to emphasize how important it is to because it's today. They arguing today about the SAFE Act, and this is the coup that I was telling y'all about. They finna literally pull off this fucking coup right here today. Watch it. Watch. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about, y'all. And it's what Reggie said. Reggie brought this up because they did this in the 1700s, right? With the voters, right? They put the federal government put troops out at the polls so that people could go vote. You see what I'm saying? So that they wouldn't be, these motherfuckers wouldn't be harassing people and shit like that, right? But he doing it for the exact opposite, right? These people are going out there to do the harassing. You know what I'm saying? To make you pull out, you gotta have 3. Listen, you're gonna have to go to vote. You're gonna have to damn near have 3 different IDs. And if you a woman and you married and you done moved out of state and shit, oh, your voting, your rights is gone. You can't vote no more. If you're a woman that's married and you done took your husband's last name and then you moved out of state with your husband, you're done.
No, Corey, if you're already registered to vote, this don't affect you. This is for people that are trying to register to vote that aren't already.
Depends on how. So everything is state to state. So some states you get registered to vote at the BMV, right?
Yeah.
But other states don't work like that. Other states actually honor the Constitution, right? And when you go down there to vote, as an American citizen, you just go down there to vote. You don't have to be
Well, this
have a
bill,
credential on your license. You know what I'm saying?
but Corey, the bill is is federal, so it's going to sweep across the states with just two things. First, to register to vote. To register to vote, you're going to have to show proof of citizenship. You can't. You can no longer just sign that says I profess under the binds of perjury that I am a citizen. No. You don't get to just sign a checkbox say attesting you're a citizen. You're gonna have to show a birth certificate or you're gonna have to show a passport, proof of citizenship. Now, once you're registered to vote, when you go vote, now you can show a photo ID. Now you can show a photo ID when you go to vote. But the main thing is nobody that's registered to vote, like I'm sure all of us on this panel are, none of us are going to have to re-register to vote because of this bill.
Well, it depends now because this is the part of the data that they give. It depends on if you gave the proper identification when you were. This is retroactive. You understand that, right?
No. When I looked at it does not affect people that are already registered to vote. This is for people that want to register to vote moving forward. But if you're already registered, there's nothing that will take your registry away.
Everybody pause. I just want to give the clarity.
Yeah.
In this particular case, Corey is correct. And that's one of the Democratic issues that they're arguing. I've been watching this while we was having this drug dealer conversation. When Truist and Thunder and Kyle was proving to me that they sold drugs at some point in their life. I'm staying on that. Because y'all niggas was talking too clear about how the drugs and the fentanyl get in and shit. So I'm going back.
They gave a one-on-one course.
Yeah. I'm gonna make crack. There was a song called with TRU. Called Make Crack Like This. You niggas should make the sequel. Here's the second one. Under the SAVE Act, though, Truist, this is what they're arguing. Now, what you're saying makes sense. But under the SAVE Act, what they're arguing is, and this is why the Democrats are fighting it so much.
Well, Brass, I know that's their argument.
No. Listen. In the Act. I'm telling you what's in the Act. You may have to states may be required to re-verify those voter rolls and remove people who can't confirm citizenship. So you might have to see.
I'm gonna need to see that in the bill because when I looked at the bill,
remember this. Hold on. What they voted for today is just so they could begin the debate. So we're not at the policy stage. This is just. Is this even worth discussing on the floor?
But they presented the act, right? They put it on the floor and they're debating it, right? But I'm saying what was presented does not state that people that are registered currently are going to possibly have their registration removed. Now, that's part of the argument the left is consider, like, is that a possibility, right? Could this act create that situation? But I'm saying that
so we gotta be more proactive than that. So what let me explain.
Let's read what it says.
I understand what you're saying, Truist, and you ain't out of bounds in no kind of way. Don't think that I'm trying to say that. But what the Democrats is basically telling y'all is just like they talked about it. You got to go back to the hearings. When they were confirming Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, right? They said, well, the Roe v. Wade is done and over with. That's law. That's case law. We ain't worrying about that. We ain't coming in trying to worry about all of that, right? That's what they say. And in the bill, they always leave these little loopholes, right? So that they can say, well, no, we ain't saying that if you're a married woman that you'll have to re-register. We ain't saying that. We just saying it's good. If you already registered, you good. But they ain't really, but what the Democrats are saying, like, yo, look, they always talk about what they ain't gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But then they turn around and do just what you thought they was gonna do.
I know that's exactly what they're doing, and I'm saying that I don't like that kind of shit because the way they're talking, they talking like granddad is gonna have to go dig up his birth certificate to re-register.
And you might have to. That might. See, the thing is, you're saying, oh, it's not in the bill, but if the language is written. See, we talking about legalese here, right? The way the language is written in the bill, right? That language could leave that loophole just for that. So they saying, no, we ain't doing that. But then once the bill passed, they say, yo, look, this is how we interpreting this. And we well within our rights. And then we're going to go to Amy Coney Barrett at the Supreme Court. And she going to say, yep, I agree with him. He can do whatever he want to do.
Here's the thing, Corey and Truist. So just so you know, I know what the bill actually is saying right now. Mm-hmm. So in layman's, I want to do the actual legalese, right? The legalese is the issue that the Democrats have with the bill. And remember, the Republicans have done this on other bills so far where it'll be presented as this, but the language is so broad. It's very clear, but it's broad. So it'll say, like, I ain't trying to do this other thing that you worried about, but the language. So follow the exact language. Now walk with me through this. The language says the bill is essentially saying, it's like in political, they call it interpretation and implementation. Whenever you talk about a bill, that's when these debates start. They always hang up on interpretation, implementation. So the bill says only citizens can be registered and states must ensure accuracy. But the issue is, now that doesn't say re-verify, nothing of that. But the implementation part, now when you get to interpretation, there's the issue. How many of the registrations we have now, people that are already registered were done without any documentary proof at all. So what they're saying is, on their side, if you watch the conversations that they having today in the Senate, what they're saying today is that eventually, when this actually moves to past discussion, and we actually talking about implementation, somebody, one of them Republicans is going to say, may I have a minute? And he's going to say, I think that the state should go back and verify existing voters in order to comply
the rest of the senators should tell him to sit his ass down.
And here's the challenge. It's a two-part challenge. If it's already agreed, conversations like that or statements like what that senator is going to stand up and make, it's already been discussed. They don't bring up shit on the floor without it already having support. And right now, before the if they do this before, then what you're going to have is a situation of it's already going to be like, I agree. And then it's going to be voted on. They already got the support for it. And then even if they take it to the Supreme Court based on the original language, even like a Democrats are basically saying, even if it don't say it directly, the states will end up rechecking people. And then some actual voters are going to get cut off. So even though it don't explicitly say that, but it does require states to make sure that only citizens are on the rolls, it could lead to re-verification. Now, based on that original language, we having basically a high level political legalese language conversation on how it gets passed.
But this is what I do with the union. This is what I gotta understand. This is what I do in my union.
I'm gonna land my plane right now. Based on the legalese of the original language, even though you're 100% right, it don't say it now. If that language gets to the Supreme Court of the United States, and it says that, and I'm gonna stay right on what it says right now. Only citizens can be registered, and states must ensure accuracy. The Supreme Court is going to rule based on those 2 points when this gets debated. You motherfucking states are gonna have to go back under these standards and re-verify, and that's going to throw the election system into a motherfucking shitstorm. Because here's the challenge. Most people walking around today do not have passports. A lot of people do not have passports. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, specifically elderly, that dealt with midwives in the 60s and shit like that, they don't even have fucking birth certificates. Yeah. The process, I think the issue's truest is that what the Republican Party is going to do, and this ain't just MAGA, this is Republicans, because they're running also. The Republican Party is going to do this because they understand there's not a problem with the citizenship in the country. They know that by forcing, they know that we do not have a DMV, a passport center, or a documentary center nowhere in these states of these United States that can verify that many motherfuckers that fast. If you order your birth certificate, you might not get that shit for a month. Mm-hmm. You might, by the time you get it, the elections will be over. So just understand, we're not having a literal political.
And again, most people ain't even on this info. They're not gonna know it until they get to the fucking voting booth.
And they're gonna say, fuck it.
Most people ain't realizing this right now as we talking. We knowing about this shit, but the average citizen ain't understanding. They don't give a damn about this right now because gas prices is up. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, let me say so Brass. Wait, before you go,
let him respond, and then Stupies will go to you. Go ahead, True.
Yeah, so the Democratic Party's part of their argument right now is that the system we have already requires you to be a citizen of this country to register to vote, right? Like that's the idea. The idea is people on both sides understand you have to be a citizen to vote, right? Like nobody disagrees with that. But the Democrats are arguing that you checking off a box that you attest you're a citizen is enough.
Our voter system has been working for 200 years, bro.
No. I'm not arguing.
And now this guy comes along. We got one guy.
But there's a difference between checking a box.
Corey, I'm not arguing either side. I'm just presenting the arguments on both sides.
No, but the Democratic issue, even if you present an argument, there's a piece in it, pause, and we go right to Stupies after this. The issue is, yes, we already require people to do it. The people to be citizens to vote. The issue is it's a very far plank in this nation to go from checking a box to say you're a citizen and that's enough to actually requiring the documents.
That's what I was trying to
prove that you are a citizen. Because you may be a U.S. citizen, but like I said, how do you most people can't find it. Bro, listen, let's have an honest conversation real quick about voting. Most people look for any fucking reason not to vote anyway. If they hungry on the way to they vote, I'm gonna just stop and get something to eat. By the time they done eating, the polls close in 10 minutes. I ain't gonna make it no way. It's all good. Anytime you introduce any barrier to a person voting, you're essentially securing the fact that they're not going to vote. As soon as they click the thing says your birth certificate will be here in 3 weeks, but you can expedite it by paying an extra $60-something or something like that. Bro, they can't. That shit costs too much. They'll just say fuck it. And the just say fuck it is what the Republican Party is banking on. Let's go to Stupies. Stupies, go ahead.
Thank you very much for allotting me this time. Voter registration fraud. When you look at it per million is that one person per million committing voter registration fraud. So it's not really even a crime. Imagine if you have 1 per million deaths in the United States per year. That would be about 450 people dying in the States every year. You'd consider that a miracle. You'd say, that's no problem. That's no problem. 1 voter per fraud for every 4 years that you have election. So that even would have been lower than 1 per annum. So people making a big deal out of this bullshit, and then we compare the Republican argument to the Democratic argument. There was no argument in the first place. The Republican is making this an argument because there was never an issue with non-citizens voting in the United States. They are making it an issue. And they're putting law for something that is not an issue. So they're spending money to verify something that is not an issue, which is stupid. And
They
people don't
reintroducing a
understand.
poll tax.
Wait,
Hold on.
Yes,
Reintroducing a poll tax.
hold on. Stu Peas, were you done? Because if not, I'm gonna
No,
let you
I'm
keep
not
going.
done. I'm not.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead,
not
Stu.
done, right?
Finish the thought.
I'm not done.
Yeah.
I'm not done. But when we look at it, and what I love with the brass, you have this about it that I love. Fool me one time, sorry me. Fool me twice, sorry you. I realize that when you look at it, you say, I must be the stupidest nigger in the room if I didn't see this. So I refuse to be the stupidest nigger in the room again. Because let's be honest, anybody who buy into this voter and citizen and ID stupidness is dumb as a box of brick. Because there's no issue. Because the first thing I'll ask anybody, why do we need it? Is there an issue with voter registration fraud? Can you identify how many persons vote illegal in the last election? Oh, it was 2? So you mean out of 165 million Americans who voted in the 2024 election, you identified 2 that were non-citizens?
And you got to understand, Stu Peas, not to cut you real quick. You got to understand that, to the people who, the one person who does voter fraud, you got to understand, Stu Peas, he's got to go down to the DMV and be fraudulently getting registered first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's a whole task that nobody's, like, who's got time to do that? Most of, and I hate to say this, I hate to say it, I wasn't going to say it, right? But it got to be said, Stu Peas, if we telling the truth here, right? The overwhelming majority of those little one times every 4 years, the overwhelming majority of them, they're Republicans. And that's what's the wild part of it.
They're Republicans.
It's ridiculous to me.
The 2 people that they found voted. The 2 people that they found voted Republican.
Yeah, but for me, this isn't about stopping one party from being able to vote. Like, this is something I feel as though, voting is a constitutional right, just like bearing arms is a constitutional. We have a lot of constitutional rights as American citizens here that I really don't understand the issue with verifying you're a citizen to exercise these rights. I had to verify I was a citizen to get my pistol license, right?
If you go to any, if you go to grandma, you're gonna have to have a conversation with grandma. Granny gonna tell you. I'm telling you. Granny will sit you down and she'll explain that to you. For real.
This dude came on and is telling lies. I live in Florida. And long before I had a citizenship, I had an AK-47, I had a Bearing semi-automatic shotgun, I had 2 Glocks, I had an AR-15, and I am competent in all of those bullshit.
You have it legally? Did you have it legally?
Legally! I went to
wait, were you licensed? Were you licensed?
Of course I was.
Okay, did you have to verify your citizenship to get licensed?
No! I just have to verify that I was a resident, that I had a green card. It had nothing to do with citizenship. So over to that bullshit.
So you didn't verify you were a citizen before you bought AR in Florida?
The driver's license and 48 hours background check. 48 hours.
Was a part of that background check verifying that you were a citizen?
I could not. No, I could not take home the gun the same day. The first gun I bought was a Gentry Glock 19. And then I cut the slide in order to put a red dot scope on it. And I had the light under the bottom, and I didn't like it. When the Glock 5 came with the slides cut I got one of those. I changed the sides to higher sides that when it's up on the red dot, the sight was high enough that you could see the sights in case the red dots were on. Then
And you were
I bought the
licensed
shotgun.
and you were licensed to do all of that without verifying you were an American citizen.
I was not. You don't need American citizenship to have a gun license, dude. You don't need it. We understand.
I'm not gonna dispute that because I'm not familiar with the laws of Florida. But what I will say is voting is an American citizen's privilege to exercise.
Yes, but you don't need.
Wait a second. It is a privilege we have as citizens of this nation to exercise our political power here as a citizen. Now, when me and my wife went to Trinidad, if we decided to stay there, I don't know if they offer work visas or green card or whatever there, right? Or Belize, we would not be able to participate in the political process of a lot of the countries that we may go to until we become a citizen there as well, right? And verify that we're a citizen there. So I don't really see the problem with people in the age of technology in 2026. We're not talking about the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, where I understand even if you don't have the documents, today it is a lot easier. It is a lot easier. Wait a second, because I listened to you. I listened to you. Let me finish. It is a lot easier in 2026, in the age of technology, for us to attain a document proving our citizenship, some kind of document. All right. So what I'm saying is, voting is a privilege. Voting is a
3 times. Let me ask you the question.
Yeah, and I heard you.
Is there an issue?
I heard you.
Is there an issue with voter fraud? Currently, Jewish, is there an issue with voter fraud in the United States of America?
No, but I don't think just because there's no issue with because there's not an issue with voter fraud, that doesn't mean we shouldn't verify through some sort of documentation that the person we're giving the rights of an American citizen to is an American citizen. I don't understand why that's an issue. That's not an issue in the country. To participate in the political process. Wait a second. To participate in the political process, Stoopies. To participate in the political process of your country, in Jamaica. To participate in the political process of Jamaica, you would have to prove and verify your citizenship in Jamaica. All right? This is true of 90% of the countries around the world. I'm saying, even if there isn't an issue with voting fraud, I don't understand why in 2026, I get the argument if it was the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, where it's hard to obtain the documents you would need. But in 2026, in the age of technology, I don't understand why it is such an issue to ask people to require proof of citizenship when they register.
Okay. But when they finish talking, let me talk. Because
Can I just say one thing to what he's saying, Stu? Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing and don't forget your thought. The only issue with that, Truist, and you'd have to agree, because the voter fraud, now I look at it somewhat like airport security. The amount of stuff that happens on airplanes and crimes that happens on airplanes is minuscule, but we do need security in place, even though it's minuscule. So if that's your argument, I don't have.
Yes, that's my argument. I'm saying even if voter fraud didn't exist.
Hold on. I get that. All right. So just so we understand when you clear.
Yes.
But the reason why I side with what Stu Pease is saying and what the Dems are saying is that in this particular case, though, for a handful of cases of voter fraud, we're going to restrict millions of people, and that becomes where you got to kind of choose what is legal versus what makes sense, specifically based on timeline. And this is why I think the issue isn't political or voting. The issue is more we need to fix the process. I'm talking about like fix the DMVs, fix the passport office, fix the ID situation, because a lot of these people can't get fucking IDs. Because if you've seen the real ID process, most people on this in the United States cannot get their hands on those documents, legal or not. Like you need like 7 different forms of this kind of, you got to have a bank, it does. So when you're talking about the reason, what Supi's is trying to say to you is he understands, yes, you can have restrictions for something that's rare. Airport security, different shit like where nothing really bad happens, like bank fraud. It's not a lot of bank fraud. But you need bank fraud strict laws in regards to bank fraud because it's important. But they're talking about for a handful of fraud cases. I mean, some states only have less. They have less than 100. You're going to restrict millions of potential voters.
Yeah. I'm not saying it. I'm not arguing for it because of the fraud. I'm saying even if the fraud never existed, I feel that should have always been the system. It shouldn't just simply be you checking off a box. You should have to verify that you are a citizen with some kind of document that proves it.
But if it's always been an issue, I'm gonna go right to you, Stu. I promise. But if it's always been an issue, Truist, and this so happens to be, it's not a coincidence that this so happens to be the most important midterm in the history of midterms. It's not a coincidence that so far something that's existed since the beginning of voting registration now all of a sudden is a federal issue and has to be fixed before the most important midterm in history. That's why I stand. Go ahead, True.
Let me just say this. Last week in New York City, I'm going to use an example that is not true. One woman got her handbag snatched in New York City, and the thief get caught. And the people them say, "Oh, bag snatching is rampant in New York City now. We need to hire police officers so we can put on every corner and every intersection to prevent bag snatching." That's the analogy, right? One bag got snatched, but now we're going to hire 10,000 police officers so that we have a police officer on every street corner 24 hours a day to prevent bag snatching. You understand how ridiculous that sounds to sensible people? The second thing is, I used to be in Jamaica during election time. They have the government hire people who goes around and register people to vote. Like how you do the census here, but they go house to house, they knock on doors and they ask, who's your voting age? Would you like to register to vote? They send people around to register to vote. So they have your address where you live. And they tell you when the time, and you ask them if they can call back and they come there, or you can go into a specific area and also register. So we have 2 methods. People go out. I used to be a scrutineer. What a scrutineer is that, along with the person who registering people to vote, the major political parties normally hire people to witness. So we have from one person from the Conservative Party, and one person from the more Liberal Party, and one person from the Independent. So you normally have 3 persons to observe the process, to understand that there's no tomfoolery going on. Because my job, if I see that this person, this polling officer was keeping up fuckery, I could say, no, I don't agree with that. And I could report it and there had to be an investigation. But wasn't asking anybody for the birth certificate or citizenship. Voting mostly went on through the annals of time and the word of the person. Now, if that person is proven to be something fraudulent, that's why the voting laws always are stringent. That if you lie on it and they found out that you lie on it, you're serving some time. And there's nothing you can do about it. Right? That's why voting laws are so strict. Because it goes after the honor system. That a citizen is honorable enough not to lie. Why are you lying? You can't vote, you just can't vote. Right? And that's what always has been. Now this person now fermenting distrust. This law is first to ferment distrust. That listen, these people are not like us. They are not one of us. You know that people not one of us, and they're not like us. So therefore, we have to find them, and we have to root them out. And we have to make sure that they prove that you're one of us. Your word don't mean anything anymore. Your character don't mean anything anymore. Since the formation of the United States, a man's word was his word. Only a Negro had to be walking up and down with his freedom papers. And that still exists today, where the black man, aka the Negro, cannot walk freely in America without his freedom papers. Because when the slave catcher or the police approach you, the first thing they ask you for is your freedom papers. Whether it want to be your freedom papers or your driver's license or your identifier, say, you have to prove to this Negro, as a Negro, that I should benefit from the United States. I want to hear a Negro coming up here. And that's why I call everybody named Negro. Not Negro, but Negro as it was scientifically defined by the white person 200 years ago. As a stupid individual who don't have any sense, who's easily manipulated. So these Negroes now walking up and down, and it's easily manipulated. The character don't matter anymore. The word don't matter anymore. They have to prove to the white man who they are and what they are. So go ahead, Negro. There's no crime, but you are making something a crime that is not a crime. And you're showing the freedom papers when you shouldn't be required to be showing freedom papers. Well, enjoy yourself.
Hold on, Truce. Where you at with this, Corey? Cuban, Smalls. Where you at with this, Corey? I don't know if y'all busy or not. I mean, I'm more than welcome to let them go back and forth, but before it gets too far gone, I want to open it to everybody else.
This is still in regards to the voting thing you guys are talking about.
Correct. They're discussing in Senate right now, debating now. They're at that stage. They approved it to debate if whether or not citizens should have to show or prove documentary proof that they are citizens in order to be able to or at least even to register.
Yeah, I think it's wild that we're instilling a because you got to understand the thing that always separated the United States from everybody else was our voting system. Y'all have to understand that that's a cornerstone to the foundation of the United States. We're not just talking about some willy-nilly thing here. This is this is foundational to the United States. So when we start to allow to bleed in this distrust, right, amongst our voting system, that's how you start to tear down the country. That's the first thing you do when you want to start to tear, especially the United States. If you want to tear the United States down, put distrust in the democratic system. You know what I'm saying? And so now it's all of this distrust. And we need to verify, we need to see, and next thing you know, we're gonna need a blood test or whatever. I don't know where, that's a little hyperbolic, but I don't know where it ends at, right? Where does it end at, right? We can't trust nobody. We can't trust the documents no more. The documents is fraudulent, and this and that and the other, and this name don't match because you was married in this state and that state don't match. It's all it's doing is putting a bunch of confusion, and then when you put the confusion in, now it's a bunch of distrust. And if you got distrust, you can't have any cohesion. And without cohesion, you can't even run a chess club, let alone a country.
One of the main,
you know what I'm saying? So that's what I think.
One of the main, stay right there though. One of the main parts of democracy, I'm cooking for my son. One of the main parts of democracy, god damn, is trust, and some of it is blind trust. And the fact that Truist, I understand what you're saying when you say you feel like every person that's a citizen should have to vote. I don't think any of us disagree with you. The challenge that we having though is that now all of a sudden, to introduce this now, I hate to say it, Truist, I can no longer just be like, just based on America, we just gonna do the right thing and it's gonna end up making sense and we gotta do checks and balances. In this particular case, we talking about the midterms. I don't think we have the time to force millions of voters in the country to do that.
I get that. But my point is, regardless of administration, this could have been 10 years ago under the Obama administration. If his administration pushed for this act, I'd be supportive of it. Because I think for me, I have trust that 99% of citizens that in this country, even if they don't have their citizenship papers or documents readily available to them at their house or at their mama's house, that in 2026, in the age of technology, they have so many resources that can get them those papers. And if they're proactive enough to do it in a time for a specific election they want to participate in, they can get it done in a timely manner. Now, again, big on proactive enough, because I do think voting, it is a privilege. It's a privilege that American citizens are given. And if you want to exercise that privilege and you really take voting serious, that shouldn't be a big
voting is not a privilege. Voting is a right. It's not a privilege.
It is a right. It is a privilege. It's a right and a privilege. But even if you want to say it's not a privilege. Fine. Even if you want to say it, because you can have your
evil.
Even if you want to say it's a right. Hold on. Even if you want to say it's a right. Even if you want to say it's a right.
No.
Even if you want to say it's a right.
Ross, we're not moving on. We're not moving on until people can concede to facts. We're not moving on unless people.
Okay. For your ego. Wait, Stoopies. For your ego, it's a right. It's a right. It's a right. Hold on. I wasn't done. It's a right. Now, you can do certain things even as an American citizen that is granted rights by the Constitution that could have your constitutional rights taken away from you, right? I'm saying in this specific case of this right, if you take this right serious, if voting is something very serious and imperative for you, especially to do at an upcoming election in particular, there are resources that you have accessible to 2026 that could get you what you need to verify that you're a citizen. Now, we're talking about trust. I have trust that American citizens have the ability to do just that. I don't believe that people that are participating in American society, filing their taxes, working every day, doing what they need to do as an adult, I don't believe that those people couldn't get documents to prove their citizenship if they needed to. I don't believe that.
Well, let me ask you one more question. Hold on, Brass, don't come. Let me ask you my question. Let me ask the whole panel a question. Let me ask you, Brass, I'm walking down the street and a policeman stopped me and said, "Give me your ID." Should I give him my ID?
No, he has to have probable cause.
Stop. Just no. Brass,
you want me to answer? You want me to answer?
Yeah. Answer the question. I'm walking on the street and a policeman stopped me, and him say, "I look suspicious. Give me your ID." Should I give him my ID?
Yes, and please let me answer. Yes. The reason being is you don't play. Wait a second.
I'll never talk to you again. I'll never talk to you again.
I don't need you to.
You're the biggest spoon on the planet.
I don't need you to.
This panel now.
I don't need you. I don't need you to. I don't need you to. You don't do anything for me. Anyways, the reason you should do it is because you don't play court. You don't play court. You don't play court on the sidewalk.
True. Truist, we heard your answer. We heard your answer. Stupid in 2-3 minutes or less. Get your thought out, then I'm gonna move it to Truist. But I'm cooking.
Right.
I need somebody else to moderate.
All right, Brass, you have assembled the coup. That's all I'm telling you. You have assembled the coup. You're Professor X of the coup. Enjoy yourself.
Stupid, before you go that far,
He
there are such
bowed
things.
out, Smalls. He bowed out.
Yeah,
To people
yeah.
to
Because I was about to say,
go ahead.
I think
I was just about to say. Hold on, wait. I was about to say there are right to ID states. So some of them states you have to fucking do it. Like it's not a choice. You don't ID, you go to jail.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, if they wanted to
can I finish my answer?
No, real quick, if y'all wanted to have a conversation, and I didn't know, this is what I'd be meaning. Y'all think I'd be joking when I say everything is my fault? Because somehow I'm cooking dinner for my son. Or not dinner, really like a little snack for after football. And something Truist said means I assembled a group of coons. Somehow. I don't even know. I can't even hear everything of what y'all saying, but the reason Truist, I was going to add to what you said, in New York City, you got to remember, there's a conversation called stop and frisk. There are some laws that aren't followed in y'all states that are a little different from what's followed out here.
Thank you. And he wouldn't even give me time to
and
explain
the thing
myself.
is, he didn't give you a chance to kind of say it because
He
y'all
didn't
was in
give
the
me
middle of the
time
room.
to explain myself.
Yeah. But go ahead, say what you're saying. And then other people get involved, please.
I'm saying the reason I'm going to do it is not because I want to do it, or not because I don't recognize the cop is racially profiling me. But one thing my parents always raised me to understand is you don't play court on the sidewalk. You play court in the courtroom. Get home, and then we will litigate it out in the courtroom if he violated your rights. But I'm not going to try to figure out whether or not he's lawfully asking me for my ID. Because yes, we have things like stop and frisk out here. Who knows? There might be some sort of investigation that going on, and I might look like a suspect to him. I don't fucking know, and I'm not trying to figure it out. Yes, the thing that's at the front of my mind is he's doing this because I'm a black male that's 6'2", and I look like a threat to him. Obviously, that's what's at the front of my mind. But I'm not going to try to play court out in the street with NYPD or with Newark PD or with Piscataway PD. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it home. And if I got to sue his ass, I'm going to sue his ass.
In Stupid's defense, though, because he's not here to say his argument, and I know how he gets when he get upset, so I ain't going to take none of this personal. In Stupid's defense...
I have to jump off by that call.
No. In Stupid, let me finish defending you for a second. So I said, in Stupid's defense, I'm not going to take it personal. I know what he means, so I know the heart of what he's saying. When you bring up that other administrations should have done it, Truist, in the same argument, the other administrations understood that the shit was so minuscule, it wasn't worth, this has come up before, it wasn't worth all of this because it's such a minuscule act. See, what we're really having a conversation goes back to what Corey is talking about. Really, mute your mic, Stu. What we're really having a conversation about is what Corey is talking about. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if the doubt wasn't sold in the elections in the first place. See, like that's what. So when we bring up Obama and past administrations and this, that, and the other, they didn't never fight the shit. Because it wasn't a big issue, like it's not a big issue right now. It's only a big issue in the United States right now because it's being portrayed that we got all these random people. We're making the voting fraud be less than 1%. We're turning the less than 1% problem into a 99% problem, and it's just not that. So when we say other administrations, it's not because they should have done this before. They just all realized, other administrations, Republican and Democrat, that is not so rampant of a problem that we need to create anything near something called the SAVE Act. Save what? Exactly. It's very this is very problematic. I know nobody on the chat really wants to hear these kinds of shows, but I like to talk about this because this is something where, you know, we can have I think we can find good ground on and have a good conversation based on that. Mujasi, I don't know if you can talk at some point, but we had a number of topics today I think that you would have liked. I think we did them pretty well. Pause. Anyway, I'd like to get your thought on them at some point. But go ahead, Stu. If you you know you said you had a call.
Yeah, yeah. I got a call. Sorry to call you Professor X of the.
It don't bother me, Stu. I'm good.
Right, right, because you're assembling some of the greatest. You know, these dudes have superpower. We have Plastic Man who can stretch the truth. It's a fantastic. We have people who can sit through walls here and see the future. We have the greatest assembly. When somebody don't understand that, when people step over your liberties and start to question the boundaries of what your liberties are and what your rights are, pretty soon, thing that you would think should be normal is now said, no, they're abnormal, right? There's no reason for voter ID because there's no voter ID fraud. If there's no fraud, listen, people don't understand the amount of laws on the books, you know. Any one of us today don't understand that even leaving our house and go to the car, if somebody was deliberate and wanted to research it, they're going to find 10 million laws that were broken, from not wearing a hat to not walking a particular way. There have been so many laws in the book of the United States. Thousands and thousands and thousands of laws. When it comes to everything, we don't need any more, especially those that are not necessary. And that's what you don't understand. Why are you introducing something that is not necessary? Do you have some premeditated idea why you're doing it? What is this about? But no, Negro said, I didn't have any problem showing the slave catcher my freedom papers, and I don't have any problem if a police walk up to me and show me and ask me for my driver's license and ask me as a black man, do you have any warrants? When they stop at a traffic stop, even in a decent car with your family coming from church, and asking in front of your family, do you have any warrants? Are you on probation? And the law said they can ask you. But then don't ask good white folks that, them ask good black people that. Because he's a nice little conformist Negro. That's what he is.
So H2P, did you under H2P?
If you heard everything I said and you thought in anything I said that I'm okay with it, then yeah,
yes,
we don't have to have a conversation. I never said I was.
Allow me to wait. Allow me to mediate for 2 seconds. Allow me to mediate for 2 seconds. Then I go to Corey and Kyle. Stu Pease. The one thing we got to do in these conversations too, and this is not a defense, but I'm asking you, did you hear him? Are you familiar with stop and frisk in New York?
Yeah, 90% of persons who experience it were black people. Not
right.
90% of people who experience stop and frisk.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. My point is, when he was answering your question, I just want to know if you'll accept this. I want to defend. I just want to talk to him because I don't think y'all two could talk to each other right now, at least. Would you accept the fact that when he was talking to you about giving up the ID out here, it is a thing where we do tell our children and tell our youth.
I know.
Like if a cop asks you for your ID, just give them the fucking ID and don't go through the headache because it's not some shit you can win. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because I understand that. I understand that because we have made that the excuse for 100 years. I tell my son that be calm, be nice, learn to adjust your emotion under stress. Be a good little Negro, so this white police officer don't shoot you down and they can go home. We have all told our children that. And I tell him that be a good little Negro and I don't beat around the bush. because I want you home. And I'm going to be a good little Negro that I can come home to you, that I can pay for you to go to college.
Okay.
But does that make it right? Just being a
No,
good little
I didn't say it
Negro.
was right.
Make
No,
it
I
Yeah,
didn't
right.
say it was
Stupid,
right.
you
No.
didn't ask me if it was right.
Stop
You didn't
talking.
ask me
I'm
how
not
I felt
asking you any
about it.
question.
You asked
I
me
do
what I
not.
would do.
I
You
no
asked me
longer
what I
speak to
would
Hey,
do.
coons.
Truist,
Did you
Truist.
ask
I
me?
no longer speak to
Hey,
coons. I
Truist, I
don't
asked him the
understand.
question. I asked him the question for exactly to stop exactly what y'all about to get into
Yeah,
right
sorry,
Yeah, I
Brass.
don't.
now. Yeah,
So
I
go
know.
ahead.
I
Don't
no
be
So,
longer.
sorry.
so
Don't be sorry.
can I
Y'all
say
don't.
something? Can I
Go ahead,
move it on a
Go
little
ahead.
bit?
Go ahead, Corey. Then I want to go to Kyle and
Yeah.
Logic and Mujasi if y'all available. Go ahead.
All right. I wanted to say too, like what this does essentially, and I know a lot of people don't look at this, and true as I'm not expecting you to see this, but what this bill also essentially does is introducing a poll tax, right? Because now people, you have to kind of if you have to go down and get a voter ID, they may require a voter ID. This kind of puts because if you're already registered, you're good. You know what I'm saying? So this kind of puts people in a position where they had to spend money to end up going ahead and voting. So as what that essentially does is kind of also put a poll tax in there also. And then I want to say too about the stop and frisk, right? That's kind of where it's essentially that's how it's, I don't know what the legal word you was using a few minutes ago, Brass, but the way they implement it, the way things get implemented, the stop and frisk wasn't written the way that it was implemented. You understand that, right? Truist?
Yeah, it was written in a different way. And I want
Absolutely.
to acknowledge I do see what you mean by the poll tax, Corey. That is my number one issue with this. I think my number one issue with this is the people that are going to have to go get their birth certificate or get their passport or get proof of citizenship. They are probably going to have to spend money to find the resources to get those done. That's the issue, because there are a lot of low-income individuals that might not necessarily have the
So
money.
that's who's going to affect.
Right.
That's exactly who's going to affect.
That's the one side of it. I completely see and understand. I think there needs to be social programs, though, to help fund those people get those documents.
Yeah,
That's
but we
my
already
position.
in the most important election. Before, see, we're enforcing something that we haven't had the mitigation tactics to to implement. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to understand that the impact, what the impact is, right? Before you can enforce some type of law or introduce some type of law in the middle of a very important
And Corey, that's why I'm saying I don't even really care if it passes now. It could pass in 5-10 years. I just think it is a thing that I am for. It doesn't have to be right now. We could do it later once we iron it out a little better.
But can you see? I want to know. Can you see why this is being introduced at this time right now?
Oh, yeah. I know why the Republicans are introducing it. I know what their argument and what their reason is, but their reasons are different than my reasons. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. Your reason don't count though. That's
I
just the
know.
point. Yeah,
I know, but we're having a conversation.
The reason that count. You see what I'm saying?
You know, but I'm expressing to y'all, since people are calling me coons and all this shit, like I am aligned with their thought. I'm telling you, that's not why I'm a proponent of that. I was just pointing out.
When you got to understand that, like, let's say they did introduce, let's say they wanted to take a poll, or let's say we had the ability to vote on that right now, right? Okay. Like knowing everything, right? Not this is because you don't make a decision in a vacuum. You do understand that, right? Decisions are not made in the vacuum, right? Any decision you make has an effect on this and that and the other. You understand that? So what I'm saying is that knowing everything you know now, how would you vote on that on a bill
right
like
now?
this?
I wouldn't vote in favor of it right now, because I know, like I said to you earlier when I heard you say this is the coup and I started laughing, I know because this is done right in time for midterms in November. That's why I even said everyone needs to pay attention to the SAVE Act being negotiated right now. I brought it
You
up.
are the one who brought it up, though.
I get why it's happening right now. So right now, I was going to do, but I do think it's something that needs to happen.
I think now you and Stu Pease can be better. I think now you and Stu Pease can level out a little bit now. You know what I'm
No, they
saying?
done.
That might have leveled y'all out.
Once Coon gets introduced, they're done. So once we get to Coon, that there is no leveling out. It's like trying to apologize after Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
No, I'm good. Me and Stu Pease is cool.
We can't do that.
Me and Stu Pease, we're cool. We're cool. This isn't the first time. It won't be the last time, but I'm all right. It's not
Sometimes it's just a little misunderstanding in there, and then we can get back on the
But we gotta
right
stop
track,
using coon. We gotta stop using the word coon as a volley. Like we gotta realize, like that's the nuclear option. We gotta stop starting off at coon. Let's finish, a couple hours from now at coon. But no, it's called interpretation and implementation. Anytime you're talking about a policy, anytime a policy is brought up, it's interpretation, implementation. So anytime a policy is brought up, you can never talk about, well, this is what it says right now in debate. Because this bill is going to look so far different in implementation. You got to deal with the interpretation to get the shit out the way. Similar, I'll give you a better example. One of the things that's going forth now is the discussion of removing minorities from bills that are to affect Black people. Removing the term minorities. Because every time you have the term minorities, once it gets passed and everybody understands, well, based on interpretation, this is for Black people, correct? But the shit say minorities, then when the shit gets passed, somebody brings their stupid ass in, some senator comes up and says, well,
it's
a minority is technically
and that's where we have to hold the interpreters.
accountable.
Niggas that are coming with these crazy interpretations.
Hold on, Truth, but it ain't that crazy because when it gets to the Supreme Court, like DEI, like affirmative action, when it gets to the Supreme Court and the shit only says minorities and not Blacks, what happens is a minority is a white woman. A minority is a disability. It's an Asian. It's a veteran. So now, why can't they get the same benefits? This bill don't say Black people. It say minorities. And that's how you get civil rights, LGBTQ. One of the largest benefiters of the civil rights is LGBTQ. Because you having a conversation. So when you leave out the there's an Asian hate bill. There's no specificity. There's specificity in it. So when a Black person comes up and says, in this Asian hate bill, what can we get out of it? A motherfucker will point and say, Asian hate bill. There's no interpretation. But our shit is always some level of no clarity whatsoever. So, but y'all moving forward. Kyle, you wanted to say something? With Jossie Logic, anybody? All right, y'all move the conversation. I'm actually kind of busy right now. If y'all can move it to something else or move it down the line. All right. Well, it was real. It was a good conversation. But I told y'all niggas, this ain't gonna be the Brad show. So I love it. I appreciate it. But if we ain't got nothing to talk about, let's close out.
What's stupid? I thought Stu Pease had something.
What was y'all talking about?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. After all that.
Jesus Christ.
No, it sounded like y'all was saying. Yeah, it sounded like y'all was saying the civil rights bill. Matter of fact, like they need a bill specifically for Black people that can't be misinterpreted by politicians or
law people.
Well, that's kind of the end. That was just a sidebar kind of.
Yeah.
We were actually talking about the bill that's the Save Act bill that's being debated in Congress right now. So we were actually talking about the way it would kind of be implemented.
But Corey, let's be honest, Corey. Let's say with a lot in the 60s. There'd been niggas in the street by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands, saying no to the Save Act.
Absolutely.
Listen, we don't care. We don't care. None of us care. None of us. We're in a burning building. You know what we are now? We're the frogs in the boiling water. I look around and realize that we're the frogs in the
You don't
boiling
got
water.
time to care, Stu Peas. You got to understand that the way things are right now, you gotta have the time and means to care, right? People don't even know. You gotta understand, most people don't even know this bill is being passed. They have no idea.
What's the big drawback of this bill?
I don't know if that's Logic or Stu Peas. One of y'all got y'all back. One of y'all. That's you, Stu. When you're not talking, you gotta.
No, I was saying, what's the big drawback to the bill? Like, what's so damn?
So essentially, it's called the Save Act, and right now they passed the ability for them to debate this, to begin discussions on the bill being passed. And what the bill will do, y'all look it up. But what the bill will essentially do is it'll essentially enforce a poll tax on the United States voter. What they wanted to do is they want every state to go into their voter. We're not going to their voter rolls. What they're saying is that the vote is basically compromised right now, and that we need documentary proof for every new registering voter. They're going to have to present documentary proof, i.e., a birth certificate, i.e., something along those lines, a real ID. You hear that a lot on the news right now. And what's going on is that's the bill. It's for new voters, and I don't think a lot of people have an issue necessarily with that part, because it leaves out people like you and me who are already voting. And as long as it does that and stays doing that, then I don't think people have an issue. So that's what the Republicans are presenting, the Republican Party. The challenge, though, and the issue is that the Democrats have been falling for interpretation and implementation issues for too long with this particular administration. Meaning, a bill will start off meaning one thing, and then by the time they've argued it down or added this in, added this out, the Democrats are of the belief, and some Republicans are of the belief, that this bill is actually to get the states to not just try to approve new registered voters, but to go into the voting rolls and try to make the argument that we should recertify the existing voters. And the challenge with that is while it is very altruistic to want it to be an issue, it's speaking to an issue that for all intents and purposes don't exist in regards to voting fraud. Voting fraud in the United States is 0.003 cases of voting fraud based on how many voters we have. So it essentially doesn't exist. Their argument is, well, even one act of voting fraud is too much. Now, I agree. But to deal with this one voter, like let's say it's one act of voting fraud anywhere, you would have to restrict damn near the entire country to solve a problem of one. So the Democrats are realizing that this is roughly the coup that Corey's talking about, that they're going to essentially try to adjust the voting system right before midterms and throw everything into a tizzy to where we may not even have the midterms while they're sorting the shit out.
But Brass, when you look at the stat, I looked it up. It's only 9%. When they did a poll in 2023, it's only about 9% of Americans that don't have access to proof of citizenship in order to register.
But I don't trust. But here's the thing with the polls: I hate to quote. I hate to be like, well, I know a bunch of elderly people. I know a lot of elderly people that don't fly because they can't find a birth certificate from their midwife. We're not that far removed from people not even being born in hospitals, a large segment of the country. So now you got people that if you were to, and on top of that, Truist, they don't have the means, meaning the money to go out and do this. And they also don't have the ability to go out and do this. And on top of that, add this on top of it. Our system to somehow print out all these birth certificates, social security cards, new real IDs, and new passports, we don't even have a system that could do it. Our system doesn't have the ability to process
and
that.
again, you got to listen to the language that you read there. They have access. Only 9% don't have access. Would you say only 9% don't have access, right? The thing is that the access is the wording, bro, right? It's the wording that they're, but some of them don't got access, but how many of them done lost the shit? How many of them don't even know that they don't got
most of them are registered. Most people are already registered, so they're not going to be affected by this for now. I'm thinking about for now. That's the arguments that people on the right are saying. Like those people you're thinking about are registered.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Right, what's the real
the way this is implemented, the way this is
but the original question was from
we have to understand that though. But again, and then it all somebody said earlier, if this was the 1960s, niggas would be out in the fucking streets going batshit crazy right now. They're trying to pass this kind of deal right here. But again, go ahead, y'all.
But this speaks to logic. Hold on. But you wasn't here. Hold on 1 second. The original question was to logic. That's what the conversation is about, because even if the original part of the conversation is that it's not supposed to go back and recertify, the reason why we're discussing the language is because the language of the bill is essentially very vague in legalese, meaning it means states have to comply and they have to ensure that each voter is a citizen. Well, if this does get passed and it makes it to the Supreme Court could then interpret that in implementation of, well, yeah, we got to go back and make sure everybody complies because the states don't know. And then that would effectively throw the midterms into anarchy.
Well, the way the state's been insured is the way they've been insuring it. They've been insuring it the way they've been insured. They could just continue that.
They can't. Hold on, no,
but registered already.
But if the bill passes, listen what I'm saying. If the bill passes, then the insuring won't be just a check of a box, Truist. Now, to ensure that these
moving forward, though, but not retroactively, Brass.
Yeah, well, here I don't think the Supreme Court, based on the way
stop that little blue wave thing.
Essentially, so the way So essentially, what the Democrats are picturing, Truist, is that this is going to get, when it gets disputed, somehow in implementation, it'll end up. This is their.
I'm saying that's fear-mongering because with birthright citizenship was stripped, right? Did that work retroactively?
Wait, but listen. How can you call what the Dems are doing fear-mongering?
Well, what I'm saying that.
Wait. I'm not going to talk long. You just called what the Dems were doing fear-mongering.
Yes,
wait. I'm not going to talk that long. The SAVE Act is fear-mongering. We don't have it's trying to solve. Wait, it's trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
The argument for the SAVE Act is fear-mongering, right? I agree, but I'm saying some of the arguments against it is fear-mongering because, like, let's look at precedent with birthright citizenship, right? Did that work retroactively?
If we look at precedent, Truist, if we look at the precedent, we wouldn't even be discussing the SAVE Act.
But Brass, when he took away birthright citizenship, was that retroactively?
I don't know. Well, I can answer no.
Right. So I'm saying even in the same administration, for certain policies they pushed for, it did not work retroactively.
Are you willing to? Okay, are you willing to bet?
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
what I'd
but when
like
they
to do.
start
Hold on, Corey. Hold on,
implementing it,
Corey. Hold
they
on, Corey.
started
I'm gonna
deporting
throw it right
actual
pause. I'm
citizens.
gonna give you the conversation, Corey. I'm gonna give you the conversation. And I'm gonna bow out, and then y'all monitor yourselves. My question, I only did this so Logic could hear what we talking about and participate. What I'm saying to you, Truist, is whatever. I'm not willing to bet anymore that motherfuckers got good intentions. That motherfuckers is doing shit because of altruism, like what you talking about. I'm at this point believing that this is brought up this late in the game, that is to fuck with the midterms. And once you start fucking with the Constitution like that, and once you start fucking with the midterm or voting process like that, I don't want to hear precedent. I want to hear the United States people pulling Republicans and pulling politicians out of fucking Congress and sorting this shit out the old way.
Brass, I'm saying if they make this retroactive, just like if they
You
made
still talking about retroactive? You ain't hear nothing I said.
Well, no, hear what I'm saying. I've responded to what you're
I
saying.
know, but I said I don't believe in retroactive, and you trying to debate me with retroactive. I don't believe I believe in you when you say that this is the reason why you want it done, and you don't think it should be done before the midterms. I believe you. Yeah. I'm saying I don't believe them. At this point, I just watched the person with the highest security clearance in the United States say we went to war with Iran because of Israel. He said some shit that a crazy nigga on YouTube, that person that we was calling crazy last week on YouTube, he said the same thing that nigga said. So I'm no longer going for you don't apply, you know this, Truist, and I know this. You don't apply reason. You never apply your reason to a crazy nigga's worldview. Because nigga's worldview, you can't defend, Donald Trump cannot defend going on national fucking TV and saying the person he gave the highest security clearance on counterterrorism in the United States. They know more than every person in the United States. And because this motherfucker resigned because of the Iran war, he got on there and said that I kind of always felt the nigga was weak. You gave this nigga the highest clearance in the United States of America, and your best fucking comeback is I always thought he was a little weak. I'm done with this administration, bro. I'm done. I don't apply. Truist, don't waste your reason on these crazy niggas.
Hey,
and I voted
even
for
George
these crazy
Bush knew
niggas.
fool me once. Even George Bush knew to say fool me once, right? He didn't know the rest of it. He didn't know the rest of the statement, but he at least knew fool me once, right?
Corey, no, Brass. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Excuse me. I would really like an apology from a lot of people.
No.
Sorry, Cuban.
No,
I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry, Corey. I'm sorry, Stupid. Y'all niggas were right. Y'all were right.
Now, let me tell you why someone like myself is going to apologize. The man with the highest level of national security of the greatest nation on the planet Earth since macaroni and cheese. And he's telling you that they did this because Israel bent them over and said, do as I say. Yes, Master Israel, I shall. Now, this is not the fucking first time them goddamn Zionist swine bastards have done it. They have been doing this. So now the question arises that if you think that this is one fucking time, this is the case of the man who got caught cheating on his wife and he says, oh, baby, I only did it once. No, you've done it several fucking times. But you just got caught right fucking now, red-handed. Now, every fucking time that piece of shit fucking nation gets involved and wants to pull people from here into their problems, and we give them money. We fucking do this. We fucking do that. We kiss their ass. We want to say, oh, you can't say anything about Zionism because you're talking about Jews. And only a dumb motherfucker would say that because there's a difference between a Jew and a Zionist. That's two different things. But they want to propagate that you can't talk about them. And this is why they got away with what they can fucking got away with. Because everybody wants to be nice, and everybody wants to feel bad, and everybody wants to think about fucking Schindler's List and shit, and say, oh my God, Helen Keller, we can't, because this is horrible. No, this is not a case of the Holocaust. This is a case of some goddamn Zionist piece of shit, satanic fucking group of people that fucking do what they do on this planet, and America fucking bets at their will. And this is the proof, and this is why I say the fuck I say, and that's why I say I don't trust no fucking politician. Because y'all all that shit.
I disagree with you.
Hey, the Zionists and the Israeli government are the two most anti-Semitic groups on the planet. It's because of them that it's because of Netanyahu and his regime, right? And the Zionists is why exactly why anti-Semitism is on the rise. And they the ones, they the cause of this. You see what I'm saying? Absolutely. I agree with that, Cuban. I agree with you.
But Corey, I disagree with you on Cuba. Now, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. The average Jew in Israel agreed with Netanyahu when he attacked Iraq. The average Jew in America, I'm not talking those Jews in New York, tassel, who don't believe in Israel. Because you have some tassel wearing Jews in New York who don't believe in the country of Israel. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the average Jew that gets up and go to work, agreed that Iran was was a big risk that needed to be dealt with. And how it was dealt with, they agreed with it. And they celebrated the death or the assassination of Khomeini. They did. So when we're trying to separate them, we're trying to separate them. Like, if you ask the average white person, could they be black? They tell you no. Right? If you ask them if black people get treated less than white people, they tell you yes. But you ask them, will you help me change the system? And the system will require that you give up something. They will tell you, hell no. So when we primarily blame in the Zionists, no, bro. It's bigger than the Zionists alone. The average Jew agreed with it. Just like how the average white American agree with black people being treated like shit. I wouldn't do anything about it. They had no problem voting for Trump when Trump had a lot of dog whistle for black people, especially black immigrants. So all of a sudden we were eating dogs and cats. We were less than. We came from shithole countries. And I heard black Americans repeating what Trump is saying word for word. So don't try now to say it's only the racist one agreed with Trump. Hell no, Brass not racist. But Brass agreed with Trump and I'm only for things them say. And he was able to overlook some of the shitty things Trump said for his own benefit. I love Brass like my brother. Because Brass realized that he fucked up. And we no one has to remind him that he fucked up. That in the future, you're not going to catch Brass like that again. Brass tell you in so many words that Negro, you Caucasian, Asian, you fuckers not catching me like this again. My antennas are forever up. I know that. I laugh when I see him now. Because all I say to him, welcome to the antennas forever up club. Because Corey walk around with the antennas forever up. I walk around with my antennas forever. So you know being a bright little nigga and you should now decide that I'm going to walk with my antennas up. And you're going to tell your son to walk with his antenna up. So although you failed us one time, I'm glad I know that you're not going to fail us again. Because your antennas are forever up and you cannot put them back. The genie cannot go back in the bottle. Pandora's box cannot be unopened. And once your eyes shine bright and it open, you realize that, oh God. So when you look at somebody coming here and telling now that I don't have any problem with producing freedom papers so I can vote. You must have a problem with that. As a black person, you must have a problem with that. Because you realize that the only person that were forced to produce freedom papers were black people. They wasn't asking white people during the time of slavery to produce freedom papers. No. And then after that, they wasn't charging white people for vagrancies, calling them vagrant and lock them up in the big house for slave labor. No. But people here are acting like they don't understand how laws are interpreted. Separate but equal sound good on paper, don't? That, oh, we're going to have separate school for black children and for white children. But when you look at the infrastructure of the school for black children, it was fucked up. It was fucked up. But people agreeing with it. Showing them the freedom papers, separate but equal is good. All of that is good. Because the law is going to be interpreted as it is written. But I'm going to shut the fuck up now. And leave all of you nice looking Negroes, all of you Negropeans, to say the Supreme Court is going to protect.
Yeah, no, I concur with everything he said because the bill proposed is only going to ask black people to provide proof of citizenship. It's definitely not going to ask other races of people to provide it either. So, yeah, I completely get his sentiment.
That was the funniest sarcastic shit I've heard in weeks.
And not only that, again, the stop and frisk bill. Nobody said in the stop and frisk bill that it was going to only affect 90% of niggas was going to be the ones getting 90% of the ones getting stopped and frisked was going to be niggas. Like the bill didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? They never write the bills that way, right? But Braz introduced the legal word. What is I forgot it. Something implementation. God damn it. You know what I mean? Interpretation.
Interpretation / implementation is what you have to discuss when it's a bill. That's why they're debated before they start pulling shit out of the bill and seeing what's legal. They vote to see if the shit's even worth discussing. That's the interpretation part. But the discussion is most times if somebody has a problem with a bill, Corey, it's always, I know what you niggas wrote on this paper.
Right.
I'm saying by the time it gets to where we got to implement this shit, I think y'all trying to do this.
Yes.
And that's what they fight on, even though it doesn't exist yet. It's the implementation.
And now,
Corey, I hear what you're saying, Corey, but
hold on, Truist. Let me say this. Now, earlier you explained to me that you fully understood that point. You fully understood that. But now your sarcasm that you come with kind of says to me that you don't actually agree with. You understand, but you just don't agree that that's the way that's what's going on here.
I didn't agree. I gave my sarcasm because of the sarcasm I heard it was Stupy said. Stupy's made a statement along the lines of only black people are going to be asked to show their freedom papers, quote unquote. And I'm saying no. This bill, they're willing to force fellow white Americans to provide citizenship papers just so they can try to hurt black people. They're not only going to ask just black people.
No,
they're willing to Marty Dom themselves.
The most is black people. That's like
Corey,
it's going to harm some white people, but who is going to affect the most is black people.
But Corey, I get that. But what I'm saying is the difference between this and stop and frisk is with stop and frisk, right? It was up to the discretion of the officer. With this, the person that's verifying citizenship, they can't say, "Oh, I'm not going to verify this white person."
No. Yeah. We're not going to put it on the officer.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Let them finish, too, and then you can take it over. Let them finish.
They're not going to be able to say, "Oh, I don't have to check this person's citizenship because they're white." No. They understand most white people aren't going to have the same issues as us, so they're willing to force white people to even prove it just to hurt us. I fully understand that, but that's a lot different than saying they're only going to ask us, which is what I heard him say.
which is what received my sarcastic response. Because that's silly.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stu, and then
Let me just say this. Let me say this. Let's look at rates. Do people understand when people say rates? If I say 50% of black people smoke marijuana, and I say 50% of white people also smoke marijuana, right? But we look at the population. There's 40 million black people in America. So there's 20 million black people who smoke marijuana, right? But there's 160 million white people. So there's 80 million white people who smoke marijuana. Because the rates tell you that black people smoke marijuana at the same rate as white people. But when we look at the arrest for marijuana, or when police stop people in a vehicle and say the smell, they recognize the smell of marijuana, that occurs most in black traffic stops. Now, somebody's going to say that only happened because of the discretion of the officer. And that's not true. It happened because the system is part of the system. It's a systematic approach to addressing black people. Now, somebody come in here and tell you that, oh, the laws will equally affect black people as well as it affects white people. But when we look at marijuana arrest and people going to prison for marijuana, or people getting tickets for marijuana, especially in those states that it's still illegal, something wrong. The law not working with reality. Shouldn't there be more white people in prison for marijuana just based on the population index? But no, there's more black people that is a minority that was arrested for marijuana than white people. But somebody's going to come up here and tell you that when Stu P said black people will be affected and non-white people, he does not understand what I'm saying to him. He's acting like what I'm saying is bullshit, as Corey would put it. But it's Negroes like these who are going to affect Negro like me. Because he's going to stand up and say, the law affects both peoples. And I can show incidents of the law working. No, the law has always affected us as black people more, especially when it comes to prosecution and persecution. And it's not as simple as saying these officers are a single officer discretion. It's a system-wide approach. But Negroes, remember telling them, 4 years from now, Corey, don't say a fucking word to me. Just stand up beside me and nod, smile and nod.
Hey,
because these Negroes will put you there.
Again,
stay off mute. Hold on, stay off mute. Both of y'all stay off mute. Can I say to both of y'all, I think y'all both kind of missing the point. The actual argument with the SAVE Act, we're talking as though if it gets passed, and what it's gonna do in the midterms and this, that, and the other. If what I'm saying is correct, that this is going to end up in the Supreme Court and argued based on legalese within inside of that bill, then I got a question. Y'all do understand that this means this literally would effectively, Supees, you got to mute your mic. This would effectively mean, I'm not arguing this from the point of how difficult this would be. Y'all keep hearing me say, I'm going to say it real slow. Not that y'all slow, but I want to just understand the point. We don't have the ability. They're going to pass an act that we don't have the ability to complete. In 5 years, last November, the undertaking, bro, do you know in the state of New Jersey, they damn near gave up on Real ID because they realized the implementation. They was warning us for 10 years damn near about Real ID, 5 to 6 years about Real ID. They realized in New Jersey, we don't even have the fucking DMVs nor clerks, updated clerk's office. Everybody went out trying to go get the information. And most people found out it was easier just to go get your fucking passport. But your passport, in most cases, takes weeks, sometimes months. And if they can't figure
like
out some
$100 and
shit,
something dollars. I
and
don't know. I had mine
there's a
10 years
barrier,
ago,
right?
but
There's a
like,
financial barrier. It's damn near
yeah.
$125. So here's the issue that what I'm saying, and I think this is what Corey is actually saying, and this is where the coup comes in. The coup comes in. I don't know why I say coup like that, but the coup comes in when you have a situation where you pass a law or you pass a bill that we don't even have the infrastructure to complete in time for the midterms in November. And why? And the process of it even making it to the Supreme Court is not some shit that we could do before November. So what then will be asked is let's hold off on the midterms, being that we already passed the bill or passed the law. We don't fuck all this black. Why are we so caught up in what it's going to do to black people? What it's going to do to white people? What is it going to do to the vote? The actual election. That's all people in the United States that are registered to vote. A motherfucker like me that don't got a concern about it, like most people, because voter fraud is minuscule. What the fuck is this going to do to the actual election that's got to take place? So you can kind of forecast. Once you find a dumb motherfucker, I learned this a long time ago. I left my plane right here. A dumb motherfucker is actually the easiest nigga to read in the room. A smart motherfucker, you don't know what they're going to do. They always conniving and trying to figure shit out. But a dumb motherfucker, you could pretty much trace his steps. Like you can look at a dumb motherfucker in your life right now. With about 80% accuracy, you could tell me where this dumb motherfucker gonna be in 5 years. You already know, like he fucking around. You know he ain't using condoms. He gonna have multiple kids. He over there fucking with counterfeit money, this, that, and the other. He gonna be in jail. You can pretty much forecast that. This administration is so fucking dumb, but open with their ignorance and open with their unintelligence, that you can look at the press conferences and already see that motherfucking, they're gonna push this act, get it passed, because it's gonna get passed because they got the power to do it before the midterms. Get this shit passed, and then immediately the Democrats, I know what them dumb motherfuckers is gonna do. This particular class, not all Democrats, but this particular class, Schumer gonna capitulate, Booker gonna try to do a fucking filibuster, whatever his ass is gonna do. And it's going to end up in a situation where they're going to say, well, we'll just hold off on the midterms until we sort it out. And that's the actual issue. This ain't black or white. It's the vote, our election integrity, the shit that our Constitution is built on.
Shit,
it's
our country
the
built
vote
on.
that's going to be fucked with. The integrity is already out the window, which that's been cool forever, apparently since Putin and Clinton. All of a sudden, he sent a tweet. And now all of a sudden, we don't believe in the election process that's been going on forever. That's how you judge a country, by the fucking way. How they change government is one of the highest tells of the safety and stability of a country. Can they peacefully transition from one administration to the other? Ask Jamaica about elections. Ask other countries with coups and Ibrahim, he could just go get the military and just take over the whole fucking place. So when you judge a country, you judge them based on the transition of power. That's why January 6th was such a big fucking deal. To y'all, it was just some shit on TV. To a nigga that follows the Constitution, that looks at the Constitution, studies this shit, studies the government, the real threat was more, it wasn't black or white. It was, goddamn, are we now Venezuela? Are we now Burkina Faso? I know we fucking up, but now we can't like elect another motherfucker to fix some shit. So that's my little political rant. I'm gonna back out and let y'all have a conversation, but y'all keep talking about black and white.
No.
Y'all,
I agree with you.
Forget the black and white.
That was a good.
I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. What is happening? I went to the end of the road before I talk about the vote, because this kind of vote is going to severely affect minorities more than white people in the long run. That's why I make it a black and white issue. That vote, I would like to think that everybody understand how important the vote is and why this is necessary. Because I went to the brass tacks at the end that, listen, if this happens, we will be more affected than anybody else. And there's no denying that bullshit. No denying it. So I understand why you're rallying for, because you're going into that. No. You're
I
approaching
think
it as a
when
systematic
you're making
approach.
comments like, look, they weren't asking no
thing.
white man for freedom papers,
Oh my God.
like, and you apply that logic to this, that's where I'm saying you're going too far. Because white men are absolutely going to be asked to verify their citizenship if this bill passes.
Y'all, look, this entire conversation, y'all are making it about race. This is about power. Like this is what Brad is trying to explain to y'all. Like y'all are talking about, oh, it's a race based. It has nothing. The moves that's being made right now, especially with this saying that this is about removing any type of political power from the lower classes, the people who are in. Now they may have more likelihood to being a Democrat, but it's removing all the power from the broke motherfuckers, bro. This is exactly what this is. Like, if y'all can't understand that, then you can't even understand how to fight against it. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm just listening, y'all. This is crazy.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
that
agree with
what
that,
you're saying
Kyle.
is absolutely right. And like I said, like Braz kind of alluded, I've been saying like, yo, they gonna try to pull a coup in the midterms. You know what I'm saying? This is what's gonna happen. Like the wild part is like they never. Like I guess, and too, Brass was right again. Like a dumb motherfucker. Like you know what he gonna do. Like this guy, like says it on. He goes on TV and says everything like out loud. He don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if he accidentally doing it or whatever. Like, but like he have a hard time like hiding shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he just comes right out and says what he gonna do. You know, and. So yeah, this is essentially what this is doing is again another kind of it's going with the, like Kyle said, the power. It's the redistribution. It's more redistribution of control and consent and the trust. You know what I'm saying? So like nobody can trust anybody. We can't trust each other no more. You know what I'm saying? Like citizens can't trust citizens anymore because of what this administration is trying to implement as far as the distrust in amongst our democratic and even with our bureaus and kind of our bureaucracy, all the deep state and all of the rest of the kind of wild shit that you kind of walk up to where you at now. You don't get where we at now in one step. Like he done walked his way here. You know what I'm saying? And the little bits that we accept, the little norms that he break, leads up to more and more. It accumulates. So yeah, I definitely understand. Like yeah, we definitely got to know what we're looking at here. We're not. This definitely ain't a black and white thing. And again, I always say that myself. You know what I'm saying? This is a class thing. This is a thing where I always say again, we have to start recognizing how to organize within our workplace. Because when you got the when you can make some money, when you can get the means, right? You can make the time. When you got the time, you think better. You think more clear. You see what I'm saying? And then you understand how to go about making decisions and actually be more responsible and participating in democracy. You'll have time to listen to this legislation. You know why this legislation is going to get passed? The biggest reason why this legislation is going to get passed is because the representatives are not going to be held accountable. Why? Why ain't the representatives going to be held accountable? It's not that people agree with this. It's the simple fact that they don't have the time and the means to understand what this bill is saying, right? To understand the implication of this bill. That's why. That's why the bill is going to pass, because people don't have the time and the means to sit up and hear this debate that's going on today. Most people don't even understand this debate is going on. Most people don't even understand that this bill is even on the table. So we absolutely right. It definitely is a class thing. Absolutely.
And the thing is, a lot of articles have exactly who voted for what. You can see it was past 51-48. I could even see there was one Republican. She represents Alaska. She voted against it. Right? So you can hold these people accountable. If you just look, you can see who voted which way.
I'm not saying that there's not the information there, bro. I don't think you understand.
No, I agree with you, Corey. No. I think you think I'm disagreeing. I'm saying I agree with you. I'm saying most people won't even look at that to vote them out. Because
they don't even know this bill. They don't even know that this bill even exists, bro. Let alone look at it to see who voted which way. You know what I'm saying? Like they got to worry about picking up the babies from daycare and how they gonna pay for gas next week, and you know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers ain't on here having discussions in the way we having this discussion. They don't got time for this. Like that's how I know that's how I understand how privileged we are. Because most people don't got time for this shit to be on here even having this discussion.
It's a fact. Corey, in the chat, Vyasa said, tell Corey the word school and the concept of it literally stems from quote unquote leisure time, to add to the sentiment that you have right now. So
Albert Einstein said it too. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I just want to have, like I said earlier when we started these conversations, we talked about the drug dealer versus the drug user. And me and Kyle, now I know I got at least, I know that's my brother, and we have one thing in common. A lot of my frustration ends up being with the conscious community, but I think what my frustration actually is, and Kyle schooled me to it, is that we just got too many smart motherfuckers to be talking about whether Egyptians is black or not. When we talking about having great conversations and having genuine conversations, my frustration is I can hear y'all talk about topics that aren't quote unquote conscious community, and it's so damn good, bro. Y'all get it. Y'all have a good grasp. We have the ability to have fucking decent conversations. But my frustration always ends up, the shit somehow always ends up in black, white, haplogroups, fucking the Mediterranean, black cows and bulls and shit. And I think y'all intelligence, sometimes that brainwash, when we talk about even the government brainwashing us, sometimes we brainwash ourselves. I mean, I've even heard, we got to come to the Discord to have conversations that we can't have with regular people. And I'm saying, yeah, A1, B1 and all that, even the chat. I think I don't have a frustration with the conscious community. My shit was misplaced. We just got too many smart motherfuckers in here to only be talking about, we could actually solve some shit. When you get a bunch of smart motherfuckers in the room, the conversation we having today causes a groundswell. Groundswells speak to representatives, congressmen. Groundswells lead to a bunch of shows talking about good shit. But if the internet, if the government sometimes, depending on what segment of the internet the government goes to look at, where he's trying to figure out what do the people give a fuck about right now. Right now is March 18th. If one more motherfucker sends me a goddamn March Madness bracket to fill out, I'm blocking your ass. I promise you right now. I know the tournament is every fucking March. It's been every March since we've been alive, but you so focused on the fucking parlay between Duke and North Carolina, they're discussing your fucking voting rights in the Senate today. But you trying to figure out if John Jenkins gonna score over under 16 points, some freshman in college. This is what I mean. I'm sure at some point some nigga in the conscious community, they're gonna be talking
It
about the
ain't
old
a real
nigga.
basketball player named John Jenkins, is it?
It is. No, I don't know. I just
say that is wild. That's wild.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure I hit a good enough last name and first name to where somebody put them shits together 19 years ago, and they played for Carolina or some shit like that. And this is what Corey be talking about. I'm gonna steal this argument. Niggas be that parlay is gonna get you divorced. That parlay is gonna get you fucking kicked out of your house. You done spent the bill money on fucking John Jenkins, some nigga that's in a fucking college dorm that's about to play March Madness is entertaining. I just want to have some real conversations with some motherfuckers, not always feel like our conversation is so. Chef says this shit. I just realized who says it. Chef says this shit. Our conversations be so fucking wild sometimes in here that the defense is we can only come to the internet and talk to these people because no, nigga, we can have good fucking. We went from 5 separate topics today. Thank you, Kyle. Because Kyle, when I brought up the topic, was like, thank God we talking about some shit where we can create a groundswell, some other channels to start talking about it. If they want to take drugs and drug users back to the Olmecs, fuck them if that's what they want to do. But we can have a present day conversation, create a groundswell, get a bunch of channels to talk about it. So if they do look on the internet and try to figure out what we give a fuck about, what's a trending topic, let it be the SAVE Act coming from the Black community. Let it be that so that the congressmen and representatives, when they do go on the internet and they're like, do they even give a fuck? Can we just pass this shit and get past it? Oh, yeah, because they talking about black bulls and vitamin and shit. I think y'all niggas is intelligent as fuck, bro. That's my disappointment in this community. Y'all intelligent as fuck. I just think sometimes I just want y'all to use y'all to affect change. And I think these conversations are the beginning, even if they all the way at the bottom by the time it gets to Supreme Court. If the people are saying that the SAVE Act is bullshit, I think that that's going to have some effect in regards to the vote. If you could take a second and ask ChatGPT, it's very simple. You don't have time to write a letter to your congressman, your representative, or your senator. Do me a favor. All you got to do is tell ChatGPT, I don't like the fucking SAVE Act. Draft the letter with the address to my representative in my state. And that shit'll knock out the whole fucking thing for you. Print that shit out, or you can put that shit, copy and paste that shit into an email. The people fucking matter. They fucking matter, bro. They matter. Go ahead.
Well, somewhere, I definitely second what you're saying, right? See, somewhere in a large part of the conversation that I'm having, right, I'm told constantly that we're not talking about activism. You know what I'm saying? We're just talking about history. This isn't really about, well, it starts to blend into that particular conversation. You know what I'm saying? But it definitely is actually all about action on some real stuff. I've been saying what you're saying for a pretty long time. It's not just that we sit around and talk about it, but we actually do got brilliant people who sit around and we don't figure out a way to turn that into nothing. We done missed the opportunity for us even connecting. You know what I'm saying? The happenstance of us connecting will only just lead to some, I guess some crazy cuss out sessions at the end of the day, because we don't really intend on building nothing with each other. At least both of us don't. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. It's facts. It's facts. It's no argument from me at all. It's just
YouTube is a missed opportunity for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I've always felt like it was so dangerous for people, operating under the auspices of they care, or the auspices of they want to be doing something, or the auspices of, of activism at all, because you do fool people into thinking that that's what you think you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So before you know it, you trying to talk about Egypt, that is your activism. Sound crazy to me, but to you, it's, you locked in.
Shit, we was talking about drugs and drug users. We should be asking what's worse, cocaine or Black Egypt? Because I think some of these niggas be using that shit as a conversation to get through their fucking day. They using that shit as just some shit like to care. Y'all call IBM crazy all day long, right? I hear this shit. Indigenous black man, he do say some wild shit. The man said redistricting is redlining evolved in 2026. Hashtag wake the fuck up. Ain't enough bombs for me to drop for that fucking statement.
Let me add just to that tidbit with indigenous black man.
Shout out to you, IBM. Go ahead.
That's the reason why Jasmine Crockett ran for Senate race, because they redistricted down here in Texas and she would no longer have her seat where she currently is. But that's exactly why she ran, because they did that down here in Texas. Let me fall back.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. So that's my frustration. That's where I get upset. That's my olive branch to the community. I'm not calling y'all stupid. I think y'all are brilliant. I just think motherfuckers hijack y'all goddamn body budget. They hijack your time. That's the scam. That's the grift. They hijack your fucking money, bro. Some of y'all won't be able to get your real ID because you buying. No, I can't send the olive branch and then say that. Because y'all motherfucking, your pockets is getting tapped for fruitless conversations. And we're not asking you for shit. I actually love the fact that we don't ask for anything. Because only thing we ask is that y'all have a conversation, we have some real shit, and leave all the personal shit out of it. Because it don't even work. You know what I mean? It don't even fit in here. But shouts to y'all. Y'all got anything else on the show? I see Vyasa joined. Shouts to you. Vyasa, by the way, is the most active person in our chat, probably besides IBM, Ricardo, and them. But Vyasa, as far as trying to contribute to the content and contribute to the show, I want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate what IBM, I appreciate what y'all bring into it. Even when y'all saying, Brad, shut the fuck up, fuck you. I even appreciate that shit because I agree with y'all sometimes. I do need to shut the fuck up. But I can't
Yeah, shout out to the chat, man. I got to do a better job of getting in the chat, and because when I'm on the panel, I know, but most of the time I'm doing like 10 different things while I'm on the panel. So like, you know what I mean? I ain't fucking, I can't get in the chat. But man, shout out to Ricardo. Ricardo from the UK, man. He be in there all the time. Shout out to IBM. He say I stole all his talking points. So obviously IBM ain't got nothing but good talking points. So shout out. Shout out to IBM, you know what I'm saying? And Bossy, he on the panel, but shout out to him because he definitely be in that chat too.
Yeah, he be cooking, bro.
And everybody that be in the chat. Shout out to even I know Psycho, either he usually like watch the replay or sometimes he watches live. Shout out to him and the people that be over there on his panel. Man, shout out to everybody, whoever who can I think of? I can't think of. Astro and everybody. Astro be in the chat.
Yeah, shouts to him.
You know what I mean? Like all of y'all in the chat, man. I'm not in the chat right now, but again, shout out to everybody in there, man.
Yeah. And there's a lady on our chat. I don't know her exact name, but it's something like Butterfly Gypsy of some kind. She comes in no matter what we talking about and literally says every day, shouts out to all the handsome gentlemen on the panel. And some of these niggas is ugly as fuck. And she does this.
She really just talking about me, but she just
she probably just me and you there. Yeah. Fuck all these other niggas. But bro, she comes on the channel every time and leaves comments after and says, you know, I'm glad that y'all come in these conversations and build. And I appreciate this shit. It's more than just passing time. Because I don't think we're passing off crazy ideas. I just think that we end up in this crazy shit because that's just, you know, what was happening before. But if we just keep doing what we did before, we're gonna find ourselves right back in fucking in chains or on the train, like Stu P says.
Hey, Brad. Before y'all get too far, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, boss.
A huge part of the problem, and it's not even primarily the Black community. It's an American culture thing beginning roughly around the Great Depression. you start to see a spike in literature escapism. Think dime novels and tabloid media. And this is your working class, you're poor. They know the reality that they face, but instead of figuring out ways to move ahead, the machine, if you want to call it that, creates these tabloids, false narrative stories, and it becomes part of the cultural norms to where now media is nothing more than, for most people, a form of escapism. So while your audience is tuning in, or this online conscious community may have people that's desiring to advocate higher thoughts, majority of the audience is here to escape their day-to-day reality. So Egypt becomes their virtual escape, if you get what I'm saying. Or even the race banking or gender banking, it becomes an escape versus a tool to figure out your next step. That kind of goes along with what Corey was saying. The average person doesn't have the leisure to do in-depth study, but are we properly managing that time? If you get what I'm saying, because it could be a tool for those who don't have the leisure of going to academics settings and getting an in-depth education. But instead, we're taught, whether it's directly or indirectly, to use this as a form of escapism. That's why you see so much bad behavior, because there's no consequences for saying something to a piece of glass in the privacy of your own home or car.
Hold on, man. Lord Jesus. No, I fully agree. I fully agree with what you're saying. That sentiment is very important, because I understood earlier where he was going with that social media drug part. But I know, bro, like, man, I ain't trying to get sentimental, but man, I know life is hard, bro. I know everybody's everyday life, rich, poor, otherwise, is fucking hard. I know it ain't easy. I know your kids is bothering you. You worried about your fucking retirement. Even people with you're worried about if your retirement's still gonna be there. I know motherfuckers that there's a large segment of our population, Vayasa, that gets they fucking check on the 3rd or the 4th. Shit hurt my heart. I was watching the Senate hearings today, and one of them brought it up. That motherfucking, there's a large segment of our population that when they get their check, if they pay all of their fucking bills, they got like $80 and 3 kids to try to figure that shit out for the week. There's a large segment of our population that's elderly that when they get their Social Security on the 3rd and the 4th, they got $80 to $100 for the rest of the month. Both are egregious. We call this the greatest country in the world, but we can't figure that out. When you see them senior citizens in the cat food and dog food aisle, I want you to understand that a lot of them don't have pets. That they're trying to choose between their medication and food.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, you know, to add emphasis on that, this is the greatest country. A lot of those, if we want to call them benefits, cross cancel each other out. So if you're getting Social Security, you can't get the food stamps you need.
Yeah.
And the Social Security may be, and sometimes it's not even enough to cover, we'll just call it the overhead of life itself, rent, utilities, etc. So that leads to, okay, how do you get through it? Like, we don't want to think of it. And then once again, that goes into this online escapism where ego becomes the drug of choice. You can take that conversation and apply it to the media. These content creators are the drug dealers and the viewers are the users. If you get where I'm going.
Damn.
And it leads to those false teachers and wannabe drug dealers, wannabe hood ass niggas. Everybody can grab a microphone and whip up some of that Ready Rock.
Wait a second.
You get where I'm going?
I know exactly what you're doing. Hey, Corey.
Now, but
Corey, I just need a sentence.
Are
Corey,
we see
I just
this
need
is
one sentence.
go
Corey, I
ahead,
need
go
one
ahead.
representative, and now I'm gonna give you her name. Representative Anna Paulina Luna says the House is putting a full blockade on Senate legislation until the Save America Act is passed.
Mm-hmm.
That's an opening salvo that she left that meeting and had the audacity to go on CNN and tell them we are not going to pass any other Senate legislation until this gets passed.
Mm.
So you can tell this is they don't do that. You can't even legally go on TV and say that.
Well, Brass, I mean, when
Here we go.
When the government shutdown
Where's
happened.
Stu Peas at? Where's Stu Peas? I got to get Stu Peas for you right now because I got to dip off. Hey, Stu Peas, just unmute what he does. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, no, Brass, I just want to ask you.
Go ahead.
Why did the government shutdown happen in the fall?
Essentially the same thing.
There you go. But who was responsible for it? Who was responsible for it?
The Democrats.
So it can happen.
No,
it has happened.
But
we're talking about the entire government.
We was talking about they shut down because again they was doing what they said they wasn't gonna do. Take millions of Americans off of food stamps and Medicaid and other government assistance, right?
You know, I'm not saying they were wrong, Corey. I'm not saying they were wrong, but I'm saying they did it, and they did it because they said until we negotiate this bill we're proposing, we are going to stonewall. So what I'm saying is there's a precedent for this on both sides.
I'm not saying
comparing the government. Hold on, you're comparing the entire government shutting down to passing the Save America Act.
No, I'm saying one of the political parties, well, both political parties have a history of stopping bills from being passed or presented in both the House and the Senate because they wanted to stonewall on a particular bill or issue they wanted addressed or passed. I'm saying both sides of the aisle have
if
done it.
that's your sentiment, if that's your sentiment, I have no argument with that. I have no argument. IBM says
so
I got a high
that's
school.
the danger. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna give you the floor, Corey, because I gotta leave. I got a high school. IBM says I got a high school education, and the academic folks still steal my teachings. Thank you, God. This pandemic since 2020 got all of humanity on the brink of collapse by design to make humanity more reliant on the government. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. Absolutely. I don't even remember what I was about to say. If you
I apologize. Can somebody else moderate? Because I really gotta go pick up my son from football practice, but I don't want to end the show, or we could just end the show. But somebody else can moderate, or we can end the show. Anybody else can moderate?
I can do it for a little bit, I guess.
Okay, give me like 45 minutes. I'll be back.
45 minutes. I got you. Now go ahead.
Corey, I was going to say, I agree with Brass. Shows how important and urgent this is to the GOP. Like this is fucking all or nothing for them right now. Like that is undeniable. I agree with that sentiment. This is all or nothing for them right now. They're going to try and force this to happen.
Absolutely. And I think they're willing to go as far as, I don't think there's no limit to how far they will go to get this legislation passed. I don't even think the legislation's gonna have to be passed for them to start to implement some of the things that are in the legislation. You know what I mean? I think they'll go ahead and start to implement some things without the legislation being passed, because that's just the way this administration moves.
But I mean,
No,
somebody can go ahead.
no,
Somebody
Corey.
else, go
Yeah.
ahead,
Let
Stupid.
me say
Yeah.
something. Let me say something. Now, Corey, I
Mhm.
know that it's poor people that will be affected. I know that because they're going back to a system like the 1400s, right? Where poor people, no matter them color or them race. But honestly, and let me say this truthfully, and I don't know who going to. I don't give a fuck about because they've never given a fuck about. Poor white people have always sided on the side of the rich. Always.
Mhm.
Always siding
Mhm.
on the right of the rich. And when I say rich, white people. But if it's a rich in America.
So look, Corey, just make it plain, bro. We gonna get rid of this administration. Anything short of
White
them
people.
having to
Am I
put
right or
Donald
am
Trump
I
in
wrong?
handcuffs. Okay, he was
You was
talking
going in and
about
out, Stupides. I'm gonna let Logic. You might. I don't know what's up with your mic, but I'm gonna let Logic go ahead real quick.
Am I about
You robotic, Stupides. You
people?
robotic.
What am I still robotic? Am I
You
still
good? You good
huh?
now? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
we're good now. Right? My thing is that white people has never given a fuck about black people.
Hmm.
From sharecropping days. Even when white people were sharecroppers, when given the opportunity to vote against the best interest, because they wanted to better than black people. Because that was told to them. Why are you siding with these Negroes when you're better than these? How are you siding with these Negroes? Side with us. We're the beacon, we're the light. I know that it's going to affect poor people more, but it's going to affect black people more because the population of the United States, if you look at the socio-economic condition of black people, as rates go, we are the poorest people in the nation. So we're going to be affected more. I don't give a fuck about whites. I'm just concerned about my people, right? And that's my argument. I know it's poor people. Anybody with common sense can tell you that this legislation, matter of fact, these people in government today don't give a fuck about poor people. If they did, education would be far better, healthcare would be. Where's the healthcare plan? Where's the healthcare plan that people voted for? Concept of
Hmm.
a plan. Where's the plan? Right?
Yeah.
Where's the
Well,
education system there?
I'm gonna let Logic get in there real quick.
Yeah.
Stupides.
Go in there,
He
logic.
been trying to get in. Absolutely. But I agree with everything you're saying. I do. I think black people is always gonna be affected more by anything that the government implements. So absolutely. Go ahead, Logic. Where you at with it?
No, but what I was saying was it sounds like you keep alluding to the way this administration do business, and the only way you're gonna get rid of them is somebody gonna literally have to just start putting folks in handcuffs, or they just not gonna stop. Am I
Right.
kind of
I
getting that
mean,
from
to me, and I don't know how y'all seeing it, right? But to me, I've already witnessed that, right? With the 2020 elections, right? I already witnessed that. Yo, dude, he ain't. He ain't doing that like that. He can't even accept it. He still to this day bring it up. He brings it up pretty much every day, right? And he still can't accept the election.
I definitely heard him say it the other day that they stole the election. So he said something like that.
He
He
said every
definitely said
day.
something about he
That is the
definitely did.
basis for this bill. That is, and that's what I'm saying, Corey. I get it. That 2020 is their basis for
Mhm.
their argument for this bill. I understand that fully.
Yeah. And so, like, for us to think that he's gonna go with, plus, again, y'all don't understand that there's crimes that's been committed here, and when the power switch, then there's got to be some accountability. See, that I think now even the corporate Democrats realize that if it ain't no accountability this time, that's it for our democracy. So not
No, that's
only
not true.
does the power have to
That's not
switch,
true.
They cannot. Once they gain power, if they gain power, I don't think the power is going to switch, peacefully. I'm just going to say that. But let's say the power switches, right? If they don't do some accountability, right, that's the end of our democracy right there. It's over. The
Corey, I
amount of
disagree with that.
crimes that's been done, right, and we allow that to go on, right, and with no accountability, yeah, that's it. Because somebody coming
Yeah,
right behind them, and this one ain't gonna be stupid. The next
Hey,
one ain't gonna be
Corey,
yeah.
stupid. I'm gonna tell
what do
y'all that right now. That's the message that I want to give America. This guy here is stupid. The next one like him is gonna be very, very intelligent. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. And y'all don't want that. Y'all do not want to see a motherfucker like him, but intelligent. But go ahead, y'all. Y'all keep going.
Yeah, but
Let me
Corey,
see.
yeah, I
Somebody
wanted to
wanted to
ask
speak.
Corey.
I don't disagree with that.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead,
Go
Logic.
ahead.
No, I mean that's all. That's all I was gonna say. Because I mean, I just wanted to hear him come out and say it plain. Like I don't want him to dress it up, and he feel like that there's a real imminent problem right there. And I ain't heard him say it just like that. I wanted to hear him say it.
Hmm. Yeah, I've been saying that. You understand, Logic? I don't know if you heard me say weeks ago, probably a month ago, maybe. I said that they're gonna pull a coup in 2026. They're gonna attempt a coup.
But the first time you said it was all calm and shit, right? And then I think it
Hmm.
was like a week or two ago. You was like, man, you was saying something about all the crimes that they had committed, and if that blue wave actually do hit, that accountability gonna hit too. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it's kind of desperate for them to not let that shit, because them niggas might end up in jail. You know what desperate people
Yo,
do? They
I
act
was
wild.
gonna ask about that blue wave. If it happens, if we get a blue house and we get a blue Senate, right? Don't you, I can see that causing a civil war quicker than if it remains
yeah,
red. Because he's gonna completely ignore everything. You think he's doing executive actions to a crazy extent now? Oh, let the House turn blue. Let the Senate turn blue. Let the
hmm
Supreme Court turn
I'm not
majority.
too sure about the Senate. I think their majority will become slimmer. If there is now, this is if I'm
They have like
lending
only a
credence that we actually gonna have a
two-seat
midterm, right?
advantage
A
in the
true
House.
midterm, right? But I think they would take the House, but the Senate, I think they would just maybe um give the Republicans less of a majority, a slimmer majority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
let,
if
let,
he's in a situation where he has a congressional branch that, for the most part, is antagonistic to what he wants to do, I think he's going to become even more erratic with his executive orders and stuff.
Oh,
Because he's going to feel
absolutely.
like,
Because
well,
otherwise he'd be a lame duck. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Once the Democrats take over, he pretty much a lame duck president. Um, yeah, will he be doing a bunch of executive? He gonna get more erratic, obviously, because his clothes will have to be off then, right? Um, he had to take because then because he'll be desperate at that point, and I think it'll be dangerous for him to be desperate. You know what I'm saying? The world is not in good hands with somebody like him being desperate. But does
question,
somebody want
Corey.
to add something different to that,
Yeah, let me
something,
ask
or
something.
touch on a different
Let,
aspect? Go ahead.
yes, let me ask something. Do you think that if this Negro attempt to push the button, anybody in the White House would stop him? Because the
Not in the
president
White
can't push
House,
it.
but I'm praying that the generals. Um, I'm not. I don't have a lot of confidence when it comes to
that I'm hopeful, and
I'll
I'm
say
leaning. I'm
in the
very hopeful.
executive branch, no. In the congressional branch, yes. In the judicial branch, some of them, no, actually all of them. I think the two other branches, absolutely, but his little executive branch and his cabinet, no, they're not going to tell him to stop.
Mm-mm.
Do you understand how
No, because
dangerous
they're a
that
bunch
is
of
now?
they
True.
religious nuts too. You know what I'm saying, in his cabinet, because yeah, all of them is they're these doomsday, religious, I guess end times type crazy people in his cabinet. So you know what I mean. You do got to factor that in also. All this Jerusalem and the Middle East, the war in the middle, all this is all biblical to them. You know what I'm saying? This is like the biblical war, and it's a bunch of crazy shit. And this, remember when I was saying earlier, bro, sometimes like at some point we gotta say it, bro. We gotta say like, yo, that this religious shit, bro. Either y'all gotta change this shit somehow, right?
No, Corey.
Or we gotta start saying like, yo, you niggas can't do this shit no more. No,
No,
we
but
gotta
do you
ban
understand?
religion.
No, do you understand? No, no,
like
no,
that though.
no. Do you
Shit,
I just
understand?
think people
Do you
don't they
do you
don't see it
understand
for what it is.
the
They
ramification?
like the fairy tale of it.
Ramification of the question that I have.
I don't mean
The
part of no fairy
ramification is
tale.
that
That's not what's up.
there's nobody in the White House that would press back against this man if he
Mhm.
decided to go over the edge. You understand the ramification? So
Oh, it's
therefore,
just
now,
being serious. I do, but I don't want to think. I don't like thinking
all right.
about that. I don't like
So
thinking about
what's to stop
it.
it? If this the problem with bombing Iran is we're dropping the big bomb in Iran, you know, is that if you
I,
look on China, if you look at China or if you look at North Korea a certain way, they're going to strike first because they're not going to trust you. Because if you use the bomb in Iran, if you look at aggressively at any other country, they're going to hit you first. Because they're going to say this person show that they will do bullshit. So I do it to
Mhm.
them before they do it to me. That's the danger to know is that
That's
after
why
you
he got to get out of there. They got to go get him. Somebody got to go get him today. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody, like I ain't gonna lie, man. Somebody got to go get this nigga. This nigga wild as fuck, and then he running around with old boy Netanyahu. This whole is a bunch of fucking crazy people, and we running it. We done let them do this shit, bro.
have you ever heard Stephen Miller talk? Anybody here ever listen to
Oh man.
that's Trump right hand man, Stephen Miller. That's a that's a
Oh, that nigga is something else.
lunatic.
I brought him up months ago. Months ago. This nigga is a lunatic, crazy ass nigga. His this is his top advisor. Like he the last one in the room every time is Stephen Miller.
Yeah, he gets the last in
Yeah,
everything, and he's a stark raging lunatic.
that's the one that was talking about the plenary power and all this old wild shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that nigga wild, bro. That Stephen Miller motherfucker. You something else, man. It's a bunch of crazy. All of them crazy for different in their own crazy way. The whole cabinet is a bunch of loony people that need to be in a fucking loony bin. That's who's running the country. A gang of motherfuckers who need to be in a damn loony bin.
And there's just pure yes man. No, if I know that this was this dude character, I would have begged him not to resign, the head of the counterintelligence. Because if the same people in the room are leaving the room, you're leaving the lunatics to run the asylum.
Well, he want to clean his hands now. But no, I listen,
No,
because you've been all the way up with one.
once you know, see the thing is when a motherfucker like that jump ship, it's pretty. We in a fucked up situation and we don't even realize it yet, right? He jumping ship to let y'all know. Look, I ain't had nothing to do. It wasn't me. I was the good guy. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Corey, I got a question. Do you think part of the thing? Do they want to have federal elections again? Do you think? I'm just
I
asking.
don't know. I know. I can tell you right now, they ain't worrying about that right now. They worrying about the accountability that's coming here. You see what I'm saying? The stopping to this crazy shit. They worrying about that right now, and so they ain't worrying about no presidential election, no general election or nothing like that. They worry about this damn midterms. You see what I'm saying? This is the most
I'm saying, do you
important
think that
vote.
was part of? I'm saying, do you think that's part of the long term? Like, say if the midterms don't go the way that some people want, and it goes past that. Say we in kind of the same position, or like you say, a little more seats for Democrats or whatever. Do you think coming in 2028, then say if things don't change drastically, do you think that is part of the plan?
Trump
I
said if
think
you vote this time,
I
you're gonna have to vote again.
I think Trump will be pretty crazy by then. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll have had got us into a point where we used to it now. You know what I'm saying? In 4 years, we gonna be to the point where we in a bad situation, and like we ain't even gonna be thinking about no fucking general election. I don't know. I don't know where we gonna be at if he trying to. Once we put boots on the ground, which is seemingly, I think we already damn near got the boots on the ground, or I know it's pretty inevitable, right? At this point, it's inevitable. But yeah, we're gonna be in a bad situation. I don't know about any general
That
election.
far
I
in the
can't see
future,
that.
yeah.
I can't see that far. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that. I can't even get you that far yet. That like that's so far along. We to a point where like day to day, would equal it's so much action on a day to day that would equal like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. So thinking about how shit gonna be in 4 years, you know what I'm saying? That's just you can't even think about it right now. You can't even think about it.
It was actually only
You're
2.5,
gonna be like
Corey.
general election. What the hell is that? You don't see what the hell I'm dealing with right now?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, 2.5
a
in
primary?
2028. You know what I mean? Yeah.
A primary? What the hell is a primary? You see what the fuck going on right now?
When
And
you
don't
said
forget
boots
the
on the
fact,
ground, oh, go ahead, brother. I
yeah,
cut you off.
don't forget the fact the last election, they done shot at him 2 or 3 times. Like, who knows what's gonna happen over the next 4 years?
So they
Who
say. I
knows?
only believe one of those things. I don't know about. I don't know, man. That shit seemed a little funny to me. I don't know. I think that could have been a Trump play. I'm just saying. I don't know. That shit seemed a little weird, man.
Maybe it was. Maybe that was part of a greater plan to be like, look, they want me out of here. I gotta stay in here. It's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know
Seemed a little
about that.
weird.
I think the guy. I don't know. I think they shot at him. I don't know. I can't get into certain shit. Like you know what I mean. If you can't get to the bottom of it, you know what I mean. It's okay not to know. I just don't know about that, right?
Well, you know
But
that it
yeah.
never mentioned. It never mentioned the other person who died when he was shot at. But I believe he was shot at. I believe he was shot at. I believe it was a Manchurian project.
There was someone in
That
the
little young
audience,
guy
right?
was. Yeah. Somebody in the audience died, and they show more reference to Charlie Kirk than to Kabul. a Trump assassination. Look, it is what it is. But when we look at it, I will look at the big picture. And while I understand what Truth is saying. Truth is more pragmatic than I am. Truth is side. But the dangerous thing about the both side argument is that the truth gets lost in the side. When we're talking about this person right here, people throwing both sides to money. He started the both side argument that there were good people on both sides. You can call it Proud Boy people. And then everybody say, oh, yes, that's true. There were good people on both sides. It's not everybody who had a tiki torch and khaki pants and polo shirt was bad. There was good people among that group. No. The instant you decide to put on a khaki pants and a polo shirt and grab a tiki torch and said blood and soil, right? Start having Nazi chant in English. There's no longer any both sides argument here. And that's the dangerous thing. That when I hear people say both sides, it's cringy. Because both sides is an effort to muddy the truth. That argument is always an effort to muddy the truth. Dealing with this issue now. When that time comes to deal with that issue, we'll deal with that issue. Let's deal with this issue now. Let's not take into consideration what was in the past. Because this is present, this is today. Understand that fuck rap yesterday or that person did fuck. But there's no excuse for your fuckery. So let's address your fuckery. That's the problem I have with the both side. I understand that
Okay,
there's both sides.
so with the both sides thing that Trump was the rhetoric is based on stakeholders. So a lot of people that was unsure or on the fence about fully supporting Trump and fully supporting the MAGA white Christian and nationalism thing, he had to use that as a tool to bring people that was on the fence to understand, okay, just like I can see, that means that for them, they can still support that bullshit and be acknowledged as a good person on that side. So he had to use that to address his stakeholder. That shit wasn't for the people who, like, for us. That was for those people, so they can understand. Hey, I can still be a good person and make this terrible decision.
And you're right, Kyle. Kyle, you're right. You saw through it. The instant he said it, you saw through it. Because you understand what it was for. You understand it's to muddy the waters, a bullshit argument. And then white people ran with it. And up to today, every conversation you have with some people, the first thing they say, oh, well, both sides. From somebody said both sides, I say, oh, you have drunk the You have drunk the Yeah, we in trouble. We in trouble. We in trouble. We in trouble.
Yeah, because both sides is mitigates the accountability. You know what I mean? Because like the thing is like it was wrong either way, right? But right now, this is wrong. Right now.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but instead
He moved the goal. He moved the goalpost. It's a debate tactic. You move the goalpost and then you argue about something to bring clarity to something that's not even the real point. The real point is the people supporting this regime, the people who are part of white nationalism, the people who are a part of MAGA. Those people are antithesis of society, of humanity. You know what I'm saying? And like that's where he confused the argument. And that's our fault. We let him do, like, I'm saying our, like, citizens, Americans. We allowed that to happen because we didn't see or understand what was going on. I do that shit all the time when I'm either talking to customers. I'll make a fucking point and make them agree with my fucking point, and then moving forward in the conversation about what I really want to talk, if we really want to do.
Yeah, yeah. But Kyle, would you agree that Trump, the amount of votes Trump got in 2020, would have won every election apart from that election? He would have beaten Obama. The amount of people who voted for him, it was crazy numbers voted for him. That's why he could run again. The numbers in 2020 was mad. When you see the amount of persons who vote, in regardless of all the shit he does. That's why I know that this midterm, Although I'm going to go out there and vote, it don't mean shit in Florida. Because all of these Cubans, cousins getting deported, aunts getting deported, who grandmothers getting deported, still going to go out there and vote for it. They're still going to, it don't make no difference. And those who would have voted for him is going to make sure that you're going to have a real ID. What is a real ID? When I heard that a driver's license wasn't a real ID, I said, what? Oh, a driver's license not a real ID. What is a real ID then?
Yeah, out here I had to go out. I had to go out and get me a real ID, man. And that mother sucker, like 100. I can't remember the price, 80 to 100 something, but I think I got it for like 8 years or 11 years or something. It's a long
Yeah,
time.
that's a poll tax.
Yeah,
What is a
That's
real ID?
basically now a poll tax. All it is.
I forgot
What is
the
a real ID?
actual cost. I think it's over 100. I think it depends on how long you get it, how many years you get it for. The price goes up. But I think it went from 80 to 100 and something bucks, man. So I just wanted to put that out there for you. And if you don't have that and you don't have a passport, good luck getting on planes, voting. Good luck. Just say that. And it's messed up with how they do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now to vote, I have to walk with my passport. This is, it don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. Right? Because when they're running for gun rights, they're saying that you don't need all of this bullshit to own a gun. Or nobody should put regulation or stipulation on you. But to vote, you need all of this bullshit.
Thanks, Corey. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Just so
You
y'all
came
know,
back just in the nick of time.
The Real ID Act, right? The Real ID Act didn't come from Donald Trump. I heard somebody say that. The Real ID Act came from George Bush. The Real ID Act. Remember these conversations we be having, Corey, about we don't realize what we gave up after 9/11. The Real ID Act was proposed in, I think it was 2003. That's a part of what happened with 9/11. And even then, they were saying that it was some form of a national ID system in disguise. And they were already saying that it was federal overreach. Trump is just the person, and this is what happens a lot of times in politics. Things get passed nonchalantly, and it just, they call it sits on the books. And until you and then somebody reading the books is a scholar on the books, i.e. the Heritage Foundation. See all these terms that keep coming back up now? The Heritage, people like these think tanks, this might not have even come from this administration.
No,
think
this
about how
is
many
better
administrations
from
there's been
Reagan.
since 2005.
Yeah.
So now you talking about, it done skipped Obama, Biden, Trump, Obama twice. So now you're in a situation where somebody looked, wait a minute, we could take some shit and do two things. This is what politics, this is what the fears, three things actually. Where you take something that's supposed to be passed as a law or a bill or an act, whatever you want to call it, a measure, some people use it, and you do one of three things or all three at the same time. You weaponize, racialize, and politicize something that was innocuous from almost 21 years ago. And now you're in a situation where it just takes one person to interpret some shit. The language is important. We get bogged down in the language and it's not exciting, but the language is important. And then now you find the right person with new technology, a whole new situation that now in 2026, we can use this as a poll tax. Oh, most certainly we can. They've been trying to implement Real ID in New Jersey for the longest time. They realize we're essentially what you call a passport state. that means roughly more than half of us basically operate with passports. So real ID is actually something that they don't think is very necessary. Even in our airports, they proposed you could just pay $45 and get past that fucking real ID. So that shows you how important the real ID, quote unquote, is or isn't. They're already offering $40 or something like that. You can look it up to just be able to get past it at airports. So trust me, my antennas is up. My fucking just belief that somehow the Constitution is gonna win out. I still believe it, but I'm believing it with a gun in my hand. So I'll believe what I believe. Yeah, that's what it is. And I'm gonna have a gun on the table, so you know that if that's what it ain't, a motherfucker like me is not somebody you would want on the other side of your party.
So you saying de facto you believe in the people less than the Constitution? Is that what you're saying?
I've always believed in the people because the Constitution is a living document. The Constitution is us. The only time it changes is when we feel it needs to change, and then they just get it done. Our government is for the people, by the people. Supposedly. Supposedly. So when I say I have a belief in the Constitution, understand that that's what it is. But remember, as a black man, having a belief in the Constitution apparently is coon behavior. Or having a belief in the Constitution when people bring up, well, you weren't always human in the Constitution. I hear you, but I do live in the United States of America. That my uncles and grandfathers and great-grandfathers fought for and bled for. And we also shed blood on cotton and weren't getting paid.
Isn't it the people's idea to hold the representatives constitutionally responsible? And what I mean by that,
when you have an attentive people, but if you can create apathy and create distraction, then no.
Right. So what I'm saying is that's why I asked that question. Do you believe in you believe in the Constitution? It sounds to me like you believe in the Constitution more than the people that's gonna stand up and make the Constitution, make these people abide by the Constitution.
This particular set of people believe political protest is Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So I believe that they're upset. I believe that they're angry. I just don't believe. It's kind of like the relationship. You got two people.
I got you. I know where you're going.
And I'm going to give an example to the chat too. An example of like a couple. Maybe y'all know a couple for the grown folks where all your friends is either married or they got lifelong partners and shit. Y'all know them couples that just complain the whole fucking time and they've been leaving each other for 30 years, 20 years, 15 years, 10 years. Every time you talk to them, they seem like they're the most unhappy motherfuckers. But they still go home, get in the same bed and pay the same bills and file the same taxes. I'm talking about those people. I think it ain't gonna get real until it's too late. Because we got all these stupid ass fucking distractions. Corey, like me and Corey go at it all the time, but we are 90+% in lockstep. Corey don't like the fucking Democrats or the Republicans. He ain't in that like y'all think because he disagree with me, he hate them niggas too. Corey's point when we have these conversations is the apathy and the fucking distractions. If you listen to him talk, all he talks about is distractions. Niggas parlays and shit. Right now, trending across the world, Howard, is the parlays for March Madness tomorrow morning. And the Powerball. So which one you think is more important? Your goddamn voting rights and whether we have midterm elections or if John Jenkins, the freshman from UC San Diego, upsets fucking Purdue tomorrow. The fuck do that shit even matter? And this is, like I said earlier, this is where my
a lot of important stuff going on in the world right now.
What the fuck do that matter? I don't even, I'm making up topics. I wanted to end on this topic because, if I start with politics, nobody watches the shit. So let's start talking about drugs and drug users and fucking Suge getting cussed out by Kenyon Martin and fired and all this other shit. We can have those conversations, but this is the conversation. This is the one. I challenge anybody else by the sound of my voice that has a YouTube channel. Discuss this. Curate your fucking crowd. I love it when somebody say, well, y'all got 20 people or 30 people or 40 people watching you. A lot of shit can happen with 40 people. And if you got 1,000 motherfuckers listening to you talk about John Jenkins from UC San Diego, that's your fault. Congratulations. You literally distracting every goddamn thing. Stupid shit is fun to talk about sometimes. But when your goddamn voting rights is on the motherfucking hibachi stove, and you got a motherfucker dicing the shit up, making heartbeats out of eggs and rice and shit, and doing flames with your fucking voting rights, miss me with fucking North Carolina versus Duke, bro. I don't care. I just don't always care. Niggas is waiting on Grand Theft Auto 6 or 5, whichever the next one is. I hear more shit about that than anything else. I play games too, bro, but sometimes we gotta pause this shit, slow down, cause I gotta make sure I gotta keep Corey and Stu Peas off my motherfucking ass. Pause when these trains start rolling. Cause these motherfuckers might be like, you know what, collaborator, you cool and all, but you get off my train, not my train. I'm sure Stu Peas might be like, I love you like a play cousin, but get off my train, bro. Just because I might have realized I might have made a mistake with my vote, I also don't think black people is even the reason why Trump is in office. You tell that by his act, baby. If you think our 12% is the reason why, them swing states, that was some white shit. That was some Hispanic shit. It was some black people voting, don't get me wrong, but we don't determine the presidency. 90% of people voted for 90% of black people voted for Donald Trump. I mean, for who? Kamala Harris.
Oh.
90% voted for Kamala Harris. It was clear what who us as the people wanted us in office. It was niggas like me that said, I don't even know who she is.
Well, Brass, can I ask something real quick?
As long as it doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, was giving me a little hope. I'm not going to change the subject. Was giving me a little hope with that, what was that? The special election in Texas that Jasmine Crockett lost to, what's his name? Palacio? What was his name? Tallarico.
Yeah.
I looked at the voting numbers. Do you know that both of them got more votes than both of the other side, the Republican Party? Did you know that she got, I think, over 1 million something? The winner got over 1 million something. On the Republican side, I think both of them were like 800, 700,000 or something like that. So when I looked at that the other week, that's giving me a little hope.
He's going to get wiped the fuck out.
Go ahead, bro.
He goes and runs, he's going to get wiped the fuck out. The only reason they got that much, that was the most highly publicized race in the country. So you're going to get mass participation. The level of money and marketing, there was $5 million on Tallarico's side spent on his campaign after the early vote on Tuesday. So I would assume the whole world was watching that shit because that was involving Stephen Colbert and Jasmine Crockett. So the whole world was watching it. That's the reason for the participation. Trust and believe when he runs, he's going to get his head knocked off by the Republican down there. They didn't want Jasmine Crockett to win.
Are you trying to take my little bit of hope away from me?
No, I did. Hopefully I did. Listen, I'm trying to be as real. When it comes to politics and simple 2+2 shit, I try to keep it as simple as possible because false hope is worse than hope. There were people that really believed that she was going to wipe him the fuck out. I knew from the beginning they wasn't going to let that happen. That's Texas, bro. It's not Baltimore. We're not talking about, there's other counties in Texas where that might have happened. There's other counties in Texas where Republicans don't even run because the Democrats are so entrenched. But I knew in that race, the Republican Party cannot afford for a certain number of Democrats. Corey knows who they are. Truist knows who they are. Stu Peas knows who they are. There's a certain couple of Democrats in politics that the Republican Party is actually afraid of. Jasmine Crockett is one of them. Ilhan is one of them. AOC is one of them. Because they can't be bought, they can't be paid for. Yes, they might do some shit on the side, but they're able to weaponize, they're able to politicize, and get a lot of attention on social media. And when they talk, their shit gets millions of views. And if you pay attention, those are also the ones that they put a lot of the scandals on too. They've effectively fucked up Ilhan, whatever she wants to do, because of that Somali shit in Minnesota. When in effect, she had not a lot to do with it. They fucked up Jasmine Crockett with this Jewish money shit. They just can't get nothing on AOC. That's why I hope that she's the next president of the United States. If I had to choose the next president of the United States, I choose her. I choose her. Because for some reason, she's been able to stay Gavin Newsom. I'm done with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is more.
I can't trust that hairdo.
Anybody
like he got a salesman. He got a salesman hairdo, right? Like I don't like salesmen, bro. He just look that smile. Everything about him says a used car salesman.
Even
not even a politician.
Corey,
like he looked like a used car salesman.
Corey, walk with me on this. I got a better interpretation. That motherfucker look like Homelander the more he talked, bro. And I don't know if y'all know
he
who
do look
Homelander
kind of
is.
like Homelander. He do.
I think if he gets some power, I think all that whatever the fuck he talking about gonna go out the door, and we just gonna have a Democratic crazy motherfucker in office. Because in California, he is. I don't like my politics. You know, I like my eggs runny, right? I don't like my politicians on TV all the goddamn time.
No, not with that smile either.
Yeah, bro, you telling me something. You grifting. You talking to me too, goddamn. That's what I used to say about Jasmine Crockett. Why the fuck is you on TV so much? People don't realize with AOC, they put a lot of her shit on TV. AOC is on the ground doing the work. She be talking in rooms with 10 people, bro. She go to rooms that got 10 motherfuckers in them. 10.
I don't think
she don't need that. It don't need to be
1,000
cameras and a big ass rally and shit. That's what I used to like about Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders used to sit in coffee shops.
She in the footsteps of Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
Well, Bernie Sanders is my guy.
Bernie Sanders used to sit in. Bro, I met Bernie Sanders.
He'll talk to anybody. He don't give a damn.
That motherfucker trying to watch him talk. In politics, they have this thing where they do the walkthroughs in neighborhoods. I was in a neighborhood in Philadelphia, and I recognized it because he was going in the store, shaking a hand, taking a picture, walking out, going to the next door. That's what they do. That's like a runway or whatever, perk walk, whatever you want to call it. And motherfucking Bernie Sanders will talk to 6 people, bro. But he'll sit and talk with one person for like an hour or two. He really thinks it's like, yo, just change one nigga's mind. You don't know who
he's a real one. He's a real genuine. I think he's a genuine person from what I've seen.
Yeah, and I'm sure he gets money and this, that, and the other. J. Cal says we tripping. Tell us why we tripping. And Didi says not AOC. Tell us why.
I actually agree with Didi. I don't think AOC can win a national.
I didn't say
election.
win. I didn't say win. I see that's well, in politics.
You said you want her to be.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't say win.
Gotcha.
I said win.
Gotcha.
I think she could win. Sad to say, call me whatever, He-Man, Women's Haters Club, whatever y'all call it. I think it's easier to be a black man and win a presidency than any woman of any race to win a presidency in this in this patriarchal world we live in.
Absolutely.
Kill me for it, but I think I'm right.
I don't even think women do each other the worst because they be the ones who like, no, we ain't voting for her. You know what I mean?
And it's going to be even more difficult. It's going to be even more difficult this next upcoming presidential election, based on the rise of white Christian nationalism, and like so. Just understand that to win a president, you got to win a certain portion of that opposing party's votes. And now the opposing party has been inundated with white Christian nationalism. And they're definitely not gonna vote for no woman.
Hey, Kyle, I
So,
got a trick.
yeah.
I got a trick for you, for a political
What's up?
trick. You gonna agree with me? Now, Obama was proven out to be great. He was proven out to be great. We knew he was a good orator. He had a lot of big dreams, this, that, and the other. I'm gonna ask you a question and see if you could be as honest as possible with it. What was the biggest reason? It's one word and it's a name. What was the biggest reason we got Obama as president of these United States?
Jeez. First thing come to my mind is Oprah.
Okay, Oprah. Okay.
Damn
That's
right,
a good start.
Oprah.
Anybody
You're
else?
right. You're right.
Okay,
Oprah.
Oprah. Anybody
Oprah.
else? That ain't the name I'm looking for, but I can accept that answer. Anybody else? It's a name. Anybody else? I'll get an answer, but I'll hear y'all out. Nobody?
Well, I'm with Kyle. I can only think of Oprah.
Okay, you saying Oprah. Anybody else?
I'm with Kyle on that one.
Okay, Oprah. We got 2 for Oprah. Any other names?
Three for Oprah. Three
for Oprah. God
Oprah.
damn it. 1 going twice, 1, 2, going 3, going 4, going 5, going 3 for Oprah. Nigga. Go ahead.
Yeah, she had the ears of white women.
Okay.
Oprah had the ears of white women. That's why.
Yep.
The main reason we got Barack Obama as president of the United States, besides his brilliance and his one name, Bush.
Oh, because Bush was such a bad
One
president.
president can fuck up so bad that no Republican can win.
Come back.
The weapons of mass destruction, the Patriot Act, that shit went so bad. No Republican could come behind and get elected George Bush. You know why? Because they all supported everything that nigga did in lockstep. The hope would be that we run into a situation, and I'm not saying I'm going 100% Democrat. Maybe it's a Republican, it's anti, whatever the fuck is going on right now. But the hope would be when the presidential election rolls back around, there won't be one Republican that we can look at and look at his voting record, look at his actions, look at his quotes, look at his statement, look at his work, and say, you gonna come up here and run for president of the United States and try to separate yourself from all of that shit you voted for, and then you put whoever the fuck you want on the other side. That side's going. Now, Obama won the second time because we realized, oh, this nigga's brilliant. That's probably best we ever seen. But the best time in the world for us to get a black president was after, I would say, Nixon's resignation and George Bush with them fucking weapons of mass destruction. Bro. And y'all can keep on trusting Oprah all you want. Ask Hawaii how they feel about Oprah. Oprah might be a motherfucking wolf in sheep's clothing, brother. I'm watching some of her fucking actions, not her words.
We didn't say we trusted her. We didn't say we trusted her.
She's a dangerous motherfucker, bro. Go back. I want y'all to look up them flyers in Hawaii and how much land she owned in Hawaii and the land grab she's doing and what she forced them motherfuckers to do when the goddamn island was about to burn down. How she shuttered off all her fucking land. How she forced them motherfuckers. It's death behind the shit she was doing in Hawaii.
Well, let me ask you this, Brass. I know it's early. We haven't even got the midterms yet.
Nobody even put Bush up against. Y'all don't agree, or are y'all still saying Oprah? We was at a point. I want to know if y'all.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. Combination of both. Yeah, but I agree with the point where you're coming from with that the predecessor is so damn bad that it kind of
you done with the party.
Yeah.
Pretty much done with them motherfuckers. Like you're like, what, for real? Who is it, Romney? For real? You believe you didn't agree to weapons? You didn't agree with that shit? You was okay. I'll vote for that guy over there. And Oprah, and here's the thing, Oprah had a bigger push behind Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris.
No, she didn't. Yeah, but she didn't have the power that she had
She didn't have the power that she had during Obama. She was on top of the world then, right? Because white women. The thing about it is that white women hate white women, and the only other woman they hate more than white women, black women, apart from Oprah, right? Apart from Oprah, because Oprah brought them out with you in a car.
You get a
For
car.
Christmas
You
holiday
get a
special.
car.
Yeah, and then
You get a book.
Oprah favorite thing. Do you remember when Oprah did her favorite? It's that
Yeah, her
time of
favorite
year
things list is
again.
still popping. Yeah, it is. I agree.
It's
Does
that
she
time
still
of
have a
year
show?
again.
Does she still do
No,
a show?
no,
Okay.
no.
Well,
But she did that. And white women all fell in step with her. That's Oprah. Oprah is a
they didn't. Hey,
goddess.
they
Is
ignored
the
her ass. Well, apparently they ignored her ass this time.
yeah. She knows her power. She's a bee.
And she only
She's
weighed
not the
like
same.
80 pounds now. She lost a lot of fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, I
She's
saw a
not the
picture
same.
of her the other day. I was like, dang, that's
Yeah,
Oprah.
No, Ozempic. She's not the same.
I think she weighed the same
White
as
women,
she was like 12.
yeah. White women love those men, and she's not man anymore.
But
That's the
hopefully we
problem.
get somebody like an AOC. And now here's the thing. I understand the people that say she's too Green Party and socialist. But for some of the shit that's going to get passed, y'all just looking at the shit. For some of the shit that's going to get passed, bro, we might have to go hard left to solve some of this shit.
Get it back to the center.
just to get the shit back to center.
Yeah.
We might have to go. We might have it might. You think, bro? You think it's exciting now with the right and what's going on. In order to reverse some of these policies, man.
Yeah,
But I hope you can figure out a way to feed your family in this administration, and I hope you can figure out a way to feed your family in the next administration, because the administration can't never be an excuse. Never.
Because what's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? People not talking about, but the price of food.